Greetings, this is yours truly, Lord Karo, welcome to my domain.
Boku no Hero Academia. Next Generation Part 5805 Chapter 56, The Blood of False Heroes. Few minutes earlier. On streets, Sasuke takes on 3 large Nomus and seems to have the upper hand as they attack him recklessly without thinking, allowing the number 3 hero to slashing them multiple times at every chance he gets. The Nomus and sides begin to shake, prompting Torino to quickly warn, "Watch out, Uchiha. These guys have multiple quirks," he tells him like he warned Endeavor on the other front. "That's what I thought." Sasuke figured, coating his blade in lightning, "This will be over quickly." The dark red Nomu's mouth expands widely and it launches off massive explosive balls at the number 3 hero, who retaliates, Chidori. He uses to slash and disarm the bombs in half from detonating, before dashing at the Nomu. Gotcha. In a blitz, stabs the Nomu in the brain, cause it to shriek in pain before Sasuke takes the blade out and lands, as the hideous creature drops the ground, dead. He turns his sights to the second and third, who come at him simultaneously. Deciding to end this, Sasuke lights up another lightning attack, chanting, "Chidori Senbon." He throws multiple electric shards with the swing of his one hand and both Nomus have every inch of their bodies pierced, including their brains as blood spurts out, killing them in the same manner. "Excellent work, Uchiha." Torino appears and compliments, "With things done here, we'll go and provide backup on the other side of the city." Recalling what Boruto said about helping at a named street, Sasuke advises, "I'll need you to go to the address of 4210 Echo Street." He adds, "I'll take care of the rest from here." Torino gazes at him for a second, but understands, "Understood." He nods, "I'll leave you to it." He zooms off before Sasuke leaves for the burning area in the center of the city. Opening 5. Sora ni Utaiba, by Amaterasu starts with a Rasengan aimed towards the ground and a smash that clears the smoke all around in a unison. Out of the cleared dust stands the MCs, Izuku and Boruto, who are in battle position with firm looks as they face a platoon of villains in front of them. Before they do, All Might and Naruto appear beside them, with smiles of approval. The teens nod with smiles too before the two go charging at the villains with their signature moves. The logo appears as things start off. As the song plays, Naruto stands on top of the building as the wind blows through his white cap. Next shows All Might standing on top of UA's building with his cape also blowing in the breeze. Next reveals Sasuke and Gran Torino with frowns, the latter thinking back to All Might's master, Nanashimura. With the song furthering, it shows Izuku, Boruto, Sarada, and Todoroki with looks of concern as they gaze at Tenya, who shows a look of seriousness as he aims to avenge his hospitalized brother and hunt down the hero killer. It then shows shots of a few Class 1A students with determined looks. Sumair, who thinks back to her past life as a villain and using Nu to attack the city. Ochako, who thinks back to her perseverance and battle against Katsuki at the sports festival. Mitsuki, recalls back to being in a test tub and looking up at Orochimaru. Momo, with her head down, recalls her performance back at the sports festival, and Katsuki, with an angry glare, recalls back to the 2 times Izuku tried to save him, as a kid and with Sludge Villain, and recalls his scuffles with Boruto when they were kids in their battle at the sports festival, which he lost in the end, further angering the hothead. We then see the Battle of Hosu, showing Hero Killer Stain wielding 2 knives and his tongue flying out in a battle cry. Boruto throwing down a bolt of lightning while airborne, Shoto launching a stream of flames from his left side, combined with a large fireball that's launched by Sarada, Tenya speeding up and doing a reciprocal kick, and Izuku zigzagging from wall to wall using full cowling and going for an axe punch. Next shots show the League of Villains, Tamura, the Shins, and Kurogiri, and the Mujina Bandits, led by Shojoji, who grins evilly with his arms crossed over his chest. The last panels show Class 1A, each in battle poses, before we click back to Boruto and Izuku, being in front of the group, powering up with their quirk auras as the song closes. Chapter 56. The Blood of False Heroes at the center side of the city. Endeavor stops a Nomu just before it crushes one of the pros and burns off its head. Incinerated cells can regenerate. He grins. Above you. One pro calls out, getting his attention at the winged Nomu getting away with a citizen in its clutches. Any hero whose quirk isn't suited for this, go to Echo Street in District 4, Endeavor advises. Another villain. One asks. I don't know, just do it. The Hellfire hero runs off, trying to catch the winged creature. As he runs, he tries flinging a fireball from his right fist, only for the Nomu to dodge with fast reflexes. He's fast. Just as it looked like the Nomu was going to get away, Sasuke swoops in and lands a Chidori Senbon to its brain, making it shriek in pain and drop the unconscious female civilian that the Uchiha saves just in time with his one arm. Hey, I had that under control. Endeavor appears, grimacing. Ignoring him, Sasuke sees that the winged Nomu is still trying to fly and escape, even with the Chidori Senbon embedded in its brain. Enough about that, don't let him escape. Grr, don't give me orders, Endeavor growls dramatically, but proceeds to chase it down anyway. Alleyway. That's all his weapons. Boruto counts off the hero killer's tools. And we're lucky there was some rope in this dumpster. Shoto voices, as Stain and Shojoji are both tied up. Perfectly used rope at that, but whatever works I suppose, Sarada said. I can drag one of them from here, Tenya offers. As if, your arms are messed up, Boruto's reminds. Exactly, I'll be dragging this big guy, Sarada refers to Shojoji. Same here. Shoto nods, referring to Stain. Tenya gazes downward a little. Native, can you move? Izuku asks. Yeah, good as new. The pro replies, giving the freckled teen a ride behind his back. I saw you hurt your legs back there. At least let me do this for you, he offers. Thank you. He relaxes. I should be thanking you guys. Native replies. By the time the group walks out the alleyway, I have to apologize. I'm supposed to be a pro and I was useless back there. He sighs, ashamed. No, it's not your fault. Sarada assures, the hero killer's quirk was powerful, so I doubt even a regular pro could take him down in a one-on-one scenario. It took all 5 of us to bring him down, but that was only due to his recklessness. Boruto said, he was too desperate and riled up to the point he left himself wide open. Yes. He couldn't deal with Midoriya's movements, Ida's Recipro, Uchiha's brute strength, and your Rasengan, which was the finisher, Shoto adds. Your flames got him good too. The blonde glances, smiles, in the end, we pulled it off as a team. Right. Shoto nods. Capturing Shoujoji of the Mujina bandits is another huge accomplishment, Native said. Mujina bandits? Tenya narrows. Yeah. I encountered him and his gang of bandits a while back in a museum. Native continues, they steal valuable goods and make profits out of them just to achieve money and power. He adds, we were able to put him behind bars. Until he escaped. Does that mean one of his henchmen bailed him? Izuku asks. Could be. Native shrugged, although, I think it has something to do with his quirk, corpse clone, that allows him to take on the disguise of the victims he devour. He adds, that's what made it hard to caught him in the first place. Could be why he escaped from prison, Sarada trails. Also why he knew that I was at Konoha City. Boruto's figures must have been disguised as someone else. Whatever the case, we got him now. Shoto noted, he'll be out for a while after the attacks he's endured. He adds, which they all agree on. Right. Native nods, as they walk on, let's get them to the police as fast as we can. Moving on, Sarada and Shoto dragged Shoujoji and Stain, with the 2 villains still unconscious. After a few minutes, they make it out the alleyway to the open, only to come across Gran Torino. Hey, what are you doing here, boy? He exclaims to Izuku, getting his attention. Gran Torino. I was only, before the freckled teen could explain, he's dramatically stepped on the face. I thought I told you to stay on the bullet train, the old hero reprimanded before landing with steam from his head. Who's the old geezer? Boruto asks. Torino, the hero I'm interning with. Izuku sighs tiredly, I don't get it. How'd you find us? He asks his mentor. I was told to come here by someone else. Torino replies, I don't know what's going on, but I'm glad you're not dead at least. Me too. And I'm sorry. His intern replies. TCH. He scoffs, this side of him reminds me of Toshinori. He gazes to Boruto next, and this kid must be Naruto's son. Looks just like him at that young age. Over here, around the corner. This is when a few pro heroes show up to where they are. Endeavor told us there was a request for help here, but one trails to find nothing. Children? They're surprised to see UA students here. Those injuries look bad. We'll call the ambulance right away. Hey, look, a masked hero points out, shocked. The female hero gasps in disbelief. Is that the hero killer? There's even Shoujoji from the Mujina gang. Another voices in the same manner. I'll get the police on the line. One does so. As that happens, one of the pros check their conditions, with Izuku having a cut open leg, Boruto, Sarada, and Shoto having minor injuries, and Tenya bleeding badly from his approach his classmates and bowed to them. You all were injured, because of me. For that, I am truly sorry. He starts shedding tears. I was just so angry. I couldn't see anything else. Izuku glances down a little. I'm sorry too, Iida. For not being a better friend back then. I couldn't tell what was wrong with you, while Boruto did. He adds, getting a gaze from his best friend. Tenya tells the blonde next, and I should have listened to what you said before, Uzumaki. I'm sorry for that too. Boruto simply gazed at him and replies, you're not wrong about all that, but what's done is done. Tonight, we took down 2 villains together. He then smiles widely. Indeed. Sarada agrees as she smiled too, it's a huge feat on our part. They're right, so pull yourself together. Shoto advises, you're the class representative. Right. Tenya wiped his eyes, letting a grateful look come across his face. It was nice to have a moment of levity after such chaos. But all of a sudden. Torino widens in alert, get down. The winged Nomu from before swoops in and out of everyone there. It grabbed Izuku. Ah. The teen yelled as he was suddenly caught by its talons. Midoriya. Izuku, Boruto, Sarada, and Shoto exclaimed out as everyone gasped as they covered from the violent wind from the Nomu's wings. There's blood. Did he escape here after getting beaten? The female pro exclaims as blood from the Nomu got dripped on her. Damn it. If he gets too high, I won't be able to use my quirk, Torino exclaims inwardly. However, another figure leapt out and slashed the both of the beast's wings off, being none other than Sasuke, who puts his sword back in his sheath, taking hold of the freckled teen and landed on the ground with him. The Nomu crashed onto the street in a flurry of dust. Midoriya, are you alright? The phantom hero asked. I think so. Izuku nods meekly, thanks, Phantom Eye. The dust cleared to reveal the Nomu pushing itself up, growling at its foes, but at that moment, Stain awoke, undoing his bindings with a single folding knife he had hidden and licks the Nomu's blood off the female pro's cheek, paralyzing it, and with that, he rushed forward. The word hero has lost all meaning in this society. He dashed past Izuku and Sasuke. The world is overrun with fakes and criminals like you who chase petty dreams. With red glaring eyes, raising his knife, he slashes down at the Nomu's brain, killing it for good. You must all be purged. taking his knife out the Nomu's brain as blood splatters from it. Everything I do, he sneers as drool comes out his mouth, is to create a stronger society, he declares. Everyone is shocked at the fact that the hero killer could still move, much less kill off the Nomu without hesitation instead of striking one of the heroes. Watching from afar via binoculars, hey, what the hell? Tamura exclaims in confusion and aggravation, this is no fair. Why do you have to go and kill that Nomu? And why are those brats here? He's even more angry that Izuku and Boruto are in Hosu. I'm so mad that I don't know what to say. This is a mess. He goes ballistic, scratching his neck harder. Why do things never go the way I want them to? Grr, he sneers. Get a hold of yourself, would you? Teen Shin gazes with a roll of his eyes, finding Tamura going crazy for no reason, again finding it hard to believe he's 5 years older than him and he's acting like this. Back down near Echo Street, be on guard, everyone. Sasuke advises, he could attack at any moment. He adds, getting the pros to go in battle positions. Endeavor then appears, annoyed again that Sasuke took down the Nomu he was supposed to beat. Damn, I hate it when you do my job. Before he could finish, he notices Stain. Hey, don't tell me that man is. Huh. Stain pants from the injuries, slowly turning around and glares deeply, Phantom Eye. And Endeavor. He mask begins to fall off. Endeavor grins in excitement, flaring up his left fight, hero killer. Just as he was about to attack, Torino notices something dangerous with the killer and quickly exclaims, wait, Todoroki. He stops, confusing him. Turning to face them, Stain's mask falls off completely, revealing him with no nose as he grunts out, you false heroes. This is the moment where everyone was left frozen in shock from the sudden murderous aura exhibited by Stain. Ah! Izuku shakes, horrified. His aura, it's cold and terrifying. Boruto widens, trembling himself. It reminds me of. The thought of Momoshiki in his fused form came to his mind as this continues. The intent he's giving off is crazy. Even Sasuke admits this, grimacing deeply and putting a hand near his blade and being ready, holding his ground at this pressure. It's not on the level of Momoshiki. But still. While thinking that, the Uchiha can sense the power of extreme rage and hatred from this killer. It reminded the phantom hero of himself in the same way from back then. I'll make this right. He grunted as he stepped forward, causing the average pros and students to sweat and tremble as they stepped back. These streets must run with the blood of hypocrites, the hero killer proclaimed, grunting with each step, hero. He growled, I will reclaim that word, he declared fiercely, I'll kill you frauds, and these so-called Otsutsuki altogether. He flashes of murderous red eyes, now come on. He roared as he stomped his left foot down, just try and stop me, you fakes, he challenged, there's only one man I'll let kill me. He continued, all might is worthy. He bellowed out as his eyes flared in murderous red. The tension passed through the air as one of the pros fell on her bottom out of fright while the students steeled themselves at this amount of bloodlust. Just as it looked like another fight was about to happen, Stain's knife drops to the ground, and the latter isn't responding. Hence, he has stopped moving, while still standing. It seems, he's out cold, Sasuke noted as they all stared in disbelief. Sarada and Tenya fell onto their knees while Izuku and Shoto fell on their bottoms. Boruto barely manages to keep himself up, but still pants, sweats a little like the rest, especially after the overwhelming pressure they endured just now. It turned out that the villain wasn't stopped by Quirk, but rather a broken rib that had pierced into his lung. Even so, only he had seemed to have any fight left as no one found it in themselves to stand up to him in the weakened state he was in. Ending 5, Laika, by Bird Bear Hair and Fish opens with Naruto aiding Boruto in enlarging his Rasengan while All Might lending his power to Izuku's surging right arm. As they prepare their attacks, shots are show of Class 1A, the UA teachers, the pros and cage heroes, Sasuke, All Might, and Naruto. All of them watch as Boruto and Izuku use their current attacks to land a devastating blow on the enemy in front of them. As the song starts to play, Boruto picks up a crystal before taking off in a dash, running by Sarada and Shoto, who look in confusion. Next shows Izuku meeting up with them and catching something that lands in his hands, smiling after seeing it's a crystal. He looks to his left to see Boruto with a different crystal, both smiling brightly, along with Sarada and Shoto. Next shows Tenya, in his hero costume, with a look of depression, thinking of his injured brother before his expression turns into a glare of vengeance that's dark and directed towards the hero killer, Stain. As he sunk deeper into a mind of revenge, Izuku, Boruto, Shoto, and Sarada are in front of him, with their hero costumes on. Boruto would combine his crystal with Izuku's and the latter would hold it out and giving it to Tenya, in hopes of cheering up their friend and put his mind at ease. Tenya would hesitate a little before putting his hand on the crystal in Izuku's hand. The next panel shows the 5 UA students fighting on the streets of Hosu. They each battle multiple Nomus, fighting evenly against them. As they fight the creatures, they resort to their powerful attacks. Shoto blasting a stream fire, Sarada using her Sharingan and a chakra-enhanced punch, Tenya doing an axe kick via Recipro, Izuku using full cowling along with a right fist smash, and Boruto enhancing his feet in chakra before taking off, throwing his lightning bolt from the air. The last panel shows Boruto, Izuku, Bakugo, Sarada Shoto, Tenya, Mitsuki, Ochako, Sumair, Momo, Tsuyu, and Fumikage in one unit with determined looks. As the ending closes, it shows they're ready to take on a challenge that comes their way without backing down. That officially wraps up the Battle of Hosu arc, with Stain and the Mujina bandits down and behind bars. After the next chapter's aftermath, it'll be the start of diving into the hype stuff and y'all know what that means. Anyways, thanks for reading and until next time. 805 Chapter 57. Aftermath. Hosu Incident. Watching from atop, looks like Phantomai and Sarada Uchiha were down there this entire time. Shin. Kurogiri gazes to the Uchiha. Damn it. If I had known that, we would have joined the fight. Adult Shin scoffs it off, but with those pro-heroes down there too, they'd just be in the way. Watching via binoculars, Tamura sees a couple Nomu get arrested, restrained by the police, making him scratch his neck in anger, before disintegrating the binoculars in his hand to dust. We're leaving, Tamura said. Fine. Adult Shin lets it slide, it wouldn't make a difference tangoing with Phantomai now anyway. Satisfied with the results? Kurogiri asks. Depending on tomorrow's headlines, moron. Tamura grumbles as they teleport back to the bar through Shin's one-eyed creature's portal. Opening 5. Sora ni Utaiba, by Amazurashi starts with a Rasengan aimed towards the ground and a smash that clears the smoke all around in a unison. Out of the cleared dust stands the MCs, Izuku and Boruto, who are in battle position with firm looks as they face a platoon of villains in front of them. Before they do, All Might and Naruto appear beside them, with smiles of approval. The teens nod with smiles too before the two go charging at the villains with their signature moves. The logo appears as things start off. As the song plays, Naruto stands on top of the building as the wind blows through his white cap. Next shows All Might standing on top of UA's building with his cape also blowing in the breeze. Next reveals Sasuke and Gran Torino with frowns, the latter thinking back to All Might's master, Nanashimura. With the song furthering, it shows Izuku, Boruto, Sarada, and Todoroki with looks of concern as they gaze at Tenya, who shows a look of seriousness as he aims to avenge his hospitalized brother and hunt down the hero killer. It then shows shots of a few Class 1A students with determined looks. Sumair, who thinks back to her past life as a villain and using Nu to attack the city. Ochako, who thinks back to her perseverance and battle against Katsuki at the sports festival. Mitsuki recalls back to being in a test tub and looking up at Orochimaru. Momo, with her head down, recalls her performance back at the sports festival, and Katsuki, with an angry glare, recalls back to the 2 times Izuku tried to save him, as a kid and with Sludge Villain, and recalls his scuffles with Boruto when they were kids in their battle at the sports festival, which he lost in the end, further angering the hothead. We then see the Battle of Hosu, showing Hero Killer Stain wielding 2 knives and his tongue flying out in a battle cry. Boruto throwing down a bolt of lightning while airborne, Shoto launching a stream of flames from his left side, combined with a large fireball that's launched by Sarada, Tenya speeding up and doing a reciprocal kick, and Izuku zigzagging from wall to wall using full cowling and going for an axe punch. Next shots show the League of Villains, Tamura, the Shins, and Kurogiri, and the Mujina Bandits, led by Shojoji, who grins evilly with his arms crossed over his chest. The last panels show Class 1A, each in battle poses, before we click back to Boruto and Izuku, being in front of the group, powering up with their quirk auras as the song closes. Chapter 57. Aftermath, Hosu Incident. At the Hosu General Hospital, Izuku, Boruto, Sarada, Shoto, and Tenya were transferred to the hospital for treatment. The 5 UA students made it through a rough night of fighting 2 villains and were exhausted. Nonetheless, everything turned out well and they got 4 of it alive, for the most part. Sheesh. Boruto sighs, sitting up in bed. What a night, huh? Were you guys able to sleep? He asks. I know I couldn't, he admits. Me neither, Shoto replies. Same, Sarada nods. Not me either, Izuku said, while Tenya gazes down. Even though we did something amazing, it's a miracle we're still alive after what happened, he said, making them recall Stain's murderous aura that sent shivers down their spines. With my leg messed up, I was an easy target. Yeah. While I was in midair, he got off a right hook instead of stabbing me at that moment. Boruto said, he predicted our movements and found lots of openings, but chose not to deliver anything lethal. Even judging by the aura he displayed, it was clear that he was pulling his punches and didn't go all out against us, Sarada notes. Shoto agrees, looking at his bandage's left arm. He let the 4 of us live on purpose. He turns to Tenya. I'm impressed with you, Iida. He was actually trying to murder you, but you stood tall. No, it's not true. Tenya shakes his head, gazing down. I was. Before he could finish, the door opens and reveals Torino and Manuel walking in. Oh, so the injured youngsters are awake. The former of the 2 marches to Izuku. Idiot, I could yell at you for hours right now. Yeah. Sorry. Izuku meekly replies. But before I do, Torino turns to the open door. You have a visitor. A man with the head of a dog in a black suit walks in and Torino introduces. This is Hosu's chief of police, Kenji Suragame. A dog? Boruto raises a brow inwardly. T the chief? Izuku stutters dramatically in thought. The 4 students stood up from their beds and before Izuku's the last one to do so. No, please stay seated, woof. Kenji advises to him in a dog phrase. He then speaks, so you're the UA students who brought down Shojoji and the hero killer, huh? Yes, sir. Sarada replies. The chief's come all the way to see us? Why? Shoto wonders. Stain has some serious injuries, severe burns, several broken bones, and internal damage to his organs. As for Shojoji, he also has severe burns and internal damage to his backside. Kenji explains to the teens, with Uzumaki knowing the internal inflictions was his doing. Right now, they're in the hospital under strict guard, woof. He continues to the main topic. Here's a lesson you should have already known. He begins, when quirks became the norm, the police force sought to maintain status and decided not to use the quirks as weapons. That's when heroes came in. They could do what we couldn't, if they were licensed of course, woof. He adds, it would be impossible for the police to condone the use of quirks, after all were to stop such harm from being done. The only reason heroes can use their powers now is because of the strict code of ethics that they abide by. Recalling back to their handiworks at the defeat of Stain and Shoujoji, without having permission from their supervisors and being unlicensed, the students realize what this means as Kenji reveals, that's why it's against the law for uncertified people to use their quirks to cause injury. He adds, whether or not you were up against the hero killer or the Mujina gang, none of you had the authority to harm the villains. This surprises the teens, especially Boruto and Shoto, as Kenji reveals another thing. That means the 5 of you, Phantomai, Endeavor, Manuel, and Gran Torino, are sure to receive harsh punishment for this gross abuse of your powers. Not getting this, Boruto speaks up, hold on, that makes absolutely no sense. Tento was close to getting devoured by Shoujoji, and if it wasn't for me, he would have been dead, he argues. Same thing with Stain, if Iida hadn't shown up, Native would have been murdered. Shoto argues as well, if not for Midoriya and Uchiha, both of them would be dead. He adds, both villains were in Hosu and nobody realized that. Are you saying we should have sit by and watch people die? So it's okay to break the law as long as it goes your way? Kenji counters. Yes, it is. Boruto answers, straight up, so you're telling us that it's a crime to save people now? Even a child's? He glares and counters with a question of his own, looks like you value the rules way more than someone's endangered life. Nobody said that. But there are still regulations that have to be followed, Kenji responds. Regulations? I didn't become a hero just to follow the rules, Chief. The blonde argues, if someone's life is in danger, I'm saving them and that's that. Exactly as Uzumaki said, it's supposed to be a hero's job to save people, is it not? Shoto argues at the chief too, or does that mean nothing to you? Guys. Sarada sees the argument getting tense. See, calm down. Izuku stammers to the two with hands held up. Kenji closes his eyes, unsurprised, and comments on both their attitudes. This is why both of you are not full-fledged pros yet. He adds, it's obvious UA, Firefox, Phantomai, and Endeavor haven't been teaching you near enough. He shakes his head, what a shame. Hearing this mockery greatly angers Uzumaki and Todoroki in response. Say that again. Boruto exclaims. You damn mutt, Shoto as well. They march at the chief and preparing to lash out at him, furious that he expects them to sit idly and do nothing but obey the law. Stop it, you two. Sarada tries telling them. Listen, he's right, Tenya too. No, he's not, Boruto rebukes as him and Shoto still continue. Torino steps in front of them with his right hand out. Kids, stop right there. He says calmly to the two, making them stop in frustration. You want to hear him out till the end. What I said is the official stance at the police department. Kenji continues, but any punishment would be necessary if this went public. He taps his nose as he adds, if it did, you'd probably be applauded by citizens everywhere, but there's no way you could escape from being reprimanded. He adds an alternate scenario, on the other hand, we could say Phantomai saved the day. Stained Burns would support their story completely and we could pretend as if you weren't involved, woof. He phrases, there were very few witnesses. This could probably be the last you heard of any punishments. He tells the kids, this would mean no one would know about your achievements. You'd receive no claim at all. He adds in recall, although you two have already made yourselves known due to your involvement with the Otsutsuki, recently. He refers to Boruto and Izuku, who simply gaze without saying a word. On the other hand, the teens see this as a form of amnesty as Kenji offers, now then. The choice is yours. He adds, personally, I know where I stand. He gives them a thumbs up, and I don't want to damage any promising young careers, not over a mistake like this. Either way, we'll have to take responsibility for being negligent as supervisors. Manuel sighs. Feeling guilty, Tenya walks up to him and bows, I'm sorry, I should have listened. Giving him a light chop to the head, yeah. You caused us a lot of trouble. Manuel reprimands, hands on hips, remember that and don't do it again. Sir. Tenya complies. The rest of the students follow suit while gazing at Kenji, realizing the dog chief is doing this cover story to help them avoid punishment. And, I'm sorry too. Izuku bows. Same here, Sarada too. Me too. Shoto as well. They glance to Boruto for his answer, who hesitates a little. But eventually does it, fine. We'll leave it to you. He bows anyway. I know it's not fair. Kenji understands, you won't get to enjoy the fame and praise you probably would have received otherwise. Actually, sir. Sarada speaks, gazing up, it's fine if we don't receive any praise or fame. We're just glad that some civilians weren't hurt at the end of all this. Hearing this, her classmates agreed with her completely and nodded to the chief, who understands, very well. Kenji approves her statement, but at least. The chief, himself, bows to the students, allow me, as Hosu's chief of police, to thank you. Boruto and Shoto give off slight embarrassed expressions, you could have started the conversation off with that. Ya no. The former said, with the latter agreeing. Him and Todoroki showing awkwardness since they got riled up with the chief earlier without hearing him all the way through. Izuku, Sarada, and Tenya smile in relief at this being resolved. At the end of the day, they all did something incredible and won't forget this, despite how tough it was. Little would they know, this event would cause changes to happen once again in the villain society, just like it did when the Otsutsuki invasion happened. Next day. In the daylight of Hosu City, credit of the villain's defeats went to Phantomai, but this time, the chief decided to add Endeavor in addition. Whoa. The hero killer got arrested, a civilian tells. Seriously? Who took him down? Another asks. Phantomai. Just what you'd expect from the number 3 hero, talk about amazing. Cool and handsome too. A female civilian blisses. Can't forget the number 4 hero, Endeavor. Props to both of them. They even took down a gang called the Mujina Bandits, how awesome is that? On the news. Recently, the gang that called themselves the Mujina Bandits, led by Shoujoji, were arrested, along with 3 other villains during the Hosu incident. A reporter man speaks, the identities and motives of the 3 hideous individuals were left unknown. He shows the Nomus, but their distinctive appearances and the presence of 4 people are reporters filmed nearby. They zoom into Tamura, the Shins and Kurogiri on top of the build while observing the chaos. Many speculate that they're connected to the League of Villains that attacked UA High last month, right before the Otsutsuki's attack that happened shortly after the end of the sports festival. The female reporter begins, moving on, the hero killer stain is starting to leave his mark on Japan, if not the world. Just like the Otsutsuki before him. Ever since heroes like All Might, Firefox, and many top powerful pros came to the scene, the hero killer has had more victims than any other criminal, but with his arrest, everyone in the country can sleep a little easier. Villains Bar. While reading the newspaper, turns out that Pig, Shoujoji, was a huge dud after all. Tamura speaks, unsurprised, but this on the other hand. He shakes his hands in anger, first it was Momoshiki, and now Stain. He sneers, what about my Nomus? He tears up the newspaper and throws it aside before punching down his right fist on the bar counter. Not only have they not forgotten. We didn't even make the front page. Even if we didn't, our presence was still known on the camera. You're even forgetting they think Stain, Shoujoji, and the Nomus have something to do with us. Adult Shin notes, even our league name wouldn't have been brought up on the newspapers if it wasn't for theories like that. I don't give a damn. At the end of the day, my plan backfired and we're stuck being talked about under someone else's cocktail. Tamura sneers, don't you get that? He turns to the Uchiha. Shin closes his eyes, unimpressed, you're such a child, Shigaraki. He adds, you're already not seeing the bigger picture here and it's sad. Bigger picture? What the hell are you talking about? Tamura sneers, confused. Figure that out yourself. Adult Shin replies, then again, the answer will be here before you even realize. He adds before grabbing and drinking a glass of wine from Kurogiri, while the hand-masked villain merely glares at him. Hosu Hospital. Walking out the room, Boruto walks around for some fresh air and moves his left bandage's shoulder around for a bit to test if the pain's gone down. The pain's not as bad as it was before, so that's a bonus, he thought. Boruto. The blonde teen sees Tento wave happily, with his father standing beside him. Oh, Tento. He waves back, hurrying over to him. It's good to see you're doing well. You too, even though you got hurt protecting me, Tento said. It's part of being a hero, what can you say? He grins. Thank you so much for saving my son. I was worried sick when I couldn't find him. Ikkyu bows his head. No problem, sir. He replies, it's a good thing us, heroes, were on the scene to fight them off. By the way, I had no idea you were going to be in Hosu, Tento said. Yeah. The blonde chuckles, rubbing his head, I meant for it to be a surprise until the attack on this city happened. So, how long do you plan on staying here? Tento asks, because I was wondering if you could train me more with knife throwing. Unfortunately, I cannot. Boruto replies, explaining, I'm doing work studies and the pro I'm interning with says we're leaving after this. Ah, bummer. Tento puffs his cheeks. I mean, we only came here to bring down the hero killer and that's been accomplished. Boruto shrugs, even those Mujina thugs are behind bars. According to the recent news, Phantomai and Endeavor brought them down, Ikkyu recalls. Even though it was him and his 4 classmates that defeated them, the blonde knows this is just a cover story to prevent him and his friends from getting busted by the law, which is ridiculous to him, deciding to go along with that article. Yep, they're really strong and Phantomai is the one I'm interning with, he said, surprising the Madokas. Well, I'll be. You're sure to learn a lot from the number 3 hero, Ikkyu replies, smiling. How awesome is that? Tento beams, before recalling, oh, that reminds me, hey dad. He turns to him, I fought using the knife techniques that Boruto taught me, he adds, I practiced a whole lot. And he tightens his fist and grins, I'm gonna try my best every day from now on. To become a great adult that can support you. Surprised by this, Tento. Ikkyu mutters, smiling nevertheless. Turning back to the blonde, and thank you again for saving me. Tento smiles, I'll continue to work hard. And possibly awaken my own quirk one of these days. I believe ya. Boruto nods, once that happens, get strong and come to UA one day. He grins, I'll be waiting. Widening his eyes and encouraged by those words, Tento grins brightly, I will. He extends a hand, I'll see you around, Boruto. Yeah, until we meet again. They shakes hands before Tento and Ikkyu leave the hospital, wishing the teen luck in his internship. Back to the room. Hey, guys. Just got finished talking with Tento. Boruto informs upon closing the door. Same. Just got done talking with Uraraka. Izuku said, plus, isn't it the kid you saved from Shoujoji? He asks. Yep. He nods upon coming over. Guys, Iida just got his test results back, Shoto informs. Really? What's the verdict? The blonde asks curiously upon glancing to the turbo quirk user. Tenya stays silent for a few seconds before revealing, my left hand has damage that's permanent. What? Boruto trails. Permanent. Izuku widens as well. Both my arms were pretty torn up and my left arm was especially severe. Tenya rubs his bandaged arm, the damage was to my brachial plexus. Which means I'll have trouble moving my fingers and my hand might have numbness. He adds, but there's a chance it could be healed with nerve transplant surgery. He then thinks back to his reckless encounter with Stain, when I came across the hero killer. I stopped thinking rationally. He knows, the first thing I should have done was call Manuel. But I got lost and blinded by own anger. He recalls Stain's words about him being a failure as a hero, making him state his thoughts, I hate him so much. But I can't deny he spoke the truth. That's why, he looks at his left arm, until I'm able to call myself a hero. I'll leave my left hand as it is. Are you sure? Sarada asks, concerned. Yes, Tenya nods. Looking at the wrinkles on his own damaged right hand, Izuku understands and speaks, Iida. I feel the same way. He puts his fist out, let's get stronger, together, he said, getting a nod from Tenya as he understands. Shoto sweats a little, you know, I feel bad, he said, confusing them. About what? Boruto raises a brow. Whenever I'm involved, someone's hand gets all messed up. He looks at his own hand in a gaze, is something wrong with me? He gets a little sarcastic, am I cursed? Speechless and giving blank gazes, his four classmates burst into laughter. Todoroki, wa? Sarada couldn't finish as she laughs. I didn't know you had a sense of humor, Izuku laughs. It's not a joke. I'm like the hand crushed or something, Shoto sarcastically says again, making them laugh even more. The hand crusher? Tenya laughs. Ha, if that were true, me and Sarada would have had crushed hands as well. Boruto points and laughs with a hand to his stomach. After getting a good laugh, Sarada brings up, oh yeah, Boruto. She gets his attention, what's with the mark in your hand? She asks. I was wondering about that too. Shoto voices, did you always have that? I didn't recall you having that during the sports festival, Tenya said. About this. Boruto reveals, I've had this since we fought Momoshiki. Huh? Sarada's surprised. After you fought Momoshiki? Shoto narrows a brow. Yeah, it was a week ago in that dimension we fought him in, Izuku adds. Looking at the mark, Boruto states, I don't know anything for sure yet. But why keep something so sketchy, a secret? Sarada asks. Sorry, I promised Phantom I would, he replies. My dad? She's surprised to hear. Yeah, and until I find out more about it, please don't tell anyone, not even our classmates. Boruto advises, this is probably just a new power that I've got to control. Seems so. But you have our word, we'll keep it to ourselves, Shoto nods. Yeah, I do owe you after what we got through, Tenya nods, along with Sarada. Okay, thanks. Boruto replies. Izuku gazes in worry a little, just what exactly is that mark? He wonders inwardly, feeling something off about it. At UA. So, the hero killer Stain. Naruto looks on the newspaper in his office, what a fanatic ideology. It shows his background and everything. Shikamaru said, the guy's defeat is spreading like wildfire across the country. Right, and when it comes to charisma, Stain's opinions and All Might's symbol of peace thing are almost alike, Naruto compares. That sounded like a compliment, Laz Shadow trails. On the contrary, it wasn't. The blonde clears up, this is going all over the media, online news, TV, and magazines. And it's only going to inspire and influence people with new ideas. It will, and I doubt there's going to be any suppression. Even when this spreads out to villains everywhere in particular, Shikamaru said. Even the copycats, and most of all, the League of Villains. Naruto reveals, according to the recent incident that happened at Hosu, they're under the impression that Stain and the League are connected. If this is true, Shikamaru hates to think this, then this is an upgrade on the villain's part. What do you mean by that? Naruto asks. Think about it, if there are villains who saw every detail of Stain's ideology and are inspired by it, then they'll go to the group that he's connected with. Laz Shadow explains, hence, turning the League, themselves, from a bunch of juvenile delinquents that attacked the USJ out of nowhere, to being a group that carries Stain's ideology. Well damn, that'll mean even more trouble since the Otsutsuki are dangerous and a pain enough as it is. Naruto scoffs, putting the pieces together even more, there'll be a new wave of villains seeking the League out, whether they're big or small, same thing goes for whether they're strong or weak. If all that evil gathers under one group, then they'll multiply to 100 times that. Shikamaru theorizes, the League itself could have a leader that works from behind the scenes and he or she could have predicted this would happen. As if he's removing obstacles to further his own plans. Naruto mutters with a finger under his chin, before recalling, All Might and I did have a conversation with Tsukuaki about a Nomu that possessed multiple quirks. Multiple quirks, Shikamaru narrows, until he comes to a realization with eyes widen, you don't mean, that guy. I do. Naruto nods, serious gaze, that being said, it's none other than. He reveals, all for one. This shocks Shikamaru as he adds, the one who killed his master, Shimura, also the one I used to look up to as well. If that theory is correct, then we need to tell All Might. Shikamaru suggests. He already knows. The blonde replies, we had that conversation with Tsukuaki, and caught on to it right away. He then speaks inwardly, sooner or later, he'll have to tell Midoriya the truth and full essence of One for All, including Boruto since he already knows. Meanwhile, Stain's defeat continues to spread at various angles, including his motives and ideology. Having heard this from their locations, various villains continue to make their moves at multiple angles in the underworld. At another bar, in a hostess bar, two men are talking. A large man states that crime has taken a turn for the worse ever since All Might and then Fire Fox appeared and decides that he might retire. However, a man smoking a cigarette, Jiren, tells the large man to hold off his retirement, don't be rash. Listen, he smokes, just between you and me, I know of a way to make some real cash. He digs in his pocket while holding his gun burner up, keep this on the down low. I'm telling you because I know your guys have quality goods to sell. He grins straightly as he takes at his phone, showing a video about Stain, have you seen this yet? What's that? The eye-patched man asks. The hero killer. Jiren reveals, he's hot right. He presses the play button, in which it begins telling Stain's backstory and how he views the current society's pros as nothing but frauds and does violent purges to draw the society to his side. These streets must run with the blood of hypocrites. He growled, hero. He sneers, I will reclaim that word. He exclaims, I'll kill you frauds. And these so-called Otsutsuki. Altogether. He roared, now come on. Just try and stop me you fakes. He challenged, there's only one man I'll let kill me. All Might is worthy. The clip shows his final words before being arrested. After that video finished, then there's this one. Garen grins and smiles while the next video reveals the attack after the sports festival, courtesy of the Otsutsuki, led by Momoshiki. The video starts with Momoshiki's psychopathic laugh as he was wreaking havoc on the UA stadium. While he formed a large-tailed beast bomb, once we obtain all the fox's chakra that he has, we'll regrow that divine tree and soon. He grins in addition, all life on this planet will be perished and there's nothing that you vulgar creatures, whether you call yourselves heroes or villains, can do about it, absolutely nothing. The clip ends at that. The broker gasps as he's shocked and horrified after seeing both clips, while Jiren notes, both videos keep getting uploaded and immediately taken down online. He adds, but they just can't stop it. He smokes, it's not hard to see. He reveals, these two have stirred up something in people, especially the Otsutsuki, Momoshiki. He goes on to the details. He displayed mad power during his rampage at UA and made a declaration of war to both sides, heroes and villains alike. Also revealing the difference in ability. No average villain or hero would stand a chance against them. He adds while still smoking his cigarette, as for Stain. It's villains with countless convictions to villains on the run. He continues, if you put 2 and 2 together. The hero killer also made his declaration of killing off the Otsutsuki, right after Momoshiki declared the same thing upon the world. He smirks, a new wave of villains have already been growing stronger in their own ways since the aftermath of the sports festival to know what they're up against in the Otsutsuki. Heck, a few of them are working to acquire power to try and match the level of strength those white guys possess. And now that Stain has announced his speech right back at the white beings and the heroes at the same time, it'll drive all the major players, including myself that are watching, to making our moves. His glasses glow, it's infectious, can you feel it? He asks as the broke grins awkwardly while still shocked. At the same time, more major villains are seen. A tall young man with pointed teeth, shoulder-length wavy black hair that's all over the right side of his face, and light blue eyes. He wears a red, sleeveless, pinstriped turtleneck shirt along with matching arm warmers and black pants. He walks out of a building after slaughtering some people with his blade, which is a large sword covered in bandages and the hilt being a small skull. He grins in a chuckle as he puts the large blade behind his back and leaves. While walking through a tunnel, a man with a lizard appearance and green skin is seen smiling while putting on a mask similar to the hero killer's and brushing his purple hair back with his hands, also carrying a large sheathed blade behind his back. In a random dark building, the girl with the school uniform clothes on kills the civilians, having their blood splashed on the wall and her knife, as she grins and giggles psychopathically while standing over her victim. A young man with burnt, gnarled scars down to the low side of his face and neck, walks in an alley with hands in pocket, with an emotionless face. On top of a building, a tall individual wearing a kabuki mask with eye holes, a protuberant nose and a frowning mouth. He carries a sword strapped vertically to his back and wears a long hooded dark gray cloak. He simple stands above a city as the wind blows through his cloak before he disappears a ninja-like fashion. In a random hideout, a man with symbolized bandages around his head to his eyes meaning he's blind, with black hair underneath and wears a long black coat with gray linings and designs on the hems, a black necklace, a dark blue sash tied to the waist by a gray band, scars on the chest and open heel boots. He sits on a chair after watching Stain's motives and Momoshiki's speech, grinning to himself all the while. In a mist of purple gas, a villain with a black Gakurin school uniform along with teal gloves, white shoes and a green gas mask, walks through while spreading more. Standing on top of the tree's tip, a girl with black eyes, spiky black hair with a blue tint which reaches past her shoulder blades and secured by an orange headband. She wears a black cropped turtleneck and matching capri leggings underneath a blue coat with darker outline, brown belt with silver buckle, dark brown sleeveless gloves, and black boots. While the wind breezes through her hair, she has a solemn expression that's unreadable. After that, she jumps down from the forest tree, landing and walking onward. Meanwhile, Arashiki enters the otherworld dimension, after seeing the Stain speech. That was a bold statement you preached out. Hero killer. He grins nonchalantly, now that sets many targets on my back and ones to get in my way. He adds, the heroes that fought us before proved themselves to be strong. But this league of villains that the hero killer is connected to, could be threatening obstacles in the future as well. He knows since he's an Otsutsuki, having a hunch that just like the heroes, many villains will come after his head too. Not that it matters since most of them aside from Kurogiri and Shin can't dimension cross to where he is. Either way, the superhuman society is welcome to take their shot at me. Snatching their quirks for the divine tree will be so much easier. He chuckles evilly, with his energized fishing rod by his shoulder. Now, what to do at this time? At the same time, while villains from across the country gather, Jiren notes this as he grins. The heroes, nor the Otsutsuki, know what's awakening. The evil that was once scattered, hiding deep and quiet in places that no one could see them, now has rallying cry that's calling out to them. He reveals, individual villains are seeking out the organization that Stain was a part of, the League of Villains. Ending 5. Laika, by Bird Bear Hare and Fish. Opens with Naruto aiding Boruto in enlarging his Rasengan while All Might lending his power to Izuku's surging right arm. As they prepare their attacks, shots are show of Class 1A, the UA teachers, the pros and cage heroes, Sasuke, All Might, and Naruto. All of them watch as Boruto and Izuku use their current attacks to land a devastating blow on the enemy in front of them. As the song starts to play, Boruto picks up a crystal before taking off in a dash, running by Sarada and Shoto, who look in confusion. Next shows Izuku meeting up with them and catching something that lands in his hands, smiling after seeing it's a crystal. He looks to his left to see Boruto with a different crystal, both smiling brightly, along with Sarada and Shoto. Next shows Tenya, in his hero costume, with a look of depression, thinking of his injured brother before his expression turns into a glare of vengeance that's dark and directed towards the hero killer, Stain. As he sunk deeper into a mind of revenge, Izuku, Boruto, Shoto, and Sarada are in front of him, with their hero costumes on. Boruto would combine his crystal with Izuku's and the latter would hold it out in giving it to Tenya, in hopes of cheering up their friend and put his mind at ease. Tenya would hesitate a little before putting his hand on the crystal in Izuku's hand. The next panel shows the 5 UA students fighting on the streets of Hosu. They each battle multiple Nomus, fighting evenly against them. As they fight the creatures, they resort to their powerful attacks. Shoto blasting a stream fire, Sarada using her Sharingan and a chakra-enhanced punch, Tenya doing an axe kick via Recipro, Izuku using full cowling along with a right fist smash, and Boruto enhancing his feet in chakra before taking off, throwing his lightning bolt from the air. The last panel shows Boruto, Izuku, Bakugo, Sarada Shoto, Tenya, Mitsuki, Ochako, Sumair, Momo, Tsuyu, and Fumikage in one unit with determined looks. As the ending closes, it shows they're ready to take on a challenge that comes their way without backing down. Hosu's prison cell. Now then, a man with 2 scars across his face speaks. It's probably pointless, but let me start by saying it'll go so much better for you if you speak honestly, you trash. You're Ibiki Morino and Hosu's police chief, Kenji Saragame, as well as Sai Yamanaka, the chief of the Anbu Black Op Force, right? Shoujoji talks and identifies, while he's restrained by chains and covered in bandages from his fight against the UA students. Last I check, you both aren't even a part of Hosu's police force, so why come all the way here? That's none of your business, trash. Ibiki replies, bluntly, are you associated with the League of Villains? What makes you think I was ever associated with those low lives? Shoujoji answers back in a blunt way. We'll take that as a no. Kenji speaks, hands in pockets. Now it's time to speak about everything else you know. I'll bet all the intel I have is important to you guys, isn't it? So I won't be talking unless I get something just as valuable in return. Shoujoji refuses. Don't try me, trash. Ibiki rebukes, you'll soon regret being this arrogant. That's when the door creaks open, revealing to be none other than Sasuke, as he walks in, shocking the Mujina leader. Sorry for calling you over here. Sai said. No, you're doing me a favor. Sasuke states otherwise, I've been wanting to speak to him directly. He marches to the Mujina boss, standing in front of him, while Shoujoji sweats in fear. The Uchiha starts, you know who I am, right? Phantome, the number 3 hero. Shoujoji utters out, also know as Sasuke. Uchiha. Of course you do. He continues, those who've survived in the society's underworld knows of me. He adds, they also know the lengths I'll go through when it comes to trash like you. Quote. Shoujoji lowers his gaze. What do you know about the mark on Boruto's palm? Sasuke asks, needing answers. I don't know anything specific, I swear to you that I don't. Shoujoji replies quickly, it's just that I overheard this conversation, amongst some suspicious guys wearing black robes. He reveals. Where was this? And how many people were there? The Uchiha continues. I don't remember. I came across them by chance in the basement of some building I robbed a long time ago, I don't know how many there were. This is when he widens and remembers, that's right. He reveals their name, they called themselves, Kara, the Husk. Kara. Sai narrows a brow. That's a new one on me, woof. Kenji phrases. My instincts alone told me they were bad news, so I booked out as fast as I could. Shoujoji said, gazing downward after recalling that, this may not be relevant, but I know full well of Orochimaru's curse marks. He adds, but the thing that appeared on Fire Fox's brat was something completely different. I mean, it's not as if I give a damn either way, of course. Quote. Sasuke merely glares, hinting that from the information he just heard, Boruto's mark could mean something greater and dangerous. At the Hosu hospital, Boruto gazes out the window and looks down at the mark in his palm, wondering what this thing really is. In another hideout far out, 9 figures with black cloaks meet up, discussing the recent events. First it was Momoshiki, and now Stains left his mark in the underworld. One of them mentions, with the tattoo of Roman 6. What do you think, Sir Jigen? Another asks, with the Roman tattoo of 8. Intriguing. The leader replies, sitting in his chair, the actions they've started have caused the low and first-rate individuals to make their uproars in the underbelly of society. He adds without no concern, nevertheless, nothing has changed. We move on to the next phase of our plan. He reveals to the rest of his organization, who comply and agree. From this point, things are sure to get dangerous against the villains of the underworld. As of now, the plot thickens. Multiple parties have made their moves in this chapters, leading to multiple encounters that will shake the superhuman society to its core. This also wraps up the Battle of Hosu arc, with multiple villains revealed, especially the Husk organization themselves, Kara. Now that Boruto's villain group enters the fray, things will definitely start to heat up from here, as well as Season 2 almost closing out. Take your best guesses to predict what's next. Anyways, thanks for reading and until next time. 805 Chapter 58, Hashirama Cells. Somewhere, on a high peak in the mountains, a cloaked figure watches the pass as the wind blows, while eating a fruit before spitting a seed out. Now then. He then jumps off the stone pillar. As he falls downward, heh. A grin is formed around his purple lips as he descends onward. Opening 6 inches Golden Time, by Fujifabric. Opens up at the City of Silence before we cut to a few UA students in hero costumes. Sarada, one neon tree with a knife, Katsuki, on a building with a grimace, Mitsuki, on a hill with a book in his hand, Shinki, on a branch with his arms crossed, Izuku, in front of a white flag with a closed fist, and Boruto, on a moving train with a reached fist out before the title appears full on. We go into Izuku training with Gran Torino while training to get better control of One for All. When he uses a smash that causes wind to blow around, Torino grins at his progress. Next shows Boruto sparring with Sasuke with aid from Sarada, the two working with attack coordinations that Phantom sees through and bests them, causing them to sigh, grin. Next shows Boruto reaching a hand out to the back turned Naruto while Izuku does the same to All Might, only for both boys to grab blue crystal fragments before they blow out. As the song continues, panels of more UA interns are shown. Shinki with iron sand spread around him and arms crossed over chest, Tsubaki, in a widespread battle position and a hand on her sheathed sword, Sumair, riding on the jungle cat form of Nu, Pony, on all fours with her horns ready, Suyu, doing a frog hope with her frog tongue out, and Momo forming a staff from her left hand via creation Quirk. Next shows R's MCs standing back to back, turning to the other with a firm smile as they prepare to fight. They're joined by Sarada, who smirks, Mitsuki, who smiles with eyes closed, Katsuki, who scoffs irritably, and the other 6 interns, Shinki, Sumair, Momo, Pony, Suyu, and Tsubaki, and pro-heroes Konohamaru, Genist, Miriko, and Mujino in addition. The next scene shows them in battle positions and glaring straight up at the appearance of Victor, who chuckles evilly as 2 arms sprout from his body. Deepa, who grins psychopathically with hands raised, and Zorvas, who smirks deeply with arms crossed. This is when we see the fight in the setting of Valley City. Konohamaru, Mirko, and Mujino fighting Victor, who easily repels them with his sprouted arms. Zorvas slicing through multiple horns and fibers launched by Pony and Genist before repelling a cannonball by Momo and duels Tsubaki with his quirk, finding their interlock entertaining before backing away from her and dodging multiple purple blasts from the jungle cat form of Nu as Sumair rides on the beast. Then switches over to Deepa dodging a fireball from Sarada and multiple shadow snakes from Mitsuki before using his quirk on Shinki, who blocks it with iron sand as Suyu tries to grab the villain via her tongue, only for Deepa to avoid it as Bakugo blasts him from behind, only for the villain to come out unfazed, all while grinning. Last shows the MCs using their signature attacks to finish things off, Izuku using full cowling to zigzag and deliver a Detroit smash while Boruto comes from above with a Rasengan in hand. Both do a battle cry as their attacks crash down on the battlefield, sending off dust and shockwaves into that of a whirlwind. Next shows shots of various individuals. The rest of Class 1A with Shoto and Iida in front, Class 1B, the UA teachers, staff, Orochimaru along with Suigetsu, Karen, and Jugo, the League of Villains Tamura, the Shins, Kurogiri, and 4 new recruits Arashiki, who smirks, Kara the Husk, shadowed appearance, the Cage Heroes with Naruto leading, and the top pros with All Might in front. Last panel shows the MC duo standing tall, along with everyone else who was present during the battle as the breeze blows through them before the song ends. Chapter 58. Hashirama Cells. Konoha City. 3 days later after being cleared from the Hosu hospital, Boruto is busy training in the forest, taking a step forward before launching multiple knives at the target circle. 4 of them connect, but by the time his last one hits, it cuts the target in half and sticks into a rock, with steam flowing from the knife in advance. Rubbing his heading and thinking, what? Did I use too much power? He mutters to himself before gazing down at the mark in his right palm. You and Sarada are working pretty hard. I'm impressed. Sasuke walks to him. Phantome. Boruto turns around before knowing, so when are we gonna go and investigate? Investigate what? Sasuke asks. What else? We can't sit back and relax after Shojoji spilled the beans. He replies anxiously, let's go and find this organization who knows about this mark. He suggested, raising his symboled hand, I want to find out what this weird thing is about. Blindly seeking an enemy without knowing their circumstance or intent invites only death. The Phantom Hero notes with his one hand on hip, that's the scenario you guys did back in Hosu with Stain and Shojoji. He adds, next time, let me give you the permission to take action so you can avoid being reprimanded by the law. I told Sarada the same thing too. He understands. I know that you want to rush out there, but this is the time to learn from as many people as you can and gain experience. And this internship offers the perfect opportunity for that. Quote. Boruto tilts his head downward a little. Although, I'm one to talk. Sasuke states otherwise, making the blonde perk up. I broke the law more than once when I was your age, even Naruto did the same, but for different reasons. Whoa, seriously? He's surprised to hear. Yes. He changes the subject. That aside, the article posted recently may have said it was me in Endeavor, but don't let it change the fact that it was you, Sarada, and your other friends that brought down the hero killer and Mujina gang, and ended up saving the night. Sasuke reminds, and nowadays, sometimes breaking the law is necessary to be the hero and do what needs to be done, even if others won't step up and do it. He adds, but until you get a license, stick to having my permission to fight. Right. Boruto understands, somewhat. Taking out a black glove, try this on. Sasuke suggests as his intern takes it and looks over it, that mark on your hand attracts attention. I'm not gonna act all scared because of it. Boruto declares, no matter who or what may come at me, all. Asking for trouble to come to you is what fools do. The Uchiha interrupts and notes out. Well, since my mentor is instructing me to do so. He puts on the fingerless glove over his right hand, covering his mark in the process, it kinda looks cool. And a heads up, we'll be going on another mission soon. Sasuke reveals, tomorrow at dawn. A mission? What's it about? He asks, a little surprise. Details will be explained when we get there. The pro replies before walking off, get ready until then. Yes sir. Boruto nods. The thought of another mission this soon after the Hosu incident was surprising to him, but nevertheless, he's ready for it. SMMAASSHH. Izuku yelled as he's training with Gran Torino, who dodges his punch but felt the strong wind from that. Good job getting better with your quirk, kid. Torino compliments, I guess you getting involved with the mess at Hosu wasn't so bad after all. Hey, yeah, Izuku chuckled a little after turning off the electricity around him. We got one more week before you go back to class, so we'll use the rest of this time to strengthen your body. Torino said. Right, Izuku nods, smiling to himself, I'm glad that all that's happened is helping me get stronger. Hey, you're awfully chipper than before. He pointed out before hearing his phone ring from his pocket, what do we have here? Torino takes out his device and answers it. While his mentor talks on the phone, Izuku thinks back to the Hosu hospital after departing Boruto and the others. Also still wondering what his best friend's mark really is. Flashback. It's been a while since the Hosu incident and everyone's almost at their second last week of internships. On the news, the hero killer and the Mujina bandits were the talk of the town, especially the former. The article posted out. When 7 pro heroes and 5 high school students came across both villains, Phantom and Endeavor rushed over and took care of the situation. Hence, the official story released by the police, and in the edition, Izuku, Boruto, Sarada, Shoto, and Tenya's names weren't made public and their injuries were covered as an accident that happened during their internships. That night, Iida went back to his internship, but was under house arrest with Manuel. As for Todoroki, who had light injuries like Sarada and Boruto, I will return to my internship. The half-cold, hot user said, in his class uniform. To Endeavor's place, right? Boruto asks, him and the Uchiha in class uniforms too. I want to learn what I can from him. Shoto replies, besides, they said he and Phantom defeated the hero killer and Mujina gang even though they actually didn't. He adds as he walks, I want to see the look of shame on his face when it was his son that did it. He walks out the door. Something tells me they aren't on good terms. Sarada guesses. He's kinda mean when it comes to Endeavor, huh? Izuku's sweat drops. Yep. Boruto agrees before looking at the window, I wonder how everyone else is doing. Yeah, they must be working hard right about now. Sarada guesses, but so are we. She raises a closed fist, with the boys agreeing. By the time she leaves the room, Izuku mentions, so Boruto, how are you gonna get leads on that mark? Shoujoji even mentioned, some organization. He voices. Yeah, I know. Boruto nods, Phantom is getting some information out of him as we speak. And depending on what Phantom gets out of him, we might end up investigating this organization. Quote. Izuku glances in worry. But not to worry. Boruto smiles positively now, uncovering the mystery behind this mark will make things just as easy and less stressful. He adds as he walks to the door, I'll tell y'all what the verdict is when Phantom finds out. Glancing in surprise, but agreeing with his best friend, okay. Good luck. Izuku smiles, having faith that the mark isn't too dangerous. Present. After thinking back to that and hoping Boruto is doing alright on his end, Izuku's alerted by Torino as the latter reveals, alright kid, seems we're needed for some type of team-up mission. The old hero adds, we'll be meeting them around dawn. You ready? Yes sir. Izuku nods. Meanwhile, there were internships going along at different paces for everyone. Tsubaki, Momo, Sumair and Pony found themselves struggling to keep up with Mirko, who was just hopping about in search of villains to thrash. It wouldn't have been a problem if the rabbit hero was willing to slow down for even a moment, but she was moving with such fast that it was impossible for her interns to keep pace. The girls were panting heavily with exhaustion as the summer heat was getting to them. This is quite an experience. Momo sighs tiredly as they sat on a nearby bench, except Tsubaki. Yes it is, nor did I expect this to be easy in the slightest. The young swordswoman replied as she uses her sheathed sword to keep standing. This is already harder than the training we go through at school. Sumire sighs. You can say that again, this heat is killing me. Pony wipes the sweat off her forehead. I figured you ladies would have a hard time the first few days. Mirko noted with a grin, giving her interns bottles of cold water from a bag she brought. Don't beat yourselves up. She insisted as she leaned back, you should take a load off too. She inquired of Tsubaki. Oh, right, she complies and seats next to her. The thing about being a hero and going on patrols like these is that even pros have a hard time figuring out what they wanna do when they reach the big leagues. Mirko states, the guts you girls displayed during the sports festival was just what I was looking for. She starts with Momo, Kriti, right. You performed well until you fought that Mitsuki guy and only ended up losing due to overthinking things, hence, losing your confidence, but here. We're gonna work on building that confidence of yours right back up. She grins, surprising Momo. Okay. She glances to Sumire next, getting her attention, that was one hell of a fight you gave to that Bakugo kid, a run for his money if anything. Keep that positive energy going and you'll do great here. She said, surprising Kake. As for you, Rockety, even though you couldn't land a hit Fire Fox's kid, you still fought well with all that you had, which is what a hero should do. She said to the surprised pony, and last but not least, Snowfureye. She gets Tsubaki's attention, your skills remind of Mifune, the samurai hero. Did you learn under him? Yes. Tsubaki nods, he's retired now, and taught me everything he knew. She then states firmly, and with that knowledge, I'll surpass him and become the world's best swordswoman. Kuragain. Pony mutters as they're surprised to hear this. That's a big goal. Momo trails. Amazing. Sumire too. Hey, that's what I like to hear, and I have no doubt you'll mail that goal come true. Mirko stands up, bringing you four on as interns was the right call and I'll continue showing you girls what it takes to be in the big leagues. That's appreciated too, Tsubaki said gratefully, standing up, I'm expecting to learn everything from your experience as one of the top female heroes. Me too. Sumire stands up, as do I. Momo too. Count me in. Pony as well. Loving these kids' determinations, she cracks a grin and chuckled until she hears her phone go off in her pocket, prompting her to answer it. Yeah, what's up? She talks with someone on the other line, huh? Mirko uttered in annoyance upon hearing the person upon her phone. Look, pal. She grumbled out as the girls stood by, listening on curiously. I don't do team-ups, especially with people who are so by the book and, she stopped and blinked in surprise after something else was said to her. The intern saw the rabbit hero glance back at them before exhaling a deep breath. Okay, fine, she said into the phone, we'll be there, she promised before ending the call. Who was that? Tsubaki inquired as she blinked in confusion. We're teaming up with some schmucks for a mission, but probably for a good cause, she answered, as they widened their eyes slightly. Regarding the incident in Hosu City in West Tokyo and the arrests of Hero Killer, Stain, the Mujina bandits, and the villains that resembled the Nomu who attacked UA and appeared during the fight with Momoshiki. You are probably all worried about that right now. Genist speaks to his subordinates, with Katsuki among them, it's something I am also worried about. He continues, people tend to only pay attention to big events, however, it is especially at times like this that heroes must remain calm. Chaos can sometimes tempt people and draw out the crudely that sleeps inside one's core. Which means, it'll be business as usual for us today, as well, so let us brace our minds and bodies with our tight jeans. Yes sir, best Genist. His subordinates salute. I'm so ready to get out of this place. Katsuki notes inwardly in annoyance. Sick of this internship, with his hair changed and wearing tight jeans. It's just awful the way he sees it. Bakugo, with me. Genist picks him out, surprising the latter as he walks up. They go to his desk and the fiber hero reveals, we're needed for a team-up mission. So be prepared ahead of time. Seriously, so this means we're finally doing something. About damn time, Katsuki exclaims in delight, to the point his hair strands up to its normal length. Chill out, would you? Genist sighs, shaking his head. I see, Edgeshot responded from his office, holding up his phone to his right ear. You'll have our cooperation, he assured, ending the call and exhaling a deep breath. He then ventured out of the office into the main space. Mitsuki, he called out, getting his attention, we're teaming up with some other heroes for some kind of mission, he told him as he approached. A team up, the snake teen repeated in confusion as he blinked. The details will be explained when we reach our destination. Edgeshot replies, we'll move out in the morning. Right, Mitsuki nods. Shinki. Gara calls, getting his foster son's attention, we're heading out for a mission. Mission, he asks, one that involves getting a rare product. Desert Sand replies, be sure to prepare. He advises. Yes father. Shinki nods. All of the illegal drugs that Innermouth's crew tried to sell were recovered and turned over to the police. Chojuro informs his agency, with Suyu among them, another job well done in defeating the drug dealers. He congratulates, you may all resume your normal assignments. He allows. As the agency resume their routines, Chojuro has Suyu stay to inform, Froppy. Ribbit. Suyu asks, we're leaving at dawn for another mission. He reveals, it might have proved more difficult, but after seeing your performance against Innermouth, I'm sure you're suited for this too. He smiles positively. Yes, sir. The frog teen nods. I'll do my best during this mission too. She promises. Meanwhile, in a dark lab facility, welcome back, Lord Victor. An assistant turns around to greet a short, stocky, elderly man with gray hair, who wears a long ankle-length dark gray kimono with yellow accents, a black cape over it, a top hat, and a black eye patch over his right eye, which also has a missing eyebrow and a peg right leg. How did it go with Anato? The assistant asked. Walking up with his cane in hand, he didn't have the item we were looking for. Victor informs, did your investigation reveal anything here? Anato and his search team discovered the item in this laboratory. The researcher reports, right after notifying headquarters, they started their tests. After that, there was an incident and they ended up absorbing the item into their bodies. And the item? Victor asks. We couldn't find here. He confirms. Reporting in. Another researcher comes with a checkboard. We've completed examining Anato. Speak. Victor gives permission. Yes, sir. He begins. None of the data taken from Amati's body is usable. We weren't able to obtain essential data from the transformed samples. He adds, so we need the original, after all. I see. The old man trails. That is unfortunate news. This is when he gets frustrated and uses his pegged right leg to stomp on a bottle, shattering it, then kill Anato. He's of no further use to us anymore. Yes, sir. He complies. Also, the number of men in the search party we dispatched doesn't match up to the current number of corpses that were at this location. What does that mean? Victor asks. We believe someone in the search party stole the item. The assistant reports. Gritting his teeth in anger, we must find them immediately. Victor exclaims, dead set on getting this item in their hands. It was later that day when a few heroes and their interns received the call for this team-up mission. They all arrived to the location around dawn, outside a place, finding other heroes and students gathered there as well. Aside from those that are cages, Chojuro and Gaara, who hasn't arrived yet, there were other heroes present, like Torino, Mirko, Edgeshot, and Konohamaru. Midoriya. Suyu comes over. Hey Su, I mean, Su. Izuku corrects himself in greeting. You got called here too, huh? Ribbit. She nods in a croak, even though it's still up to question on what this mission is about. Yeah, I wonder what this is all about. Izuku trails. Hey guys. Sumair greets as she, Momo, Pony, and Tsubaki approach. Sumair. Yaoyarozu. The freckled teen greets back. Even Tsunatori and Kurigane. Su adds. Hi Asui. Pony greets energetically. Call me Su. She corrects. Glad to see we're not the only interns here. Momo said, but we still need details on what this mission is. Regardless of what it may be, we'll complete it without fail. Tsubaki said. Glad that we're starting off with positive mindsets. Mitsuki approaches. Mitsuki. Izuku greets. Even you're part of this? Sumair asks. Yes, Edgeshot received the same call of this task. The snake teen replies. A mission with 3 of the pros here, it makes me start to have a bad feeling about this. Momo sweats a little, nervously. Listen up, everyone, a bespectacled, square-jawed man who wears a bandana, flak jacket, along with an orange neck warmer with white stripes. He gets their attentions along with those of the other heroes. Our mission for this is simple and difficult. Mugino states, we'll be infiltrating the black market around this area, known as Silent City. He adds, a lawless place where a few of the world's fugitives and villains gather. A land beyond the reach of hero authority. This surprises the student interns as Konohamaru adds, our mission's top priority is to retrieve the Hashirama cell. A valuable, but dangerous item that's in their possession. Dangerous, he says. Izuku widens. The cells of the first cage hero to exist. Momo utters. But why go for those cells? Sumair wonders. As for why we're specifically aiming to recover those cells, Yuhina has some information to share out. Mugino glances to the dark-skinned woman with purple eyes, brown hair, a curvaceous frame, wears a white shirt under a short-sleeved pink shirt with pink shorts, black leggings, and white ankle-length boots. Indeed I do. She steps up, with a hand on hip. I didn't want you to see such a pitiful sight. Before showing them something on a hologram, but I think seeing this will enlighten you. The hologram shows a little girl with purple hair, lying down in an unconscious state, with her left arm and half of her face covered in something brown, along with cracks. Quote exclamation mark quote. This shocks most of them. The Hashirama cells give off unfamiliar exhibiting symptoms and this is one of them. Yuhina explains. Those are cells from the body of the late first cage hero. Izuku widens. How horrible, Pony utters. I can't believe it, but I have to acknowledge it. Hawks said. Exactly. Because it's a cells from none other than Hashirama. If it is transplanted and isn't reject, your physical energy levels will increase, allowing for the possibility to obtain a wood quirk based off his DNA. Konohamaru explains. It's almost like Kamui Woods in a way, but very different. Chojuro compares. Which is why we'll investigate immediately as a group. Mugino states, even though there's a lot of us here, we can't be too careful when it comes to this. He adds, the Hashirama cells possess special powers. That being said, most individuals can't adapt to it. What happens to people that can't adapt? Suyu asks. Quote. Konohamaru glances before revealing, the wood-style quirk goes out of control and ultimately, they die. The sound of that shocks the teens and they realize while staring at the hologram, so, that child will. Sumair utters. I've delayed the progression by placing her in stasis. Yuhina said, if someone had a powerful immune system, that would probably save her. But otherwise, there's no telling when her condition will degenerate. Quote. Mitsuki glances, having some sort of idea in mind. Miss Yubina, how did that girl get there? Hawks asks. One day, I opened my door to find her lying there unconscious. She replied, she's been unconscious since, so there's no way we can start investigating from her. The presence of a Hashirama cell with no known origin isn't a good sign. Another voice chimed in, causing the others to perk up and look over to see Gaara and Genist approaching, along with Shinki and Katsuki, in his regular costume. Kachin. Izuku stammers in surprise. And Shinki. Pony as well. HMPH. Katsuki scoffs, while Shinki simply keeps a straight face. A few seconds later, especially if a cell like that is found and kept in the wrong hands. Sasuke enters as well, along with Boruto and Sarada, getting their attentions. Uchiha and Uzumaki too. Momo perks up, with Izuku and the rest of the interns being surprised too. So many of us is here for this mission, it's amazing. Suyu voices. You can say that again. Pony nods. With hands in pockets, 5 from our class and 3 from class 1B. Boruto whispers to Sarada, kinda surprised, even a few top pros. From what we heard about the Hashirama cell, I can see why this is necessary and can't be taken lightly. She replies in the same manner. Now that we're all here, we'll begin finding the source of the cell as soon as possible. Konohamaru said, as all of them understood and began moving out toward the City of Silence. Mitsuki on the other hand, stays behind and walks up to Yubina, who turns around, what's up? She asks, hand on hip. Earlier you said that someone with a powerful immune system could save that girl. Mitsuki recalls. Yeah, what about it? She asks, you can take a sample of mine. He offers, to her surprise, my parent told me not to divulge too much about this to others, but the immune system in my body is different from everyone else's. He adds, if you can produce an antibody using my DNA sample, then there might be a chance to save her. Yubina puts a finger under her chin, telling by your expression, you're serious with what you told me. She decides, if this is true, then let's give it a shot. She suggests, which he agrees with. Mitsuki. The two turn to see Edgeshot approaching. I overheard your conversation, and I had no idea, but are you okay with this? Yes. The snake teen nods, firmly. Quote. Seeing that his intern's mind is made up, very well. Edgeshot gets it. Contact me when you're finished and I'll fill you in on our course of action in Silent City. Right. Mitsuki nods before his internship mentor heads out. Shall we get to it? Yubina walks inside her medical place, as the latter follows. Meanwhile, back in the dark lab facility, I know the whereabouts of the scum who stole the Hashirama cell. Victor said as he looks through the computers, it seems he sold it off in the City of Silence. Well, he certainly chose a troublesome place to go to. A tall and pale man of a skinny build with short grayish-purple hair, orange-red eyes, has a tattoo of the Roman numeral below his eyes and light blue lipstick. He wears a purple-collared midriff shirt, a symmetrically bicolored apron tied around his waist, a long glove on his left arm, and a gauntlet-like fingerless glove on his right. With his arms crossed over chest, but if it's in that city, it won't matter if we get a little rough. He smirks. How would causing a disturbance from our side benefit us? Victor asks, don't do anything reckless. I won't allow it, he orders, turning around and finds the individual gone. Hey. Where did you go? Deepa, he exclaims. He's at it again. A man with dark eyes, dark gray hair, having a rectangle mark from his chin to mouth, and wearing a black suit that's almost like armor, along with an ash-gray utility belt that features a silver, light gray buckle, along with gray-lined gloves and black-lined boots, though you should always expect this, old man. He speaks to Victor, who growls in frustration, then again, if you want to get that cell then it's best to strike while the iron is hot. Quote. Victor knows he's right and calms down. Fine then, Zorvas, you go and catch up to him before he causes disaster. Very well, Zorvas replies before leaving too, while Victor stares at the computer. Ending 6, Central, by Amy Sakaguchi. Opens up with a couple flashbacks from the sports festival, Momo losing to Mitsuki that caused her to lose confidence in herself. Sumair losing her fight to Bakugo, but in a close match. Pony losing to Boruto without landing even a punch, caused her to tear up. Tsubaki losing to Izuku, but smiled a tad bit in admitting defeat. With the song playing, it switches to the girls in their civilian clothes, Sumair gazing at her phone while crouched down, Momo looking depressed as her gaze is lowered, Pony gazing at the sky as her eyes shine, and Tsubaki standing in the breeze as it blows trough her hair. Next shows Sarada and Suyu, the two who saw their results at the sports festival as ways to improve, encouraging the four to join them in an art setting, which they do before all 6 UA girls indulge in the activity of painting. Having paint cans and paint brushes to draw designs on the walls and having a great time. After their time of entertainment, Momo, Tsubaki, Sumair, and Pony appreciated that fun is a way of keeping themselves positives and using their fights at the sports festival to become better heroes. As the song is halfway, the 6 of them are in their hero costumes, jumping high in the air in slow motion and having grins, while Tsubaki smiles slightly. When they reach the ground, they dash forward in a long run before they use their quirks. Sarada punching the air via chakra fist, Tsubaki doing a chakra-coated slash, Pony firing two horns from her head, Momo forming a staff and shield, Suyu jumping and latching out her tongue, and Sumire launching off a massive shot of water with Nu on her shoulder. The last panel shows the girls all standing together on a building, standing firmly and happily as they gaze into the sunset before smiling to each other while the breeze blows through their hairs. As students in training, they vow to improve themselves in many areas without giving up, as the song closes. That ends the setup chapter and there goes the new the Kara actuation arc begins. Few things to note. 1. This is the last arc of Season 2, meaning Kara's reveal and the final exam arc will be Season 3 in this version. 2. The movies will definitely be covered. The latest chapters of MHA proved their canon, even before that. 3. In this there'll be original arcs to expand the developments of heroes, villains, plus world building. 4. Several OCs will definitely be added to the story and I'm looking forward to developing their characters. Speaking of OCs, Zorvas is the first one made here as you guys see at the end of the chapter. An exclusive villain working with Deepa and Victor. His motivations and quirk will be revealed when they encounter the heroes' interns. Anyway, thanks for reading and adios. 805 Chapter 59, City of Silence. Now we're back with another chapter of Boku No Hero Academia, Next Generation. It's been a while since the last upload, and that's due to important college work. Now that some of it is done, let's get to the chapter without further delay. En route to Silent City, the group sees a flock of crows up ahead, on some destroyed crates. What's that? Izuku wonders, taking a step forward, until Midoriya, hold it. Sarada halts to warn. Quote! Izuku unintentionally steps on a wire trap under his feet. By the time that happens, 4 knives were thrown out of nowhere, careful. Boruto's quick to pull his best friend back by the rear of his costume hood, dodging the knives on time. Whoa, that was close. Thanks. Izuku huffs dramatically. TCH. A random fugitive scoffs from behind a tree and runs off quickly. Oh no ya don't. Katsuki was about to blast after him until Genist holds him off. Forget it, he's probably just a thief. He said. This area is already part of Silent City. Konohamaru explains. There are many criminals here who despise the hero society. Mujino said, going in like this would only cause trouble. He refers to their costumes. I wouldn't mind kick their asses as always, but if it's that serious. Mirko looks over to Momo, Kriti here could create some cloak disguises for us to blend in. Alright. Momo gets to it, using her quirk to create several light brown cloaks. Why did it turn out like this? Pony asks. It used to be ruled by a dictator named Gengo from what I heard. Mirko said, arms crossed. It was, until he was disposed of over a decade ago. Konohamaru adds, it was peaceful for a little bit, but for many years since the struggle for power continued. So now it's a lawless region where the world's fugitives escape to. Edgeshot said, knowing, for all we know, the League of Villains could be here, but then again, that's just a theory. The Hashirama cells can be found there at a black market, right? Izuku asks again. Yeah, Konohamaru confirms with a nod. Frankly, I'm against bringing you kids with us. Mujino states bluntly. Huh, Katsuki glares at him. Why's that? Boruto too, feeling underestimated. One mistake with the cell would result in death. Mujino rebukes, this is gonna be too much for high schoolers to handle. Quit underestimating me like some big shot. Katsuki exclaims in annoyance, but kept back by Genist. And, we can't allow any more victims. Izuku replies, a fist closed after recalling the condition that the little girl was in when Yubina showed them. We'll recover those cells at all cost, just you watch. Boruto declares. Act cool all you want, but don't act on your own. Mujino replies, arms crossed over chest. As members of Fire Fox's agency, we can't fail this mission. Konohamaru said and reveals, I'm sure you get it, Boruto. Yeah, you got it. Boruto smirks. Hold on, members of Fire Fox's agency, you said. Momo asks, quite surprised as she's still making cloaks. Funny you didn't mention that till now. Pony too, but very surprised. Since Fire Fox is now a teacher at UA, the agency's been closed for a while. Konohamaru explains, nevertheless, we're still members of it. Whoa, you knew about that, Boruto. Izuku asks. He's related to Fire Fox, so it's to be expected. Tsubaki said, unsurprised. Only Mr. Komago. The whiskered teen replies, referring to Konohamaru's hero name before eyeing Mujino, looking dramatically unpleased and slightly surprised, didn't know that guy was part of Dad's agency though. HMPH. Mujino scoffs with his arms crossed, telling them that wasn't necessary, Komago. Hey, right, my bad. Konohamaru rubs his head in a chuckle. As the group continues walking, Sarada turns around, finding the phantom here not there. Sarada, what's wrong? Sumire asks. Strange. I don't see Dad Phantom anywhere. She mutters in notice referring to his hero name. Now that you mentioned it, I don't see Gran Torino here either. Izuku stops as well. Quote. Shinki notices Gaara not with them either, pausing where he stops. 3 pros separated from us already. Just why is that? Boruto wonders, hands in pockets. The whole group stops as Mujino berates, what's the hold up back there? We can't effort to waste time at getting the Hashirama cells. Hold on. Genist chimes in, seems like Torino, Phantom and Desert Sand have gone AWOL. You're right, Chojuro adds, they should have been with us the whole time. Quote. Konohamaru gets a buzz from his phone, taking it out his pocket to find a text from Gran Torino. Fandom, Sand, and I have went on ahead and taken a different route to Silent City. We'll look into the sightings of the cell ourselves. I trust you'll do the same with the kids too. This is what he sent. Konohamaru shows the other pros there. Seriously, they could have checked with us first. Mirko says, a little dramatically and hands on hips. My thoughts exactly. Mujino shakes his head, in sigh. There goes a coup of our stronger fighters. Tsubaki said, eyes closed. Hold on, aren't we missing someone else? Pony asks. Looking around their surroundings, they don't know until Tsuyu states, ribbit. Mitsuki's not here. Him too. Izuku's surprised. Is he with Fantome and the others? Sumair wonders. No, he stayed back with Yubina and offered to assist her in curing the girl who got affected with the cells. Edgeshot explains, surprising some of the teens. Staying back, you say. Sarada narrows. Their extras are always scouring out and about. Katsuki murmurs to himself in aggravation. How does he plan to help back there? Tsuyu asks. We'll worry about that later. Mujino chimes in, we need to get a move on, like right now. The idea of splitting up into groups is actually not a bad idea. Chojuro said, we have the numbers to divide and conquer. It could make in finding the Hashirama cells go rather quickly. Genist adds, as they decide who'll be with who. Boruto, on the other hand, feels a buzz from his phone, taking it out to find a text from Sasuke. The rest of you can recover the cells on your own. A mission like this shouldn't require too many pros and interns, so I'll use this chance to search for clues on Kara. Don't say one word of this, nor let them catch on. Ditching a mission like this. Can a pro even do that? Reading this is a surprise to the Uzumaki, however, he is glad that Phantom is furthering his investigation on the Husk organization and not waiting around to sit was important to find out what the mark on his hand represents and if it means something greater. Several minutes earlier, quote. While walking in the back of the group, Torino and Gaara gaze to Sasuke, who nods in having the same mindset. They stop where they are, and Sasuke asks, thinking what I'm thinking. Yeah, Torino nods. Gaara does too and gazed back to the rest of the group walking ahead, there's too many heroes on this mission, just to retrieve one item. He adds, having two cage heroes like Aquanari and myself here, isn't necessary for a mission like this. You can say that again. Torino rubs the back of his head, while Komago and Mujino aren't wrong about the Hashirama cells being dangerous, I think those two, Mirko, and Genist are enough for this job. We can say the same about the interns. Gaara adds, their performance at the sports festival proves that they can handle small-time villains in Silent City. He adds, and we can't forget that Midoriya and Uzumaki in particular, fought with us against Momoshiki. He gazes to Sasuke, judging by those facts, I'd say we don't need to get involved. You're right. On top of that, the USJ attack and Hosu incident is another increase in their skills and development as heroes. Torino agrees. Now that we're in agreement, this is the perfect opportunity to investigate this mysterious organization. Sasuke said, recalling the information he got from the imprisoned Mujina boss back at Hosu. Organization, you say? Gaara asks. Ah yes, I heard that you interrogated Shojoji back in Hosu prison. Gran Torino recalls, he mentioned something about this. Kara, group, didn't he? Exactly. Sasuke confirms, to know the whereabouts of Kara, I know the first place we can start looking into. Right. Best get going right away. Torino's in. If this Kara group is a massive threat that's left unchecked, then I'm in too. Gaara nods. Perfect. Sasuke approves, before they leave off in a different direction, separated from the rest. Opening 6 inches Golden Time, by Fujifabric. Opens up at the City of Silence before we cut to a few UA students in hero costumes. Sarada, one knee on tree with a knife, Katsuki, on a building with a grimace, Mitsuki, on a hill with a book in his hand, Shinki, on a branch with his arms crossed, Izuku, in front of a white flag with a closed fist, and Boruto, on a moving train with a reached fist out before the title appears full on. We go into Izuku training with Gran Torino while training to get better control of One for All. When he uses a smash that causes wind to blow around, Torino grins at his progress. Next shows Boruto sparring with Sasuke with aid from Sarada, the two working with attack coordinations that Phantom sees through and bests them, causing them to sigh, grin. Next shows Boruto reaching a hand out to the back turned Naruto while Izuku does the same to All Might, only for both boys to grab blue crystal fragments before they blow out. As the song continues, panels of more UA interns are shown. Shinki with iron sand spread around him and arms crossed over chest, Tsubaki, in a widespread battle position and a hand on her sheathed sword, Sumair, riding on the jungle cat form of new pony, on all fours with her horns ready, Tsuyu, doing a frog hope with her frog tongue out, and Momo forming a staff from her left hand via creation Quirk. Next shows R's MCs standing back to back, turning to the other with a firm smile as they prepare to fight. They're joined by Sarada, who smirks, Mitsuki, who smiles with eyes closed, Katsuki, who scoffs irritably, and the other 6 interns, Shinki, Sumair, Momo, Pony, Tsuyu, and Tsubaki, and pro heroes Konohamaru, Genist, Miriko, and Mujino in addition. The next scene shows them in battle positions and glaring straight up at the appearance of Victor, who chuckles evilly as 2 arms sprout from his body. Deepa, who grins psychopathically with hands raised, and Zorvis, who smirks deeply with arms crossed. This is when we see the fight in the setting of Valley City. Konohamaru, Mirko, and Mujino fighting Victor, who easily repels them with his sprouted arms. Zorvas slicing through multiple horns and fibers launched by Pony and Genist before repelling a cannonball by Momo and duels Tsubaki with his Quirk, finding their interlock entertaining before backing away from her and dodging multiple purple blasts from the jungle cat form of Nu as Sumire rides on the beast. Then switches over to Deepa dodging a fireball from Sarada and multiple shadow snakes from Mitsuki before using his Quirk on Shinki, who blocks it with iron sand as Suyu tries to grab the villain via her tongue, only for Deepa to avoid it as Bakugo blasts him from behind, only for the villain to come out unfazed, all while grinning. Last shows the MCs using their signature attacks to finish things off, Izuku using full cowling to zigzag and deliver a Detroit smash while Boruto comes from above with a Rasengan in hand. Both do a battle cry as their attacks crash down on the battlefield, sending off dust and shockwaves into that of a whirlwind. Next shows shots of various individuals. The rest of Class 1A with Shoto and Iida in front, Class 1B, the UA teacher's staff, Orochimaru along with Suigetsu, Karen, and Jugo, the League of Villains Tamura, the Shins, Kurogiri, and 4 new recruits Arashiki, who smirks Kara the Husk, shadowed appearance, the Cage Heroes with Naruto leading, and the top pros with All Might in front. Last panel shows the MC duo standing tall, along with everyone else who was present during the battle as the breeze blows through them before the song ends. Chapter 59. City of Silence. After Momo is finished creating cloaks for the team, they proceed to the entrance of the Silent City Gate. Seems there's no one around. Edgeshot notices. It's gone to ruins. Genist adds. Of course. Mujino states, after all, there's obligations protecting anyone here, anymore at least. He adds, what's trusted here the most is money and power. Money and power. Sumire trails. When we get inside, you all will see it firsthand. Konohamaru assures, but first, we're splitting into groups. With that said, he explains the pickings. A couple heroes per group with their interns and the students won't fight unless they are given permission to do so. Group 1. Konohamaru, Izuku, Boruto, Sarada, and Mujino. Group 2. Chojuro, Genist, Suyu, Shinki, Bakugo. Group 3. Mirko, Sumire, Tsubaki, Pony, and Momo. I'll try scouring out a different part of the city on my own as well. The cell could be anywhere, so it's best to search everywhere and I'll see if I could find anything on my end. Edgeshot said. Right, good luck. Konohamaru nods before Edgeshot hops off. With that and having their cloak disguises, they split into Silent City, taking different routes and pathways to finding the Hashirama cell. Starting with the first group, this is the city with the black market. Konohamaru reveals as they move forward. I expected this to be a rotten city, but Boruto gazed at the stands around town. There are so many different items here. Izuku voices. Clean ones at that, even the fruits and vegetables here. Sarada adds. Though most of it is stolen or smuggled goods. Mujino reveals, and don't get tempted to buy anything here. He warns, pride doesn't put food on the table and people will desperately try anything to survive out here. And in contrast, if you have power and money, you can get anything you want. He looks upward, take a look. When they look up at the overclouded sky, they see an airship flying out and about, an airship. Sarada widens in surprise. Even stuff like this. Boruto too. Where do they even get those? Izuku wonders, dramatically. Changing the subject, back on topic, rumors about the Hashirama cell are so rampant that even Miss Yubina's heard them. Konohamaru replies, turning to the teens, right now we just need to retrieve it as soon as possible. He adds, which they understand. Group 3, hey, Miss Mirko. Sumire said as she and the girls walked alongside the rabbit hero through the streets, getting her attention, what if somebody already got out with the Hashirama cell? If it turns out that way, then we gather information from these scoundrels and make them lead us to whoever's the cell thief. Mirko replies, adding, as someone who wants to be a hero, you gotta see things through to the end and we won't waver till this mission is complete. I see. Even if it sounded as if someone won, we can still turn a certain situation into our favor. Tsubaki gets it. Exactly, Snowfureye. Mirko grins, the rest of you will catch on soon as well. She assures. All right. Momo nods. Okay. Sumire adds. Yes ma'am. Pony too. Hey, you brat, stop. They turn to see a shopkeeper chasing after a kid, failing to strike him via metal paddle. Pant. The kid makes a run for it with a gold pot under his right arm. The kid ends up running by the hero ladies as he's still chased by the shop owner. You're not getting away, you're dead. Hold on, he's a little kid. Pony voices. There are a lot of kids here who think nothing of stealing. Mirko said. They're younger than us, and steal to survive. Momo asked, surprised. This is a terrible place. Sumire trails, unsettled. In settings like this, that's the reality of it, as much as I hate to say it. Mirko states as they keep moving. With Group 2, can't believe this. Katsuki grumbles, seeing so many criminals around them as they walk by, aren't we supposed to murder these scumbag villains? That's not really the objective, Bakugo. Sue tells him. She's right, we're only to retrieve that cell, nothing else. Chojuro agrees. They literally explained this before we arrived. Shinki said bluntly to the hothead, learn to pay attention. What was that, makeup? Katsuki sneers at the iron sand user, already annoyed. Keep it down. Genist calms him, we're not here to track attention to ourselves either, so stay focused and let's keep moving. TCH. Katsuki scoffs, looking away. Later on, as it's almost evening, Group 1 stumbles into a back alleyway, with Mujino warning, beyond this point is the dangerous part of the city. He adds, based on intel that I previously received, there should be a proprietor of a shop and I hear he's pretty sketchy. The teens glance to one another, with Sarada questioning, sketchy. In any case, don't let your guard down. Konohamaru advises, let go. He said as they advance through, as they see a bunch of poor-looking guys sitting and sleeping against the walls in a crouched-up position. How horrible. Izuku voices inwardly, not liking the conditions they're in, but has no choice but to let it be and move onward. They then enter a shop that's pretty dark in the inside, and find lots of valuable goods sitting on the counters. When they walk closer, the shop's proprietor seems to have a dark look on his face until he gazes up to the group and quickly switches to a more lighter attitude, welcome. He rubs his hands together gleefully, what are you in the market for? Oh what, it's just an ordinary shop. Boruto sweat drops a little, not all that impressed. We've heard that you're familiar with everything that goes on in this marketplace. Konohamaru reveals, which makes the shopkeeper freeze in his tracks. We're looking for a guy who sold a certain item. Izuku adds. The shopkeeper grimaces madly at this, so you're not here to buy anything. Who do you work for, you dogs? Dogs. We're just. Sarada was gonna say, but interrupted. It's bad for business when you come in here and sniff around. The man said, angry, so get out. He exclaims. This is when a hidden wall comes from above the ceiling. The five look upward, but Uzumaki and Midoriya were quick to move and jump to the other side as the wall came down, separating half the group. Boruto, Midoriya, Konohamaru exclaims through the wall. After I asked you so nicely to leave, you're such foolish brats. The shopkeeper grins widely. I guess this is what they mean by sketchy. Boruto grimaces inwardly. All we need is information on this item. Izuku tries reasoning with the keeper, tell us and we'll leave right away. Not gonna happen. The proprietor refuses as two guards come out, beat these kids up and quick. He orders the two bulked guards in masks, so, the other three will never think about coming back here again. Mr. Komago, we've got a problem here. Izuku exclaims through the wall. Two huge guys in front of us. Boruto adds, just so you know, this is self-defense and I'm fighting back. Same here, but you'll have to let us. Izuku agrees, telling Konohamaru this. Quote. Through the wall, Komago knows they're right as Mujino mentions, let him do it. We need that information. Yeah, Konohamaru agrees and exclaims back through, go for it, you too, but don't use your quirks. That'll cause much attention here. No quirks, no problem. Boruto smirks as he says this to the large goons, don't underestimate us. What he said, Izuku goes into a stance. Without hesitation, the goons proceed to attack the two MCs with their large fists. However, Izuku uses his physical strength and delivers in two axe punches to the first one, making the goon spit out in pain and get sent to the ground after being struck in the gut. Boruto knees the masked goon in the face before doing a flip kick that also knocks him out cold before lunging at the shop proprietor, taking out his knife and puts it to his throat. Eek. The shopkeeper freezes in place, and can only do nothing but stutter awkwardly. So, you ready to talk now? Boruto smirks, still having him at knife point. You know, you kids are good. The shopkeeper mutters. Guys, Konohamaru exclaims as they got through the wall that blocked them. He's willing to talk to us now, it seems. Izuku informs. Now on to the serious questions, alright, where's the Hashirama cell? Konohamaru asks immediately. Oh man. The shopkeeper rubs the back of his head sheepishly, so, you guys weren't out hunting for me. Don't scare me like that. We don't want to cause any trouble. He said, we'll pay you for any information. Then why don't you buy this from me? The shopman puts out a card. Quote. Mujino picks it up and looks closer, an employee ID card from this, Victor's company. Yeah, about 2 weeks ago, a guy in white coat came around, bringing the Hashirama cell with him. The shopkeeper explains, after he got the money, it seemed as though the guy disappeared without a trace. He adds, well, if you're carrying around a ton of money on these parts, it's like setting yourself to be a target. Are you saying he was killed? Izuku stammers. Yeah, from what remained of him. The keeper confirms, an employee ID from a major company is bound to bring in good money, so I brought it. But word about who buys it doesn't trickle down to me. Quote. Mujino asks another, anything else? Well, I also heard that a castle, that's over a bridge and east from here, has an item that's guarded heavily. From the ins and outs. The proprietor reveals in addition, if you plan on going there, that part of Silent City is just as dangerous as the part you're in now. The group glance to one another in a little surprise to this information before Konohamaru demands to the keeper, go on. In Yubina's infirmary, the latter connects both Mitsuki and the infected girl via transfusion machine and the snake teen asks, do you think this will work? We just have to leave the rest up to fate now. Yubina's replies, honestly, this is going to be a long battle, get ready. She begins the blood transfusion to the girl, seeing to it that this cure will work. Back in Silent City, Konohamaru reaches out to the other groups about the information that was given by the shopkeeper, which is heading toward a large castle to the city's east. They beat us to it with getting information. Mirko said to the girls, with a small communicator in her ear, that's our key to get to that castle. She said, with her interns agreeing and firmly. Thanks to Komago and Mujino, we now know where the Hashirama cells could potentially be. Chojuro said to the group. Indeed. Genist agrees, let's go. The first strike leads to victory, he said before they moved. Unbeknownst to them, 4 quadruplet brothers observed them from the corner of a building, 2 with light purple hair and 2 with dark purple hair, along with wearing the same outfits, white bandaged wristbands, pants, and green white tank top overalls. We now know who has it. One of them said, let's go ahead and beat them to it. The second one adds. Yeah, the third one nods, being the leader out of the 4. Meanwhile, in the League of Villains bar, thanks to the influences of Momoshiki and Stain, there's sure to be various criminals in the underworld headed our way. Kurogiri theories. The question is, whether or not they're gonna actually join us. Teen Shin said, or if they're strong enough. TCH. Tamura sets the newspaper down, if they're coming over here all because of those 2. He refers to Stain and Momoshiki, then I don't need them. He grumbles. Do you want an army or not? Adult Shin asks, whether they're strong or weak, you're judging too soon when you haven't even heard of their motives yet. I don't care. Shigaraki voices otherwise, glaring from his hand mask, doesn't excuse that it's because of those Momoshiki and Stain that they even know of our group. Shin's right on this one, Tamura. The master voices through the voice-only computer, this marks the perfect opportunity to increase our forces in numbers. He adds, that's why in advance, I'm sending you all to Silent City. Silent City, Kurogiri questions. A lawless city, where some of the world's fugitives are located. He explains, head there and scout some of them out. Cause there's a chance that several of them haven't been watching the recent events with the hero killer and Otsutsuki. He adds, knowing Tamura would be into this. The boss man proves to be right as Tamura stand down from his bar seat and feels better at hearing the sound of that. That's all I needed to hear, master. Quote. Adult Shin only gazes. Perfect. The master replies, you 3 go on ahead. I'd like to talk with Shin, alone. Quote. The talk Uchiha narrows in surprise, so does his kid. Quote. Teen Shin gazes to his father, who turns to him and nods, which the teen Uchiha does so and leaves the room with Kurogiri and Shigaraki. After they're out the bar, so, what do you want to talk about? Adult Shin asks. About your status in the league. The boss replies, revealing another thing, I've noticed that you and Tamura sometimes aren't on good terms. Aside from Kurogiri, nobody would be on good terms with him. Adult Shin scoffs, crossing his arms over his chest, adding on to the fact that he's a complete man-child. That may be true. The master replies before adding another, however, you've also been pointing out what he's been missing and lacking, which is why you should remain in the League of Villains. Quote. Adult Shin is surprised by this and asks, are you a mind reader or something? How long did you know? For a while now. It was quite obvious. The boss replies, and even if you did leave this group, you're no match for Phantome in a fair fight by yourself, even with your son by you. He adds, and believe me when I say I've fought Sasuke years ago, and he's a tough customer to tango against. So, you say that when you don't know what I'm truly capable of. Adult Shin argues. I know exactly what the Sharingan is capable of, and yours won't be enough to stop Sasuke. He replies, besides that, we both agree that the league's numbers will inevitably increase, thanks to Momoshiki and Stain. Am I correct? He adds, better yet, isn't that also the reason why you, yourself and your son, have decided to remain in the league? Quote. Adult Shin gazes in finding out that the master has caught on to him and replies in admitting, okay fine, you got me. The only reason we've decided to stay is due to the words of the hero killer and Otsutsuki that's spreading like wildfire, which in turn, could bring stronger, advanced, and more elite villains to this cause. He adds, with his Sharingan active as usual, if that happens, it'll be lights out for Phantome, and any more of these other Otsutsuki flies that could be out there. He adds in final with a glare, that's all, and nothing else. Quote. The master gazes through his voice-only screen at the Uchiha's long sentence, and replies, I'll admit, if that's how you feel, it's pretty well said, I'll give you that. He said, impressed, before advising, you won't be held here too long. Go join Tamura and head to Silent City, in search of new recruitments. Without replying, Shin leaves the bar, as the master comments inwardly, with a statement like that, he's not wrong for the most part, but I must say he's an interesting fellow all the same. After meeting the other 3 outside, your talk with master took too long, honestly. Tamura grumbles. What was the topic anyway? Kurogiri asks. That's neither of your businesses. Adult Shin replies, bluntly, we're leaving now. He said, with teen Shin obviously by him. Don't start acting like you're in charge. Tamura said, a little annoyed, before Kurogiri gets to teleporting them to their destination of Silent City, which will be a long ride. Ending 6, Central, by Amy Sakaguchi. Opens up with a couple flashbacks from the sports festival. Momo losing to Mitsuki that caused her to lose confidence in herself. Sumair losing her fight to Bakugo, but in a close match. Pony losing to Boruto without landing even a punch, caused her to tear up. Tsubaki losing to Izuku, but smiled a tad bit in admitting defeat. With the song playing, it switches to the girls in their civilian clothes. Sumair gazing at her phone while crouched down, Momo looking depressed as her gaze is lowered, Pony gazing at the sky as her eyes shine, and Tsubaki standing in the breeze as it blows trough her hair. Next shows Sarada and Suyu, the two who saw their results at the sports festival as ways to improve, encouraging the four to join them in an art setting, which they do before all 6 UA girls indulge in the activity of painting. Having paint cans and paint brushes to draw designs on the walls and having a great time. After their time of entertainment, Momo, Tsubaki, Sumair, and Pony appreciated that fun is a way of keeping themselves positives and using their fights at the sports festival to become better heroes. As the song is halfway, the 6 of them are in their hero costumes, jumping high in the air in slow motion and having grins, while Tsubaki smiles slightly. When they reach the ground, they dash forward in a long run before they use their quirks. Sarada punching the air via chakra fist, Tsubaki doing a chakra-coded slash, Pony firing 2 horns from her head, Momo forming a staff and shield, Suyu jumping and latching out her tongue, and Sumair launching off a massive shot of water with Nu on her shoulder. The last panel shows the girls all standing together on a building, standing firmly and happily as they gaze into the sunset before smiling to each other while the breeze blows through their hairs. As students in training, they vow to improve themselves in many areas without giving up, as the song closes. There goes that. The mission to get the Hashirama cells is underway, along with the League being on their way to the said city as the heroes' interns. Thanks for reading and until next time. 805 Chapter 60, Castle Infiltration. Inside the castle of Silent City, in the main room, is a seated old woman with long white hair, her face covered with wrinkles, with thick red-colored lipstick and purple eyeshadow. Her head is lowered down with her eyes closed as a servant comes in with flowers, Lady Sakuya. She wakes the old lady up. Pretty flowers were in the bloom, so I picked and arranged them for you. She adds, I'm sure gazing at them will help you feel better. HMPH. Sakuya opens her eyes, unpleased and exclaims, I hope there aren't any bugs on them. The flower has a wonderful fresh scent. The servant assures. This causes Sakuya to scream hysterically, How dare you? How dare you? She pushes the vase of flowers right out the servant's hand, causing them to topple down the stairs, with the flowers out. Please forgive me, Lady Sakuya. Her servant begs, startled. I hate my wrinkled face. The old lady exclaims, Where's the doctor? Isn't the doctor here yet? She starts to lose her mind, before getting up and slowly walking toward the jarred cells. The Hashirama cell is my only hope to keep on living, please. She kneels down to it, cradling it with her hands, Bring back my beauty. She screams and begs, kneeling further. Now arriving at the castle, whoa. Izuku uttered in amazement as he, Boruto, and Sarada, all left surprised to see the humongous designed palace. So this is the castle where the Hashirama cells are. Boruto trails. Whoever brought it here doesn't understand what's truly capable of. Mujino notes. I concur with that one. Genist agrees as he, Chojuro, Suyu, Shinki, and Bakugo arrive. Which is why we need to sneak in and retrieve it. All while being undetected, Chojuro said. Easier said than done, Konohamaru voices. Quote. Suyu takes notice of the crowd ahead and alerts, Guys, look over there. She points. With everyone seeing what she pointed, a crowd in the middle of this place. Sarada narrows a brow. We'll check it out, Genist answers before they do just that. By the time they do get over there, they pass into the crowd to the full view, and see 2 guards, dead on the ground. 2 guards of the castle. Someone mutters, Are they dead? Another voices in shock. Who would do this? One more mutters. As for the heroes and interns, if 2 guards were killed on the spot. Genist thinks with a finger under his chin, then that could mean one thing. Someone else must have broken in. Chojuro theorizes, meaning we might not be the only ones after the cells. If that's the case, then we need to find another entrance to getting the cells before they do. Boruto suggests. Yes, but how do we pull that off? Suyu voices, finger to her cheek. Quote. Konohamaru does some thinking, and after a while, okay, so here's the plan. One group will go in the castle and retrieve the cell, while the other remains in standby outside the castle. So in short, those who are out here will spot the criminals who are also after the cell. Done. Genist gets it. With that, the groups to infiltrate the castle. Konohamaru, Genist, Boruto, Katsuki and Shinki. The others on standby. Chojuro, Izuku, Mujino, Sarada, and Suyu. With that, the castle sneak-in begins. Opening 6 inches Golden Time, by Fujifabric. Opens up at the City of Silence before we cut to a few UA students in hero costumes. Sarada, one knee on tree with a knife, Katsuki, on a building with a grimace, Mitsuki, on a hill with a book in his hand, Shinki, on a branch with his arms crossed, Izuku, in front of a white flag with a closed fist, and Boruto, on a moving train with a reached fist out before the title appears full on. We go into Izuku training with Gran Torino while training to get better control of One for All. When he uses a smash that causes wind to blow around, Torino grins at his progress. Next shows Boruto sparring with Sasuke with aid from Sarada, the two working with attack coordinations that Phantom sees through and bests them, causing them to sigh, grin. Next shows Boruto reaching a hand out to the back-turned Naruto while Izuku does the same to All Might, only for both boys to grab blue crystal fragments before they blow out. As the song continues, panels of more UA interns are shown. Shinki with iron sand spread around him and arms crossed over chest, Tsubaki, in a widespread battle position and a hand on her sheathed sword, Sumair, riding on the jungle cat form of Nu, Pony, on all fours with her horns ready, Suyu, doing a frog hope with her frog tongue out, and Momo forming a staff from her left hand via creation Quirk. Next shows Rs MCs standing back to back, turning to the other with a firm smile as they prepare to fight. They're joined by Sarada, who smirks, Mitsuki, who smiles with eyes closed, Katsuki, who scoffs irritably, and the other 6 interns, Shinki, Sumair, Momo, Pony, Suyu, and Tsubaki, and pro-heroes Konohamaru, Genist, Miriko, and Mujino in addition. The next scene shows them in battle positions and glaring straight up at the appearance of Victor, who chuckles evilly as 2 arms sprout from his body. Deepa, who grins psychopathically with hands raised, and Zorvas, who smirks deeply with arms crossed. This is when we see the fight in the setting of Valley City. Konohamaru, Mirko, and Mujino fighting Victor, who easily repels them with his sprouted arms. Zorvas slicing through multiple horns and fibers launched by Pony and Genist before repelling a cannonball by Momo and duels Tsubaki with his quirk, finding their interlock entertaining before backing away from her and dodging multiple purple blasts from the jungle cat form of Nu as Sumair rides on the beast. Then switches over to Deepa dodging a fireball from Sarada and multiple shadow snakes from Mitsuki before using his quirk on Shinki, who blocks it with iron sand as Suyu tries to grab the villain via her tongue, only for Deepa to avoid it as Bakugo blasts him from behind, only for the villain to come out unfazed, all while grinning. Last shows the MCs using their signature attacks to finish things off, Izuku using full cowling to zigzag and deliver a Detroit smash while Boruto comes from above with a Rasengan in hand. Both do a battle cry as their attacks crash down on the battlefield, sending off dust and shockwaves into that of a whirlwind. Next shows shots of various individuals. The rest of Class 1A, with Shoto and Ida in front, Class 1B, the UA teacher's staff, Orochimaru along with Suigetsu, Karen, and Jugo, the League of Villains Tamura, the Shins, Kurogiri, and 4 new recruits Arashiki, who smirks Kara the Husk, shadowed appearance, the Cage Heroes with Naruto leading, and the top pros with All Might in front. Last panel shows the MC duo standing tall, along with everyone else who was present during the battle as the breeze blows through them before the song ends. Chapter 60. Castle Infiltration. As the infiltration team gets in, the 5 sneak through the hall's ways in stealth fashion without being seen or heard. All it takes is to get to the main room, grab the cells, and leave, easy money. Bakugo, on the other hand, is irritated at this sneaking around and exclaims, "I'm sick of snooping around like this, let's just beat those guards' ass and get the cell already." That's not the objective we're going for. Genist tells him, "We're trying to get the cell without causing a disturbance." Right, so will you keep your damn voice down before you get us spotted? Boruto whispers back at him bluntly. "Shut up, no one asked you, Whiskers." Katsuki retorts, almost loudly. "Guys, not now," Konohamaru whispers, back at the 2, while Shinki shakes his head, unimpressed or surprised. Before they could move, a ceiling wall comes from above them. The 5 gaze up and see this before jumping back to opposite ends as the ceiling closes down between them, the 2 heroes on one side and the 3 interns on the other. A wall. Boruto widens in surprise. Did they know we were here? Konohamaru wonders as well before 4 guards appear on each end. "We caught you intruders red-handed," a guard exclaims to the heroes. "Don't think about resisting, we're taking you to Lady Sakuya." Another side to the interns on the other end. "Who even is this Sakuya? The boss the around here?" Katsuki asks, but doesn't care to find out at the same time as he gets into a battle stance. "We have no choice but to fight them, it seems." Konohamaru says to Genist, "I already allowed for Boruto to fight. You might want to do the same with Bakugo and Shinki." Quote. Genist thinks about it, but sees that he has a point, fine then. At this point, it's the inevitable. Opposite wall side, "Got no choice but to handle this myself," Boruto said as they're surrounded by more incoming guards. Bakugo's annoyed at that sound of that. "What do you mean, by yourself?" Shinki asks, knowing that neither of them haven't been given permission to fight. "Komago's already given me permission to battle, so there's nothing stopping me." Boruto gets right to attacking the guards, taking them out one at a time as some of them try to counter, but fail. HMPH. Shinki grimaces at this. "I won't let that bastard hog this for himself." Katsuki shakes and grits his teeth at having to stand back as the blonde fights off the guards. At that time, a text is sent in his phone as he hears a buzz. What now? He takes it out and sees a text from Genist, telling him that he and Shinki are allowed to fight as well. Seeing this puts a mad grin on Bakugo as he excitedly sneers, "Hell yeah. What's with you?" Shinki asks, confused. "Allowed to fight, that's what." Katsuki blasts forward, but not before telling, "Same applies to you, makeup." Still confused by what he means, but figured out, he must have got a message from Best Genist to allow us to fight. If that's true, then perfect. He begins to sprout iron sand from his hero costume and go to attack the guards too. After taking out 5 of them, Boruto turns around and sees Shinki and Akatsuki making quick work out of the rest of the guards. "What are you guys doing?" he asks in exclaim, knowing that they haven't got permission to do battle. "We've been allowed to fight by Genist, that's what." Shinki replies, before trapping a guard to the wall via sand. So eat on that, Whiskers." Katsuki blasts the last guard in the face, knocking him out. "Once things are wrapped up, it's a good thing that Best Genist let you 2 fight, otherwise, it would have been boring if I had to handle everything myself with you 2 on the sidelines," he says, almost proudly. This is much to the irritation of Bakugo, who storms up to him, sneering, "Say that again. You're not gonna treat me like a sideliner." "I'm not, you idiot. Still surprises me you're even on this mission," Boruto remarks in grimace. Care to find out? The hothead sneers again. The two were close to butting heads until Shinki speaks up. You guys of Class 1A really are clueless. You clearly forgot that we need to get the Hashirama cell out of this place. He said, making the two turn to the Iron Sand user, who adds, so quit being immature and try to keep up. He states before running off. Hey, who put you in charge? Boruto runs after the 1B student. Get back here, you bastards. Katsuki joins in last. With the heroes, Konohamaru and Genist finish off the guards on their end, and the ceiling wall deactivates. We're done here. Now all that's left is, before Genist could finish, they see that the interns have already left and took out all the guards on their side. They seriously went ahead by themselves. He sighs, despite the fact we're in a lion's den. Of course they did, Genist said, not surprised at all that the kids would do that. Let's catch up to them before they end up getting themselves into more trouble. He adds, which Komago agrees before they continue themselves. Outside the castle, while on standby atop a building, I hope Boruto and the others are doing well. Izuku mutters in worry. At least the infiltration went successfully. Sarada said, having faith they'll get the cell. I just hope they don't mess this up. Mujino said, arms crossed over chest. I'm sure they won't, they'll simply retrieve the cell and get out okay. Izuku remains positive. It's as Midoriya said Mujino, have a little faith and they just might pull through you know. Chojuro said on the other line. Ribbit, Suyu agrees. Quote. Mujino remains quiet with a grimace, said inwardly, we'll see. Yubina Infirmary. While in bed, the little girl starts to slowly wake up. Ah. She mutters as her eyes open wide. Are you up? Yubina walks in, with a cup of warm tea. Where am I? The girl asks. At a hospital. The doctor replies, sipping her tea before adding, you were dying, and someone brought you here. So you're safe now. The girl turns to her right and finds Mitsuki sleeping on a bed, surprising her. When he wakes up, you should thank him. Yubina advises, he saved your life, which will make him a great hero someday. The girl smiles, grateful for the snake teen saving her. As for me, I would have liked to see a bit more pain from him, but oh well. Yubina shrugs and gets back to sipping tea. Inside the castle, after taking down a couple more guards, man. Things sure soured quickly in this place. Boruto said, in a sigh. It did as soon as we enter, now we need to find Sakuya. Shinki said as they keep running. Yeah, I know that. Katsuki exclaims, but we don't even know where her damn room is. Hold on. Boruto halts them, before sniffing something, there's strong perfume here. The other two sniff as well, with Shinki adding, question is, where's it coming from? Unbeknownst to the interns, the quadruplets observe them from the corner, they're on the move. Haruga said. The rest is going as planned. So let's not mess this up. Asaka reminds. We know. Yuga assures, with Yorga agreeing. Taking another run down the hall, 3 UA students see 2 guards by a huge door, talking about how tiring the job is. As they do discuss that, Bago comes from above one of them and shouts, then why don't you take a nap? Die. He bombs the first guard in the face, making him shout in pain and slump to the ground, hardly. What the? Before the second guard could do anything, Boruto delivers a right hook to his gut, knocking him out instantly. Easy. Now where were we? Boruto said as Shinki opens the door, letting the 3 dash in and hide behind something separately. From their positions, they see that Sakuya is seated in her palace chair, with her head down. That must be Sakuya, Shinki figures. Looks like she's asleep. Perfect. Boruto notices. To the two, this is the right opportunity to take the cell, but quietly, however, hey, old hag. Katsuki wastes no time in coming out to the open, in a bold move, do yourself a favor and hand over that cell before I blast you to bits. Bakugo, come on, Boruto exclaims, in annoyance as he and Shinki come out to the open too. We were supposed to do this in a stealthy manner, are you stupid? Shinki berates the hothead too. Before Katsuki argues back, they see that Sakuya suddenly drops out of her chair and down to the ground. The 3 are confused by this, what's up with her? Shinki wonders. Huh, Katsuki's narrows a brow. Boruto decides to run over and checks on her. To his shock, she has a knife embedded into her back, meaning that she's now a lifeless corpse. Well, Shinki gets the blonde's attention, how is she? Dead. Boruto reveals, she's been stabbed. Stabbed, you say, the Iron Sand teen trails. That obviously means one thing. Bakugo trails, in knowing. This is when the quadruplets reveal themselves and come out of hiding, smirking as they do. So it was you guys. Katsuki glares. The ones that took down the guards at the entrance, I presume. Shinki question. Who are you guys? Boruto questions the 4. That doesn't matter, at the moment, anyway. Asaka replies, refusing to answer that question. We've been watching you heroes for a while now, ever since you got here. Yuga reveals. Since you guys had the same goal, it's a good thing we kept an eye on you. Haruga adds. You bastards used us, you're in for it now. Katsuki sneers, crackling mini explosives in his palms. Hey, we'd like to play around, but security is on its way. Yorga said, smirking. Are you after the Hashirama cells too? Boruto asks immediately. Asaka confirms this as he takes out the cells in a round jar, of course. Don't think you can get away. Shinki readies his iron sand quirk. We never once thought that we could get away easily. Asaka rebukes, lifting up the jar, that's why you're going to come in very handy. What the hell do you mean, you bastards? Katsuki was close to starting out with a blast, until the quadruplets leap upward onto the lights of the large room, confusing the teens. At the door, an old butler comes in and widens in shock at the three being there. Who are you people? He huffs as he slowly walks in, and gazed ahead to find Sakuya's corpse on the ground, causing him to exclaim in tears, Lady Sakuya. He runs slowly to her side, kneeling beside her and sees that she's dead, causing him to mourn in grief. Wait, this isn't, before Boruto could explain. You three did this. The butler accuses in anger, before slamming his fist down against the chair's button, triggering the security alarm all over the castle. Lady Sakuya has been murdered. He announces on the speaker, the heroes are the perpetrators. Everyone, come to the Great Hall. He finishes. Damn it, Shinki scoffs, knowing this is gonna get rough. That's not what happened, you old geezer. Katsuki exclaims bluntly. Suddenly, from up the lights, Haruga throws a knife down as it strikes into the butler's neck. Goo. The old man widens in agony, stumbling and rolling down the stairs before landing on the ground, dead. What are you doing? Boruto exclaims at the quadruplet. This one's a freebie. Haruga throws a bottle of spray at them. TCH. Shinki's quick to act and uses sand iron shield to block it, causing the bottle to spread in midair. Perfume. Boruto tells by the scent. Using this as a way to escape. Shinki said, retracting his quirk. Where did those bastards go? Katsuki looks around, but seems them already gone. What happened here? Genist and Konohamaru rush in. Every lackey in the castle is headed this way. Konohamaru adds. They killed the butler, as well as Sakuya. Shinki informs, shocking them. And they plan us based off of that. Not good. Genist sighs. This is when the hall doors shut in front of them, leaving them trapped in the room. Now outside the castle, the quadruplets begin spreading word to other criminals in the city as they run by. There's heroes in the palace that killed Lady Sakuya and stole her treasure. Yuga exclaims. They're still in the castle. Yorga adds. If you capture them dead or alive, you'll get a reward. Haruga reveals in lie. Hearing this from atop the building, what did he just say? Sarada widens, stunned. Did something happen to Boruto and the others? Izuku widens, startled at the thought. They messed up, Mujino said, not pleased. Question is, did they get the cell or not? Chojuro wonders through the earphone connection. We just got here and they've already been busted. They turn behind to see Mirko and the girls. Sheesh, now what? Mujino sighs and replies, we'll just have to go in there and provide backup. Inside the palace, after taking a peek through the window to find many criminal around the place, we're totally surrounded. Boruto warns to the others. To top it all off, we've fallen into their trap. Genist adds. They're in there. Hurry and break down the door. Some of the criminals try to get in, but to no avail as Shinki holds the large door back with a fist of iron sand. What's the plan? Shinki asks immediately. I highly doubt they'd listen to us, even if we explained it. No shit, obviously. Katsuki exclaims, due to him pointing out the obvious while cackling his mini explosives, we blast our way through these extras and get to the cell by force. For once, Bakugo might be right with this one. Genist concurs. Right, we can't waste any more time here, since we need to get that Hashirama cell. Konohamaru agrees. Heh, the hothead chuckling widely, ready to start bombing. With this, they counterattack, with Shinki letting go of the door for the enemies to swoop in and Konohamaru kicking the window glass open, for all of them to jump out of. There they are. A fugitive exclaims. Get them. They start throwing knives and even some using their quirk, which doesn't pose any problems as the group repels their efforts, using some of their quirks or simply using close range to take the criminals out, like Boruto, Katsuki, and Konohamaru for example, while Shinki and Genist keep some restrained via sand and fiber. When they do take out the first half of fugitives, more keep coming and wouldn't stop till the false bounties on their heads are collected. These guys are getting annoying. Shinki scoffs. We can't keep wasting time like this, damn it. Boruto adds. Katsuki bombs two of them in the faces and exclaims, well I'm not done yet. He's ready for more, no matter how many they are, making Uzumaki and Shinki think that the explosion quirk user is forgetting the main objective. Charge. More of them were about to attack, until the last second. SMAASSHH. Izuku comes in and axe kicks two of them away, along with Sarada, who uses brute force to strike some back. Mirko and Chojuro also land their attacks in as the former grins, hey, backup has arrived, now let's start kicking ass. Perfect timing, guys. Boruto smiles slightly as he knocks a thug out. What happened in there for this many to surround us? Sarada asks. I'm curious too, because this has to be some sort of misunderstanding. Izuku said. You guys really screwed this one up, didn't you? Mujino shakes his head after takes a fugitive out. We'll explain later, just aid us in getting through these guys first. Konohamaru replied in battle position with everyone else. No problem. Sumair nods, in stance. Yes sir, Su adds. We can't waste time any longer. Shinki said, with his quick ready. Right, Pony agrees. Indeed. Momo too, while Tsubaki got her sword ready. With that, they start fighting the criminals around them, taking a majority out, one at a time. Meanwhile, a purple portal from Kurogiri appears near the entrance of Silent City before he, the Shins and Tamura, lastly, come out. Upon seeing their surroundings being in an overcasted one, so this is Silent City, where fugitives from various parts reside. Kurogiri speaks. We already heard that from the boss, you know. Teen Shin said in remind. Now that we're here at this unpleasant place, who should we start recruiting? Tamura voices as the wind blows by them. It can't just be anyone. Adult Shin chimes in, they have to be strong, and they actually have to join the league willingly. Quote. Tamura stays quiet under his hand mask for a few seconds before somewhat agreeing, fair enough, I suppose. They begin walking into the city, better hope it doesn't turn out disastrous, just like with Shoujoji and Stain. HMPH, that all depends on how you act. Adult Shin rebukes with a grimace. Back to the castle scuffle, the group manages to take out every last random fugitive in the area, with the adult heroes bringing down the last ones. Is everyone good? Konohamaru asks. Yeah, for now, Sarada replies. We're still in one piece somehow, ya know. Boruto adds. It would have been great if we didn't have this slowing us down. Izuku said. Looking around their surroundings, Shinki states otherwise, doesn't seem like we're off the hook yet. They see more random criminals surrounding them again, with different weapons to their disposal, as they all chuckle and laugh evilly. These guys don't give up, do they? Pony mutters. As fighting their only option. Sumair steps back one time. But this many people, Suyu trails. I'm all for it. Mirko gets in ready position again, the more enemies around, the better I get to smash their skulls in. Hell yeah, Bakugo completely agrees as he crackles mini explosives. Chill out, you two. Chojuro warns, we still have an objective here. Hey, guys, they hear a whisper from the corner of an alley, which is the little boy that stole from before, over here. He whispers again. Who are you? Boruto asks. Sumair recognizes him and says in surprise, you're the kid from the black market. The little brat from before, huh? Mirko gets it. Who cares about that, just hurry. The boy warns. Seeing that there's not much of a choice and fight the random criminals around them isn't getting them anywhere, Bakugo, use your stun grenade as a distraction so we can go. Genist advises. Seriously, I'm not running from these extras. Katsuki argues, but. Just do it, Genist exclaims seriously to the hothead, everyone be ready. He warns to the rest. Seeing that he's forced to do it and without an argument, Katsuki arms his arms forward at the villains and exclaims, stun grenade. A flash of bright light covers the area and blinds the random criminals around them. Ah, my eyes. I can't see. What the hell is this? The randoms exclaim out as some drop their weapons and cover their eyes. This is our chance, Mujino exclaims, before the hero and intern group retreat amongst the distracted villain crowd and successfully get away. Now in an underground pathway, I didn't know there was a passageway like this under the city. Momo voices as they walk with the little boy guiding them with a flashlight. It's probably an abandoned sewer system. Konohamaru figures. Hey, very useful, Mirko admits. You can rest easy now. The boy assures, the grown-ups don't know nothing about this place. Why are you helping us? Mujino asks. It's 'cause I owe you guys, big time. He reveals. You owe us, Pony asks. Ask your friend for the details. The boy replies, confusing the group. Just a little further, we're here. He said, this is the place. They see a small cavern house that looked like it was handmade. At the door, they are surprised to see the snake teen walk out. Hey there. Mitsuki smiles and greets. Mitsuki. His 1A classmates, except Katsuki, exclaim in surprise and glad to see him. What are you doing here? Konohamaru asks. Yeah, and how come you stayed behind back there with Miss Yubina? Suyu asks. It's a lot to explain, so I rushed over as soon as I was able to. Mitsuki replies before he eyes the little girl behind him, who stands out, with her. Surprised, you were the girl at the hospital. Boruto recognizes. Thank goodness you got better. Sarada adds. I told my big brother, that he risked his life to save mine. The girl told, gratefully. Kona is my kid sister. The boy reveals and gratefully adds, thank you for protecting her. He gazes to Mitsuki, who keeps his usual smile. So, the person who left her at Miss Yubina's hospital was. Sumair puts the pieces together. Yeah, it was me. Katara admits, I had no choice. I couldn't pay for her treatment. He adds to the group, you all saved her life. So that's the connection. Mujino understands. What goes around comes around. Konohamaru said. Hey, the good you do for others is good you do yourself, I'll say. Mirko grins. Quote. Genist gazes silently, on the other hand. Moving on, heroes interns gather around and discuss their objective. Let's take stock of our situation. Chojuro advises. The ones who tricked us and escaped with the Hashirama cell, were those lookalike individuals, right? Genist asks, specifically to Katsuki, Boruto, and Shinki since they were in the main castle room first. Yeah, the blonde nods, it appears that they were watching us ever since we got here. They even killed the mistress of the castle and stole the Hashirama cell. Shinki adds, arms crossed over chest. Hold on, seriously, Izuku widen in surprise. Wish we knew what the bastards are so I can blast their heads off. Katsuki said. The only lead we have, is this. Konohamaru takes out a covered knife that's coated in poison, courtesy of the quadruplets. It could come in handy in pursing the culprits. Mujino said. But guys, while we're doing this, couldn't they be leaving Silent City by now? Momo asks, concerned about that. It would be bad if they got any further. Sumair trails. About that, Miss Yubina told me that the Hashirama cell is unstable. Mitsuki explains, and when it's wobbled around, there's a high risk of it going out of control. In short, you can't rush around while handling it. Tsubaki gets it. It's become more complicated now. Sarada trails. Agreed. So that's why they went through all the trouble to make us into decoys. Genist catches on. It was just to buy time as a result. Konohamaru finishes. But aren't there several routes to the border? Suyu asks. That's what I'd like to know too. Izuku chimes in, unless we know which they're escaping, finding them is gonna be difficult. I think we can be of help there. The boy said, getting their attentions. How? Boruto asks, raised brow. Just watch. The boy goes over to a pipe and speaks loud through it. This is Katara. Can you hear me? Over. Loud and clear. Over. Another kid speaks through in reply, along with more. Same here. Loud and clear. Captain Katara. We're good to go anytime. Over. You're linked up far with just a pipe. Amazing. Izuku beams. There's a lot of you too. Pony beams as well. There's another city that spreads out underground that belongs only to us. Katara reveals confidently before speaking to his other friends through the pipe. Listen up, this is a mission. He adds, get me intel on some suspicious 4 lookalikes. They should be headed out of the city. Roger. The kids comply through the pipes. Huh. Boruto finds wonder in how this'll go. Wait and see, they'll be super easy to find. Katara confidently said, and he proves correct when one through the pipeline replies. Sighting report. There are witnesses who saw 4 lookalikes, and they're on a domestic path, mostly headed toward the border. All right. Izuku glad this worked. Very impressive. Mirko grins, hands on hips. Furthermore, if we use an underground passageway, we can purse them using the shortest route. Mitsuki said, that's how we got here. That works better in our favor and we won't have to fight any fugitives up there. Suyu adds. Yeah, we have scattered exits all over. Katara confirms. We can't thank you enough. Mujino said, in gratitude. Yeah, thanks. Momo nods, blushing a little at the compliments. This is the least I do can, to pay back the debt my sister and I owe to you heroes. He adds, let's hurry. I'll guide you right up to the edge of the border. He smiles before taking the lead from there. By the time they make it to an exit that leads to the city's back exit, the others start climbing up the ladder, except Genist, who decides to use this time to speak with the 2 kids, Katara, Kona. Quote. He adds, getting their gazes, you both have strong wills and have done well to survive in this city up to now. He states, surprisingly the kids, if heroes like us knew that there were kids living in these parts, then we would have noticed right away and did something, and for that. He bows his head, I'm sorry. Quote. Quote. The kids in surprised again to hear this before the hero proposes. I'm sending some members of my agency to come and pick you and the other kids up at the locations connected to here. Genist adds, living here any further would be dangerous, which is why I know some shelters in Musudafu that'll take you guys in. And from there, your lives will be easier and one that isn't poor. He assures. Are you sure? Kona asks, eagerly, which Genist nods in again in confirmation. Katara forms a smile, pleased with this. You know, I always stayed true to the fact that if we helped a hero out, he adds, positively, then we would get something greater in return. He grins happily. And that, you did. Genist nods, what do you say? Of course, we accept. The little siblings said happily in unison. Meanwhile, in a diner that appears to be dark, a man cuts through a piece of meat on his plate and eats it via fork. After swallowing it, he grimaces, it tastes like sand. He isn't pleased with this dish and looks out the window toward the castle and sees a bunch of random fugitives running by, in search for the hero's interns. Without looking, he throws his knife toward the dark target, scoring right in the middle with ease as the board lights up at his aim. I came all this way to the sticks, so I deserve to have a little more fun. He then gets up and walks toward the counter, laying down a dollar bill, thanks for the meal. He says sadistically to the revealed corpse of the diner's employee, as well as the whole place that's scattered with dead bodies, revealed to be his doing. He licks his lips as he walks out the diner. By the time he's outside the place, he turns to see Zorvis, in a cloak, leaning against the wall with arms crossed over chest under it, showing no restraint as usual. I see. Deepa, Zorvis said, getting a gaze from the latter, you left the place in there a bloody mess, I presume. Restaurants with bad cooked meals deserve that fitting result. Deepa gazes, you should know how I operate by now, Zorvis. Ah, whatever. He shrugs, not caring all that much. More importantly, we need to get that object. Hope you haven't forgotten. Of course not. Deepa replies, don't need that old-timer throwing a tantrum, do we? He smirks before they march on, it still wouldn't hurt to mess around while we're here. I guess you could say that. Zorvis said, admitting, I do feel like gutting someone right now. He smirks himself, as they head toward the castle. Back to the group. As they're now out in the open, this is where we say goodbye, Katara, Kona. Boruto smiles. We're indebted to you, Izuku adds. Yeah, do your best and don't die. Katara encourages. Be careful, big sisters and big brothers. Kona smiles. We will, thank you. Momo nods. With that said, the little siblings head back to their underground spot as they part ways with the group. They're such strong-willed kids. Sarada said, impressive. Still, it would have been great to help them get out of this position, even a little. Sumair mutters. Yeah, I know. Pony agrees, worried too, living in a place meant for criminals would be dangerous for those kids. Which is why I sent some members from my agency to come here and retrieve all kids that are from or connected here to Silent City. Genist reveals to them, surprising the teens, there's nothing to worry about now. He assures. That's a relief. Izuku replies as they're glad to hear. Good call, Genist. Konohamaru too. That's the essence of being a hero. Mirko grins. Yes, it is. Chojuro agrees. Now that that's handled, it's time we purse those purple-haired bastards. Katsuki speaks up, changing back to the main topic. We don't have a moment to waste. Mujino agrees as they all turn to him, we'll split up to track the guys who stole the Hashirama cell. He adds, it'll be the same groups as before so call for backup as soon as you find a lead. Understood. Shinki nods. We'll catch them for sure this time. Boruto pounds his fists together before they split in groups. With the Rabbit Heroes group. Tracking. Momo looks around as they match in the forest. Well, after making it this far, we don't have to worry about that guys coming after us. Pony said, relieved about that. That doesn't mean we let our guards down. Tsubaki warns, there are still those from the underworld that might also be after the cells too. She's right about that, now keep your eyes peeled. Mirko adds as they keep searching. While they do, Sumair spots what looks to be 3 people up on the branch and quickly warns, guys. Quote exclamation mark quote. Once the 4 are warned, a stream of yellow lightning is launched from above, making them all jump back. Who goes there? Show yourselves. Mirko exclaims to the attackers. Jumping and landing to the ground is a young man that's dark-skinned, a Kumo nin with short, spiky, white hair and dark eyes accentuated with eyelashes curving upwards from the corners. He wears a dark outfit consisting of an overlong shirt with a hood, and with red bandage hand guards. Alongside 2 subordinates that are with him, hey, you. He speaks. What, are you guys after the Hashirama cells too? Mirko asks, ready for them if they attack. You're Mirko, the rabbit hero, correct? Omoi recognizes and ignores the question as he questions them, are you the ones who murdered Sakuya, the lady of Fushu Castle and escaped with the cells? No way, even those little girls. First subordinate Marui questions in surprise at the 14 interns. What a surprise. Second subordinate Kukui agrees. Looking down on us is something you'll regret. Tsubaki goes for her sword, but Mirko puts an arm in front of her to stand down. Hand over the Hashirama cell. Omoi demands, with his hand out. Unfortunately for you, we don't have it on us right now. Mirko reveals. We'll just have to verify that. Omoi reaches for the sheathed blade behind his back. It's true. Momo exclaims. We really don't have it. Sumair too. So, are you gonna keep this up, or are you gonna come clean? Omoi asks, if you don't hand it over, then you're gonna get hurt. He declares, as his subordinates are ready too. So you wanna rubble? Mirko's intrigued. Aight, bring it. I can take you 3 out again once. Wanna bet? Omoi challenges. Hold on, Mirko. Edgeshot appears, along with the rest of the group. Mr. Edgeshot, since when did you get here? Pony asks. Komago told me about the border, so he gave the coordinates to here. He replies. And why are you stopping me from beating their asses? Mirko asks, not all that pleased. We know him. Chojuro walks up. You're Omoi, right? Konohamaru asks, knowing him too. Hold on. Aquanari and Komago. Omoi's surprised to see them here, taking his hand off his blade. That's right. The latter nods. You know him. Suyu asks. Yeah, he's from Static Agency. Chojuro reveals. Seriously. Izuku's surprised. That's a small twist. Mitsuki said. HMPH. Tsubaki only grimaces. First, answer my question from before. Omoi isn't through yet. Did you kill Sakuya and steal the Hashirama cell? Are you deaf or something? We don't have it. Mirko exclaims, annoyed. To be precise, we were framed. Chojuro said, in a calm way. Quote. Omoi gazed before explaining, there were rumors going around that the Hashirama cell was in Silent City. He adds, Static felt it could turn into a dangerous situation, so he ordered Marui, Kukui and me to sneak into Silent City and investigate. Then all of a sudden, there was a big commotion. Marui said. That's when we heard that some heroes murdered Sakuya and stole the cell. Kukui added, which I didn't buy too much. The guys who framed us spread lies. Boruto states out. As a result, we're being pursued by a bunch of different groups of criminals. Sarada added. Since we made it this far, we assume that they won't be coming after us at this point. Izuku said. And, do you know who the real perpetrators are? Omoi asks. No, other than the fact that they are lookalikes and are most likely criminals themselves. Mujino said. This is the weapon they used to kill Sakuya. Konohamaru shows off the clothed poison knife. As that poison, Omoi takes a closer look, I've seen the same thing before. Oh yeah, where's that? Genist asks. It was when a VIP from Cloud City was assassinated. He replied, I'm gonna guess that these guys are from Haze City and use the same kind of poison. Haze City, huh, Shinki said. Now we know where they're from. Suyu adds. Let's just go and blow these bastards up already. Katsuki's gets annoyance ready to find the quadruplets and blast them. Cool it, Bakugo. Genist tells him. If that group is from Haze City and stole the Hashirama cell, and it gets into the hands of evildoers, Omoi begins to sweat, in a dramatic way, or some kinda mad scientist. This could turn into something really bad. He assumes, shouting sarcastically too, no, not that. What do we do if the cell dramatically starts multiplying? Even if we retrieve it, it could continue to multiply until finally, it explodes. He speaks fast and starts dramatically freaking out, dropping the ground too. If that happens, there's no controlling it. Is he alright? Sumair blinks in confusion. Beats me, this has now turned weird. Suyu said, feeling the same way. Nothing like he was a few seconds ago. Tsubaki said. Oh man, Kukui sighs. Here we go again. Marui crosses his arms, sighing too. Mr. Omoi's going into a frantic thought spiral. Izuku confused, so are the rest. A thought spiral. Mitsuki narrows. That's not what it is. Omoi stands up and exclaims, it's fact that rumors about the Hashirama cell are spreading like wildfire. Hordes of individuals might be on their way, and if that happens, this could turn into something really bad. No, what's really bad is your negative thinking, Mr. Omoi. Kukui's sweat drops. Such a worrywart. Marui's sweat drops too. Worse than a worrywart, I'd say. Boruto chimes in. I think an explosion is a bit far-fetched. Sarada said, hands on hips. You can say that again. Pony nods comfortably. Normally in situations like this, you have to think about worst-case scenarios. Omoi exclaims dramatically, so if things escalate, you can keep calm and deal with them. Yeah. His subordinates put hands on his shoulder to calm H down. Back on topic, the Hashirama cell has been under our supervision. Konohamaru explains, it hasn't been determined how other people get a hold of it. Either way, we have to recover it, no matter what. Genist said. If that's how it is, we'll help you. Omoi offers, it's safe to assume that Haze guys are planning to take the Hashirama cells back to their land. He adds, which means the shortest route back home for them is over the mountains. About that, if the cell is stimulated in any way, it runs the risk of blowing out of control. Chojuro said. Meaning in their case, the mountainous route is out of the question. Mirko said. I see. Omoi thinks about this, it's highly probable they took that road. He notes, having an idea about what path they took. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the forest, away from Silent City, the quadruplets Haze brothers take a break as they've been moving and Asaka stands watch atop a tree branch in alert for any pursuers. No signs of the Hashirama cell going out of control. Haruga observes. Yeah, Yorga agrees. Asaka jumps down and informs, no signs of any pursuers either. The heroes probably got trapped, just like we planned. Yuga assumes, let's hurry while we still have the chance. He adds, receiving nods from his brothers before they march off in heading back to Haze City, but unaware that the heroes' interns are also out of Silent City and are in pursuit of them. Ending 6, Central, by Amy Sakaguchi. Opens up with a couple flashbacks from the sports festival, Momo losing to Mitsuki that caused her to lose confidence in herself. Sumair losing her fight to Bakugo, but in a close match. Pony losing to Boruto without landing even a punch, caused her to tear up. Tsubaki losing to Izuku, but smiled a tad bit in admitting defeat. With the song playing, it switches to the girls in their civilian clothes. Sumair gazing at her phone while crouched down, Momo looking depressed as her gaze is lowered, Pony gazing at the sky as her eyes shine, and Tsubaki standing in the breeze as it blows trough her hair. Next shows Sarada and Suyu, the two who saw their results at the sports festival as ways to improve, encouraging the four to join them in an art setting, which they do before all 6 UA girls indulge in the activity of painting. Having paint cans and paint brushes to draw designs on the walls and having a great time. After their time of entertainment, Momo, Tsubaki, Sumair, and Pony appreciated that fun is a way of keeping themselves positives and using their fights at the sports festival to become better heroes. As the song is halfway, the 6 of them are in their hero costumes, jumping high in the air in slow motion and having grins, while Tsubaki smiles slightly. When they reach the ground, they dash forward in a long run before they use their quirks. Sarada punching the air via chakra fist, Tsubaki doing a chakra-coded slash, Pony firing 2 horns from her head, Momo forming a staff and shield, Suyu jumping and latching out her tongue, and Sumair launching off a massive shot of water with Nu on her shoulder. The last panel shows the girls all standing together on a building, standing firmly and happily as they gaze into the sunset before smiling to each other while the breeze blows through their hairs. As students in training, they vow to improve themselves in many areas without giving up, as the song closes. That wraps up our heroes being in Silent City, and with extra help, they're in hot pursuit of the Haze brothers. However, they won't be the only ones after that cell. Until next chapter, back to some action. 805 Chapter 61, Haze Interception. Opening 6 inches Golden Time, by Fujifabric. Opens up at the City of Silence before we cut to a few UA students in hero costumes. Sarada, one knee on tree with a knife, Katsuki, on a building with a grimace, Mitsuki, on a hill with a book in his hand, Shinki, on a branch with his arms crossed, Izuku, in front of a white flag with a closed fist, and Boruto, on a moving train with a reached fist out before the title appears full on. We go into Izuku training with Gran Torino while training to get better control of One for All. When he uses a smash that causes wind to blow around, Torino grins at his progress. Next shows Boruto sparring with Sasuke with aid from Sarada, the two working with attack coordinations that Phantom sees through and bests them, causing them to sigh, grin. Next shows Boruto reaching a hand out to the back turned Naruto while Izuku does the same to All Might, only for both boys to grab blue crystal fragments before they blow out. As the song continues, panels of more UA interns are shown. Shinki with iron sand spread around him and arms crossed over chest, Tsubaki, in a widespread battle position and a hand on her sheathed sword, Sumair, riding on the jungle cat form of new pony, on all fours with her horns ready, Suyu, doing a frog hope with her frog tongue out, and Momo forming a staff from her left hand via creation Quirk. Next shows R's MCs standing back to back, turning to the other with a firm smile as they prepare to fight. They're joined by Sarada, who smirks, Mitsuki, who smiles with eyes closed, Katsuki, who scoffs irritably, and the other 6 interns, Shinki, Sumair, Momo, Pony, Suyu, and Tsubaki, and pro heroes Konohamaru, Genist, Miriko, and Mujino in addition. The next scene shows them in battle positions and glaring straight up at the appearance of Victor, who chuckles evilly as 2 arms sprout from his body. Deepa, who grins psychopathically with hands raised, and Zorvas, who smirks deeply with arms crossed. This is when we see the fight in the setting of Valley City. Konohamaru, Mirko, and Mujino fighting Victor, who easily repels them with his sprouted arms. Zorvas slicing through multiple horns and fibers launched by Pony and Genist before repelling a cannonball by Momo and duels Tsubaki with his quirk, finding their interlock entertaining before backing away from her and dodging multiple purple blasts from the jungle cat form of Nu as Sumair rides on the beast. Then switches over to Deepa dodging a fireball from Sarada and multiple shadow snakes from Mitsuki before using his quirk on Shinki, who blocks it with iron sand as Suyu tries to grab the villain via her tongue, only for Deepa to avoid it as Bakugo blasts him from behind, only for the villain to come out unfazed, all while grinning. Last shows the MCs using their signature attacks to finish things off, Izuku using full cowling to zigzag and deliver a Detroit smash while Boruto comes from above with a Rasengan in hand. Both do a battle cry as their attacks crash down on the battlefield, sending off dust and shockwaves into that of a whirlwind. Next shows shots of various individuals. The rest of Class 1A, with Shoto and Ida in front, Class 1B, the UA teacher's staff, Orochimaru along with Suigetsu, Karen, and Jugo, the League of Villains Tamura, the Shins, Kurogiri, and 4 new recruits Arashiki, who smirks Kara the Husk, shadowed appearance, the Cage Heroes with Naruto leading, and the top pros with All Might in front. Last panel shows the MC duo standing tall, along with everyone else who was present during the battle as the breeze blows through them before the song ends. Chapter 61. Hei's Interception. Silent City. In Fushu Castle, a group of thieves begin stealing treasures, money and gold, and any valuable goods that was owned by the deceased Sakuya. However, as they prepare to leave, they stumble in surprise at the cloaked appearances of Deepa and Zorvas, who begun walking in and observing the surroundings of the palace. They walk up to the thieves, ordering them in a sudden tone, move. Deepa demands. Who the hell are you two? One of them asks as the 3 have weapons in each hand. Are you here to steal the castle's treasure? The second one asks, with a sword in his hand. Sorry, but it belongs to us. The third one steps up, with a gun in hand. If you get it, leave now. Are you guys stupid or what? Just move out the way. Zorvas orders. What? The thieves are offended now and surrounded the 2 cloaked individuals from all sides. Didn't you hear us? The second one exclaims. What a pain, just get 'em. The third one exclaims as they go to strike with their swords and pistol. You're all as good as dead now. Zorvas smirks. You really are fools who just can't listen, can you? Deepa states as well before the 2 proceed to kill off the thieves in front of them, quickly and smoothly. After last one drops lifelessly to the ground. If you had just listened to us from the get-go, dying wouldn't have been an option for you guys. Zorvas states, as Deepa chuckles at the corpse before they move into deeper parts of the dark castle. When they get to the main room, they gaze down at the dead body of Sakuya before they hear noises in 2 separate hallways. I'll go this direction, you can have the other. Zorvas walks the right direction. In another part of the hall, 3 more random thieves steal treasure and one notes, there's no point in lingering here any longer. They then take the bag treasure and begin to make a run for it until they stumble in the corner. To their shock, they find the bodies of other random thieves scattered everywhere, dead. They widen ahead to find out that it's Deepa's doing, making them stumbles back in horror. The latter catches sight of them and smiles with bad aura as he walks toward them. One of the thieves don't like where this will go and try to take some coins out to give. Here, take these. He begs, shaking. I have no interest in things like that. Deepa replies before adding, first, I want to ask you something. He begins, where's the Hashirama cell? Quote. Exclamation mark quote. They only shake at this question. You know what'll happen if you don't tell me, right? Deepa threatens, sarcastic. It was stolen. The second one mutters out. By whom? Some heroes stole it along with the treasures and ran off. The third one answers. And where are they now? Deepa continues, looking down at them. They're not here anymore. The first one stammers, word is that they used an underground route to escape. I see. Deepa grins as his eyes glow red and evilly before he proceeds to kill them as they scream in pain and fright. On the other hand, Zorvas has been told the same story and tells the startled theme in front of him. That'll all I needed to know, now beat it. He demands. The thieves run off quickly to the opposite side of the hall. You choose not to kill them now. Zorvis turns to see Deepa walk up. I don't kill every time I see someone, unlike you. Zorvis replies, also seeing some red stain on his right hand. The blood you got there is all the proof that's needed. Oh please, you killed some of those thugs at the entrance too, remember? Deepa taunts. Because they were picking a fight and they wouldn't move, obviously. Zorvis replies, gazing in grimace, anyway, let's get on with getting the cell already, since we know the heroes got and they're getting away as we speak. He walks onward. Oh, you're acting like the old man. Deepa compares, referring to Victor, lighten up a little. Whatever, it's a good thing I'm here to keep that psychopathic personality of yours in check. Zorvis remarks, which is ignored as they move down the hall and eventually walking out the castle into the open space. Meanwhile, Tamura and his group are walking through the silent town, but see several random criminals running around in search of the heroes. What could be going on here? Shigaraki mumbles in wonder. Beats me, some sort of catastrophe might have occurred before we got here. Teen Shin guesses. Not our problem, really. Adult Shin said, and so far, there doesn't seem to be anyone that's skilled or strong enough to recruit. We just got here, Tamura said, didn't expect to run into someone at that level so soon anyway. This somewhat surprises Shin inwardly as he expected Shigaraki to complain like a baby, but sees that he accepts it and keeps up the search, guess he's starting to learn. As they continue walking by, they see Deepa and Zorvis also walking on the opposite side toward the den. However, even though both sides see the other, they continue marching onward as if nothing is happening until they eventually pass each other, without uttering a word and the tension lowers down. Quote. The League finds some odd about the cloaked figures and stop to turn around, but only to find them gone and nowhere in sight. Shigaraki, Shin, Kurogiri trails. We know. Adult Shin replies, with Teen Shin nodding. Quote. Those two don't appear to be, what you call, average. Tamura describes of Zorvis and Deepa, the second we turned around, they were already gone, just who are they? He inwardly becomes curious. With the Hayes siblings, the four brothers move through the forest as Haruga carries the Hashirama cell contained in a brown bag. However, he ends up almost tripping off a rock just before Yuga and Yorga stop his fall, right in the nick of time. Be careful, Haruga, Yuga warns. If the Hashirama cell goes out of control here, our mission is over. Asaka states and adds. I'm sorry, Haruga apologizes. At the rate we're going, it will take a while to get to that border. Want to switch? Yorga offers. Yeah, thanks, Yorga. Asaka hands the sealed cell over before they continue onward. As long as we cross our border, they can't come after us. Asaka said, sure of it. Yeah, Haruga agrees, the Hashirama cell will help our nation. We have to get home safely at cost. Yuga declares. Back in Silent City, the League enters the Fushu Castle, stumbling upon the corpses of dead thieves around the hall, as well as the Sakuya in the main room. This place is quite a mess we're witnessing. Kurogiri comments. What's with all the dead bodies? Teen Shin wonders. The answer was right there in front of us before we got here. Adult Shin said, gazing to Tamura. It has to be the work of those two. Shigaraki said, assuming that Zorvis and Deepa did this, we're leaving. He said, and takes note of 5 bags of treasure near a few corpses and adds, and while we're at it, transport some of that treasure back to the hideout, Kurogiri. It could come in handy. Understood. Kurogiri complies, teleporting the treasures back to the League hideout. After that, they're back in the open outside the castle and still see a few random criminals moving about. TCH, they're still running around. Tamura asks, confused. Something serious must be going on here. Teen Shin assumes. This is until one of the randoms mentions out aloud, keep searching. Those heroes can run, but they can't hide. This definitely catches the League's attention upon hearing that, the heroes, they say. Kurogiri's surprised. What business do they have in a place like this? We need answers. Tamura said. Precisely. Adult Shin proceeds to grab a random thug by his collar as he was about to run by. The random utters in shock at this, what do you want? Answer this, what's this commotion involving the heroes? The Uchiha asks, in demand as he pulls him closer. You mean neither of you haven't heard? Several heroes infiltrated the castle and murdered Lady Sakuya. He answers, after that, they stole the Hashirama cells and escaped through an underground tunnel. The Hashirama cells, those are from the deceased first Cage hero himself. Kurogiri mentions, even Master has mentioned that once. You've got to be joking, all that for one item. That's out of character and something a villain would do, not a hero. Tamura refuses to believe this. That sounds like a lie, and false information. Kurogiri agrees. It's true. Some guys with purple hair said so to every one of us around here. The random stammers. Whoever these purple-haired idiots are is obviously spreading misinformation. Tamura said before telling Shin, let him go. Not even worth meddling to at this point. HMPH. Adult Shin does just that. Get out of my sight before I dust you. Tamura threatens the random thug. Eek. The fodder runs off in fright. We're going after those two with the cloaks that we passed by a while ago. The hand mask said, if they're the ones who really slaughtered everyone at the castle, then we'll try to recruit them. What about the purple-haired individuals? Teen Shin asks. They sound like cowards from what we heard, so they're not worth recruiting. Tamura replies, it could be them for all we know, but I'm sticking with my first theory. He adds before ordering, Kurogiri, let's go after the cloaked guys. He adds, and while we're at it, we might get the Hashirama cells too, just for kicks. But, Shigaraki, there's a chance they've gotten far out of reach by now, Kurogiri said. Doubt it, they're probably around the border of this place somewhere. Tamura said, we're outta here. Fine, but don't expect to recruit them easily. Adult Shin warns. I know that, literally what I said prior to coming here. Tamura grumbles annoyingly before they teleport into Kurogiri's portal. At the same time, the heroes and interns, along with Omoi's squad, runs through the forest as they pursue the Haze quadruplets. So, what happens when the Hashirama cell is transplanted into someone? Omoi asks Mujino. A part of their body starts turning into wood. The latter replied, the power of the Hashirama cell is frightening. He voices, whoever gets their hands on it. What about it? Quote exclamation mark quote. The whole group stops right in their tracks, looking around, who's there? Chojuro exclaims. Up here. They gaze up the tree to see the cloaked figures of Deepa and Zorvis look down on them. The latter smirks while the former chuckles. It's about time we found you. Zorvis said, it took a while to get information back in the city. Deepa notes, so you're the heroes. So what if we are? Mirko remarks. We'll take that as a yes. Zorvis smirks, using an underground route to escape with very clever. It's one after another. Katsuki exclaims. Who are you two? Boruto asks. Heh, introductions won't be necessary. Deepa refuses to answer, and this is when he and Zorvis jump to the ground and take off their cloak, revealing their appearances. What does that mean? Izuku asks as the group gets into battle formation. In my case, let's just say that every person until now who has seen my face is dead. Deepa explains with a finger pointing up, you've just seen my face, so I'll be killing you as well. He shrugs sarcastically. As lame as that sounds, I guess we can't leave too many witnesses around. Zorvis adds, as much as he finds Deepa's logic not all that great. Exactly. That's why I said introductions are unnecessary. Deepa said, no one who knows of our existence lives. Everyone, be ready. Genist warns as Omoi's group gets into formation too. We were under the assumption that you all had the Hashirama cell, but looks like that wasn't the case, was it? Zorvis said, hands on hips. You both think you can take us on by yourselves? Boruto asks, offended. Underestimating us will be your downfall. Tsubaki said, a hand on the sheathed sword. But if we all fight them. Shinki was gonna say until. Leave this to us. Omoi steps up, his blade out and ready, you guys continue pursuing the Haze group. Them, you say. Zorvis catches on. I see, so you know who has it. Deepa notes in finding out as well. It's fine, so just hurry up and go. Omoi advises. I'll stay and fight too. Edgeshot steps beside him, 4 against 2 will ensure our victory in the quickest way possible. Right then. Omoi allows it. Well, it's in your hands. Good luck. Chojuro nods. Just take care of these guys quickly and catch up. Mirko adds. Thanks, Mr. Omoi, Edgeshot. Konohamaru replies, gratefully. Yeah, Omoi replies as they dash off in pursuing the Haze brothers. Let's wrap this up quick. Edgeshot suggests as the 4 stare down Deepa and Zorvis, if we take too long, we won't be able to catch up. This is when Omoi goes into his dramatic panic mode, like, we might not know which road to take. Then, we'll lose them for sure and we won't have any clues to go on. He pales and overthinks, and before we know it, we'll get lost and cross another city's border without permission. Then we'll be branded as wanted criminals in the bingo book. Everything will be fine. Marui sighs. You're so negative, Kukui adds. Come on, let's finish this and catch up with them. Edgeshot reminds, in battle position. You guys never take me seriously. Omoi said, dramatically offended, but agrees, come on, let's do this fast. The 4 make the first move and charge at their 2 enemies, who aren't phased as Zorvis smirks while Deepa grins widely. Meanwhile with the Haze siblings, Asaka goes down and puts his ear to the group in hearing footprints coming in their direction. Upon leaning up, someone's approaching. He warns, it could be the heroes. Are they close? Haruga asks. No, I can't tell yet. Asaka replies. But it's safe to say that they're definitely pursuing us. Yorga theorizes. We have to cross the national border before they catch up. Asaka said. But if we speed up, it'll stimulate the Hashirama cell. Haruga trails. Quote. Yuga thinks with arms crossed over chest before suggesting and gets their attention, about our pursuers. At this rate, they're going to catch us eventually. He adds, and if that happens, we won't be able to fulfill our mission for our town. He concludes, in short, only one of us will be able to deliver this cell back to Haze City, while the rest of us hold back those heroes from pursuing any further. It's risky, but you're right. Yorga agrees, and we don't know how many heroes they'll be either, aside from the kids at Fushu Castle. He adds, referring to Boruto, Bakugo, and Shinki. Haruga agrees with a nod and suggests, if that's the case. He turns to the leader of them, Asaka should be the one to deliver the cell back to Haze City. Huh, me. Asaka blinks in confusion and surprise. Yes, Yuga nods. We'll hold them off for as long as we can, even if we have to die for it. Yorga adds. But, Asaka tries arguing against that. Believe in us, Asaka. As risky as it sounds, we'll do whatever it takes to hold them, while you get back to Haze. Yuga replies. Don't worry, we'll catch up quickly. Haruga adds in assurance. Indeed. Mark our words, bro. Yorga smiles, with a fist to his chest. Quote. Asaka still isn't sure about this, but sees the determination in his brother's eyes and nods, okay. He's handed the sealed cell and turns his back, it's in your hands. He proceeds, leaving the three to take care of the rest. Meanwhile, the 4 versus 2 battle between Edgeshot and Omoi's squad against Deepa and Zorvas begins. With the heroes deliver strikes of their own to quickly deal with the 2 villains, but everything they do ends up getting either blocked or avoided. They're fast. Omoi expresses, surprised. These guys aren't your opponent's tat we could blitz through by normal means. Edgeshot said, don't let your guards down. On mistaken that means death. Omoi adds, right. Marui nods. Yeah, Kukui too. Shall we amp things up? Zorvas smirks as he forms a blade with spiked edges. Heh. Deepa chuckles as well. That's when both villains use their speed to come up on the 4. Zorvas goes right for Omoi and Kukui while Deepa takes on Edgeshot and Marui, both dodging a strike from the grinning villain. Edgeshot goes for an axe kick that Deepa blocks with his right arm and proceeds to engage in close combat for a few seconds that ends with Edgeshot dodging an axe punch. Afterwards, Marui comes from behind and tries to slash Deepa with his blade, but the villain counters that with his bare fist, making Marui stumble back and barely dodging a couple of punches. On the other hand, Zorvas easily blocks every blade attack from both Omoi and Kukui combined before landing a kick to Kukui's gut and swings his spiked sword with great force that makes Omoi stumble back. Seeing themselves pushed back, the 4 retreat into the wood, you won't get away. Deepa states as he runs after them, same with Zorvas, who has his blade ready. By the time they stop in one spot, oh. Zorvas narrows a brow as he and Deepa gaze up to see Omoi infuse his sword with lightning and swings it down at them from above, prompting Zorvas to jump back at the last second to avoid that while Deepa takes the lightning burst straight on, electrocuting and paralyzing him in the process, and making his body steam. One down. Marui exclaims in delight. Let's finish him. Kukui adds as the sword rush to go and finish off Deepa. Bad move guys. Zorvas smirks otherwise. Edgeshot heard what he says and is confused until he turns back to see Deepa form a grin, revealing that the attack was useless on him, it didn't work. He quickly warns, hey. Withdraw. He tries warning Kukui and Marui, but it was too late as by the time they leapt and raised their blade, Deepa widens wickedly and punches both of Omoi's subordinates in the stomach. Gowk. They spit out in pain before dropping to the ground, knocked unconscious. After having landed, Marui. Kukui. Omoi exclaims in shock. Now it's 2 on 2. Zorvas said, spiked blade ready in hand. This is getting a little fun. Deepa chuckles. TCH. This is gonna take a while. Edgeshot notes inwardly as things are now evened out. With the others. The other heroes' interns hit a fork in the road as there are 2 separate paths, both roads look flat and easy. Konohamaru voices. Question is, what path do we take? Tsuyu asks. We have to find some clues that points us in the right direction. Sarada said. Having used his snake, Mitsuki calls out, hey, look at this. They see a footprint in the grass has been stepped on. Izuku notes. Meaning they took this road. Shinki assumes. I don't see any other tracks. Genist said. Now that we know, Boruto adds, this way it is. They proceed to it. Back to the fight, Edgeshot and Omoi find themselves struggling to bring down the likes of Deepa and Zorvas. The former grins wickedly as he enjoys this contest of close combat against Edgeshot, who barely manages to keep up. Let me have a little more fun. Deepa laughs. His fists have strong impact. Edgeshot notes, telling the difference upon each hit, in that case. He dodges an axe kick and backs off to get some distance. On the other end, the latter matches Omoi's spiked sword against normal sword, and finds an opening to deliver an elbow strike to his gut. Goo. Omoi stumbles back, but regains his grip and stance. This guy, his sword skills are off the charts. You'll have to do better than that. Zorvas taunts. Both heroes know that ordinary methods won't work on either villains as the fight continues. Zorvas appears in front of Omoi to slash him, only for the latter to dodge and jump upward to land on a tree. However, the enemy swordsman isn't gonna let him off the hook so easily and appears up to where he is, deception slice. Omoi attacks in counter to block his spiked blade, it's as if there's no opening in this guy's defenses, huh. After backing away and landing to a branch, that's useless. Zorvas leaps at him again, only for Omoi to dodge and appear behind him. Attacking once more, back slice. He goes for straight sweep to his backside, however, Zorvas ducks low in dodging it before doing a turn around to strike at Omoi, who jumps back, but still ends up getting a cut to his waist. Omoi looks at the small bleeding wound on his left side, he countered that and struck back immediately. He isn't done yet and goes for another attack, crescent moon slice. He delivers a powerful swing, which Zorvas counters with a powerful swing of his own and easily at that. That won't work either. Zorvas reveals before forcing him back to another branch. Not much longer now, Omoi states, having a plan and places his sword back in his sheath, just as he's getting used to thwarting my sword in succession, I'll take him out with this. He lunges forward, reverse mist slice. He creates 3 afterimages of himself in unison. Omoi, chakra quirk, lightning and afterimage. He can produce a strong amount of electricity to infuse in his blade and creates afterimages to throw his opponents off guard. How that? Omoi grins confidently. You can't tell where the blade will appear, can you? He's proven wrong as Zorbus blocks 2 of his fast strikes with ease, forming a grin while doing do. I'm just getting started. Omoi creates more afterimages in not letting up. Didn't I say it was useless? Zorbus's spiked blade slashes through all 3 of them as they fade out, a diversion. Not bad, I guess. Appearing behind his foe, I'll use this jutsu that Mr. B personally taught me. He notes, calling back to Killer B's teaching, my personal style, reverse mist slice. He goes for his most powerful swing in hopes of taking Zorbus down in one shot. However, something comes out of Zorbus's right side, that stops Omoi's blade in its tracks, and without him have to look back, shocking Omoi. Okay, that's it. Zorbus gives a menacing look, frowning, I'll draw this to a close now. No way, was he holding back this entire time? Omoi thought, sweating in shock and not liking where this will go. Meanwhile, Edgeshot resorts to using his foldabody quirk, turning some of his body to strings, spiral spear hand. He flattens and twists himself into a pointed string and flies towards Deepa to try and pierce him. However, the villain dodges to the side, grabs the string and uses his physical strength to lift the hero's lower half via a string and swings him away to the opposite. This caused Edgeshot to be thrown off, but he manages to recover and revert his top half back to normal. Didn't work, huh? Then let's try this. Deepa appears behind Edgeshot and goes to punch him in the back, however, substitution jutsu. The hero switches places with the log with his hands in a hand sign before the villain could connect and appears behind him in reverse. This will finish it. He attacks, pulp thread throttle. Edgeshot flattens and twists himself into a pointed string and then coils around the villain. Quote. Deepa gazes in confusion before Edgeshot delivers his powerful attack, repeatedly piercing him in multiple places around his body. After a few seconds, Edgeshot reverse back to base form as Deepa lower down and voices, this fight is over. However, over, you say. Quote. Edgeshot turns around and finds that Deepa is unfazed, not looking injured in the slightly from the hero's powerful attack. What? He voices in shock, he should have been down from those strikes, what is his body made of? In fact, this is when Deepa turns around with a menacing, dark grimace, I guess it's about time I got serious. So he hasn't been using his quirk this whole time. Not good, Edgeshot curses inwardly. This is where the direction turns dark for the 2 heroes as the 2 villains stop messing around with the others. As they continue dashing through the forest, I wonder what's taking the others so long. Sumair said, concerned. That's a good question, Momo mutters as well. The guys that showed up, was kinda strange. Mitsuki notes, having felt a bad aura from them earlier. I noticed that too, Sarada agrees. I wonder who they are. Pony adds. One thing's for sure, they're both after the Hashirama cell. Shinki notes. Meaning we can't let them get it either. Tsubaki adds. Edgeshot and Mr. Omoi are holding them back, so we should good for now. Suyu said as she hops. One problem. Mr. Omoi is super negative. Izuku's sweat drops. He could still be muttering nonsense as we know it. Boruto laughs a little, definitely different from Izuku's type of mutter though. He chuckles inwardly. Hey, you guys, just focus on what you have to do, okay? Konohamaru reminds, turning back to them. Right now, think only about going after the Hashirama cell. Mujino adds. It'll not safe if it's in the wrong hands, so we have to speed this up. Genist stated as well. Ain't gotta tell me twice, you know. Katsuki exclaims, already knowing the objective and hates being reminded. From afar on a tree branch, Yuga, Yorga, and Haruga glance down as the heroes run in the path they took. They got here fast than we expected. Yuga said. I can't believe they got away from all those pursers. Haruga adds. Considering the amount of people they have, now we see why. Yorga said, it's a thing that it's us 3 to stop them here. The other 2 agree, with Yuga declaring, exactly, letting them proceed is not an option. Until Asaka gets back to Haze City, we'll stall them. Haruga concludes. This is when they hope from tree to tree until they finally land in front of the hero group from several distance away, also surprising them at the purple-haired trio's arrival. After coming to a stop, Boruto recognizes in Grimace, so we finally caught up to you. He exclaims. The bastards that framed us back there at the castle. Katsuki exclaims, angry. They're the ones. Izuku widens in surprise. You 3, and the other one, are from Haze City, right? Shinki asks. How sharp of you. Yuga smirks. You put us through hell back there. Boruto exclaims, fists clenched. And it was worth it. The former replies, smirking. What's more, we're not letting you go after our eldest brother. Haruga adds. And we won't hand over the Hashirama cell either. Yorga declares. You don't have a choice in the matter. Genist remarks. We don't know your true intentions, but it won't matter as much as retrieving that cell. Chojuro adds. Like we said, you won't be getting anything. Yorga grins. Ha, with just the 3 of you, ya think you can take us all on. Mirko laughs, you're in over your heads, it's hilarious. Well, Yuga smirks otherwise, under normal conditions, it might be futile. Normal conditions. Momo narrows. Stay on guard. Mujino advises. I know that, damn it. Katsuki exclaims. Sorry, but we have no time to deal with you 3. Konohamaru said, let us pass. Try and make us. Yorga challenges before the three brothers each throw ball bombs at the group. Quote exclamation mark quote. This causes the heroes' interns to split up quickly before the mini-bombs explode, engulfing a little bit of the area. Do it now, Yuga. Haruga signals. On it. He replies, doing a couple hand signs before raising his arms up high, shooting out a red ray of light that hits far up in the air, in addition, making the energy spread out through half of the forest, in turn, forming a circle-like ray shield to prevent anyone from coming in and coming out. As the smoke clears, is everyone okay? Konohamaru exclaims. Somehow, yes. Mujino nods. Everyone split up because of this. Tsuyu notes as they stand up. When the smoke clears around, up there. Boruto points up, making them all see that a ray shield was formed in the air, including some that are separates. A barrier. Konohamaru identifies. I see, so one of them has a barrier quirk. Chojuro said, from where he's at. So this is just to stall us down, huh? Genist figures. Like this'll stop us. Mirko adds. Who cares, all it takes is to knock him out cold and get out of this thing. Katsuki says otherwise, straight to the point. This is when the three Hayes brothers appear to take on each group around the ray-shielded forest. 1. Yuga against Boruto, Bakugo, Tsuyu, Mujino, and Konohamaru. 2. Yorga confronting Genist, Chojuro, Sarada, Shinki, and Tsubaki. 3. Haruga facing off against Izuku, Mitsuki, Mirko, Pony, Sumair, and Momo. What was it you said? About knocking me out cold. Yuga taunts to the explosive quirk as he takes on his 5 foes, you're in overhead if you think you're capable of that. Let's put it to the test then. Katsuki prepares to launch at him but is restrained by Konohamaru with hand to shoulder. Don't rush in recklessly, Bakugo. He warns. We won't waste any more breath on you. Mujino states to the Hayes individual, last chance, either you move or we'll make you. I choose. No. Yuga wastes no time in doing a couple hand signs, which causes his arms to turn into that of golem arms, surprising the group. Be on guard, Konohamaru advises, before giving Asui the permission to fight as well, just like Uzumaki and Bakugo. The hell is that quirk? Boruto narrows, but ready to go. Don't know, Ribbit, Tsuyu too. One that'll get rid of all of you. Yuga exclaims confidently and goes to strike first, only for the 5 to dodge, quickly and spread out on all sides. Not if I blast you to smithereens first. Katsuki attacks right away with a right-hooked explosion, only for Yuga to block that off with both of his golem-sized arms in front of himself. Tsuyu tries to use her frog tongue to restrain him, but their foe jumps in the air and dodges that. You won't get away. Mujino hand signs, stone pistol. Mujino, chakra quirk. Earth. His usage of earth release enables him to fire earth projectiles from his mouth, as well as buddy his targets in large rubble. The projectiles that were shot by Mujino is only swatted away by Yuga's golem hands, even while in midair before he lands after despising of the rest. TCH. Mujino scoffs. Got you this time. Boruto dashes to strike via knife, only for Yuga to sidestep that, but the blonde wasn't finished, there's more. He spins and coats his right gloved hand in wind, galm palm. Just as Yuga blocks, Boruto successfully forces him back in the process, making their foe slide to a halt. Flame bombs. Konohamaru blows from his mouth, and Yuga barely avoids the attack, feeling the heat on his should. TCH. Yuga rolls to a halt and stands on one knee. Still want to continue? Konohamaru asks, making the purple-haired Hayes foe perk up. Again, make this easy and tell us where the cell is. You can forget it, I'll hold you off for as long as I have to. Yuga determines, standing up, with his golden arms ready, the Hashirama cell stays with us, so go ahead and do your worst. He challenges. Fine, you've asked for this. Mujino grimaces. That can be arranged, you bastard. Katsuki rushes at him right away, and for Yuga to retaliate as well. At the same time, the 6 of you are dealing with me. Haruga declares to his foes. Meanwhile, as if you can. Mirko steps up. Leave this to me, kiddos. Hey. Haruga goes for a few hand signs before planting both hands to the ground and makes the ground them turn into sludge. Quote exclamation mark quote. The 6 soon find themselves trapped, unable to move around. My legs. Momo grunts. Of all the weird quirks. Izuku grunts as well before glowing with bioelectricity to try and use full cowling, but that proves useless as some sludge tentacles emerge and wraps around all of them, lifting his foes up high. Hya, the 3 girls exclaim in disgust, this is why I don't go to aquariums. Pony exclaims dramatically, the most disgusted. Guys, hand on. Mitsuki raises out an arm, using multiple striking shadow snakes to attack, only for some tentacles to appear next to Haruga and protecting the caster from them. It won't work. Haruga reveals, the more you struggle. The tentacles start to strengthen their grips around the kids, making them grunt, the tighter it gets. Luna ring. Mirko breaks free by doing a spinning kick that chops the sludge tentacle off her before doing the same in breaking the interns free from the rest of the tentacles, slicing them apart and the ground turning back to normal as they land. What? Haruga's shocked by this. Did you really think that something like that was gonna do you any good? Mirko taunts, you're out of your league against a pro hero, kid. She laughs at the purple haze individual. HMPH, you wish. He scoffs in remark. I'll get this over with quickly. The rabbit hero tells the interns before going to attack Haruga, who's ready to summon more sludge tentacles in retaliation. At the same time, I'll leave this one to you four. Chojuro said, turning the other way. I'll find a way to break down this barrier. Right, we'll leave it to you. Genist nods before the cage hero zooms off. As for you two, you have permission to engage. He assures to Sarada and Tsubaki, which they nod. Hate to burst your bubbles, but none of you are leaving this barrier. Yorga smirks. We can and we will. Sarada declares as they're in battle positions. You're clearly outmatched against us here. Shinki said, iron sand ready. So do yourself a favor and move aside, or I'll slice you where you stand. Tsubaki grimaces, hand on her sheathed blade. Quite a threat there. Yorga muses before doing a hand signal, making 3 haze portals appear beside him. Quote question mark exclamation mark quote. The group widens as 3 medium-sized black monsters emerge to face them. If you want to get to me, then you'll have to go through them. Yorga snaps his fingers to signal for his haze monsters to attack. They're almost like those Nomu things from the USJ and Hosu. Sarada compares as they dodge the creatures at once, separating the group. While in midair, the Uchiha throws down 2 battle knives at one of the monsters, however, they bounce off its skin, hence, doing no harm. Tsubaki goes to bisect the second one, but it blocks her blade with its arm before she's forced to jump back in dodging a strike. No effect. Huh, Tsubaki grimaces. After landing next to the sword's girl, our attacks didn't make a dent on their skins. They're beasts that were summoned by the underworld. Yorga reveals, their skins are hard as nails so normal attacks won't cut it unfortunately for you guys. He grins until he hears a crash sound by the third monster that was sent flying, courtesy of Shinki. I've got news for you as well. My iron sand is impenetrable and has high attack power. The sand teen reveals in remark, you're not the only one with a hard like Quirk. As that's so, Yorga amused, hands behind head as he fully watches from the sidelines. You're wide open. This is when Genist uses his fiber quirk to retrain Yorga by his clothing. What? The latter surprised at this sudden restraint and struggles to break free. Nice distraction. Genist compliments to Shinki, and turns back to their foe, your overconfidence left you wide open. He adds, you and your pals are trying to stall us here and we're not having none of it. So now that I've got you, call these monsters off, surrender, and give us the Hashirama cell. Won't be happen. Yorga refuses and signals his third beast to swoop over and break him free from the fiber binds, which annoys Genist. I'll admit, you got me that time and it was a lucky break, however. He declares, there won't be happening again. He takes out his small katana and coats it with his quirk, before he and his third charge at Genist and Shinki, while the girls take on the other 2 haze monsters. Meanwhile, panting sounds are heard from Edgeshot and Omoi, as they're bruised and battered. The latter is on the ground while the former holds the right side of his gut, revealed to be bleeding in a bad spot. You two look like you're about to fall over at any moment. Zorvas comments, after using his quirk. Neither of you are as good as you say you are. Deepa comments, also unimpressed after getting serious. While Omoi grunts in pain, Edgeshot still stands, but barely while holding on to his gut wound, that guy on the left, his quirk. I let my guard down. He thought inwardly, referring to Zorvas. Mr. Omoi, Kukui exclaims. Mr. Edgeshot, Mario as well, both coming out of the woods as they're also in bad conditions. Well, look who's here. Zorvas comments at the two. What, you two are still alive? Deepa narrows. You guys sound so pitiful. Omoi smirks, jokingly. No kidding. Edgeshot too. Well, while you both can still talk, answer this. Deepa asks next, where is the Hashirama cell? Like we'd know. Omoi taunts. I see, so you want to play that game. In that case, Zorvas appears next to Edgeshot and kicks him to the ground. Guha. He grunts in pain, feeling his wound getting worse after that impact. Zorvas ain't done and steps on the pro's wounded right side gut, making him yell in agony. Deepa also grabs Omoi by the collar of his jacket, Guha. He's raised him high in the air as he struggles to break free. Your subordinates will do. Deepa places his left fingers against his throat, in jab position. With a wired blade point down at the ninja hero's throat, tell us where the Hashirama cell is or they both die. Zorvas demands to Omoi's lackeys. Quote exclamation mark quote. Kukui and Marui gasp in shock. If you want them to live, then just tell us the location. Zorvas repeats. Mr. Omoi, Mr. Edgeshot, not a word, the former exclaims. We can't let them get the Hashirama cell. The latter utters out. Your mission before your life, E.H. Deepa grimaces, annoyed. That's what being a hero is all about. Edgeshot replies, not phased. You heard him. Now go to hell. Omoi taunts. So be it. Zorvas raises his blade in preparing to stab the former's throat. Then die. Deepa does the same as he's close to jabbing the latter's throat. Stop. Kukui exclaims, causing the two villains to halt. Please stop, Marui begs. Tossing Omoi aside and kicking Edgeshot aside, well, Deepa asks. Haze City, Marui reveals, eyes shaking shamefully. Haze City, you say. Zorvas narrows. That's right, Kukui adds, guys from the Haze City stole the Hashirama cell and escaped. You idiots, Edgeshot exclaims. What did you do? Omoi too. I'm sorry, Mr. Omoi, Mr. Edgeshot. Kukui apologizes. Until suddenly, Marui feels a hand through his chest, coming from Deepa, who blitzed his way to impale him before doing the same with Kukui, who widens his eyes in pain as his impaled through the chest as well. Quote exclamation mark quote. Omoi and Edshot widen in shock. Saw that coming. Zorvis remains unsurprised, knowing his colleague was gonna kill them. After Marui drops to the ground, dead. Deepa takes his arm out of Kukui, who stumbles almost lifelessly and cough up blood. Mr. Omoi. Edshot. He utters one last time before dropping to the ground, dead. Seeing this, Edshot can only lower his head, shamefully while Omoi crawls over to try and reach the dead bodies of his subordinates. There you have it. Deepa wipes the blood off his hands with a cloth. You're the only ones we'll let live. This is new of you. Zorvis comments. Thought you'd kill them if they saw your face. I have my own reasons and code. Deepa sighs before staring forward. Haze City, huh. Individuals that I'd least expected to get involved in the matter. His colleague admits. They should have stayed in their place. Deepa grimaces. Let's go, Zorvis. He jumps ahead. Coming. He jumps after him. After the villains leave, Kukui, Marui, Omoi utters, still crawling to their corpses. Pant. Omoi, we need to hurry back and warns the others. Edshot stumbles up, leaning a tree. We have bigger problems on our hands now. Quote. The latter is still depressed after the death of his two subordinates. Seeing this, he comments in advance, they died as heroes, saving us. Edshot said, to Omoi's surprise, we can't let their deaths be in vain. Now help me out here. He asks. After a while, Omoi nods and slowly gets up, making his way over to help the ninja hero and make their way out the area, leaving the corpses of his subordinates behind. Minutes later, Chojuro is near the edge of the barrier and puts his hand to it, only to retract it back by the red static electricity, so it's right here. He goes for the large sword behind his back, one swing will do. He exclaims new, Haramakare release. He separates it into dual blades and swings them in unison, creating a large X on the barrier, hence, the shield begins to waver and go unstable, in advance, starts to deactivate itself from all around. Deciding the energy on his dual blades and reattaching them, now that this is done, the others should be wrapping up soon. Chojuro said to himself, but then hears rustling from the bushes, quickly guarding himself with Haramakare to attack. However, it was just Omoi and Edshot who treated his gut side wound via bandages as they stumble in front of him. You guys. Chojuro goes to check on them, what happened? Those guys from earlier aren't average. Omoi replies. We have another situation here and it's big. Edshot adds, where are the others? In the middle of fighting the Haze guys, but they should be done by now. The Aquanari hero replies. We need to warn them, quickly. The ninja hero said. If it's this bad, then let's go. Chojuro nods, helping Omoi carry Edshot. Good thing I slashed down that barrier at that moment or you two wouldn't have got through to relay this. 5 minutes later, after a scuffle, the other heroes interns have the three hazed siblings backed into a corner, surrounding the three from all sides in the middle of the area. However, the brothers still remain ready and refuse to throw in the towel or back down, preparing to attack back, even in their side-by-side positions. Ready to surrender, you brats. Mirko grins, cracking her knuckles. This was inevitable from the start, seeing as we had you three outnumbered. Genist adds, stepping up and preparing to use his quirk. Outnumbered or not, we've succeeded in holding every one of you off, just fine. Yorga shrugs, not worried. Our goal was never to win the fight to be with. Yuga adds. Asaka should be near the border by now after taking the shortest route to our city. As long as he makes it, we won't have to worry about a thing here. Haruga smirks, you guys won't be catching up with him or the Hashirama cell now. I'll wipe those smug looks off your face. Katsuki sneers, cracking mini explosives in palms. Cool it, Genist tells him. Why, do you guys want the Hashirama cell? Izuku speaks up in question. That's also what I'd like to know, now spill it. Boruto demands. And why the hell should it matter to you? Haruga asks, refusing to answer. Because it isn't just some useful object to possess. Sarada argues. Do you even know what it's capable of? Konohamaru asks. Regardless of what it can do, our town needs it. Yorga doesn't care and argues. Besides, nowadays, heroes are all talk and no action, that's why I'm not that big of a fan of either of you. Yuga grimaces. We could care less about how you feel. Mujino remarks. Besides, now that Aquanari has dealt with your barrier, we're free to go after the last one, before he reaches the border. Mirko taunts this. We said this before Rabbit Princess, with the amount of time we did installing you. That won't be possible I'm afraid. Yorga taunts back, shrugs in a laid-back manner while he's at it. Bastards. Shinki scoffs. I'm really about to blow their asses up now. Katsuki's ready to fight again, angry. Let's go for round 2 then. Yuga coats his arms with his golem quirk, with his two brother ready as well. You still wanna keep going. So be it. Genist and the others ready themselves as well. That is until, everyone, stop. Chojuro brings them all to a halt and gets their attention as he, and the injured forms of Edshot and Omoi appear out the trees. Mr. Omoi, Konohamaru exclaims. Edshot, Mitsuki too, surprised to see his mentor in that shape. They have something to reveal to us. Chojuro said, while carrying Edshot via arm over shoulder, and while Omoi kneels to the ground exhausted. What happened to the both of you anyway? Mirko narrows a brow, pretty surprised herself. Eggshot grunts a little before revealing to everyone present, the two that we fought earlier, they weren't normal. In the end, my two subordinates were killed. Omoi sweats, with his eyes closed in defeat, shocking everyone, and it's not the worst of it, either. What do you mean, not the worst? Momo utters. They found out that the individuals from Haze City have the Hashirama cell. Eggshot reveals, which now shocks the three Haze brothers upon hearing that. What? Yuga and Yorga exclaim in unison. Say that again. Haruga too. So, they haven't came around here yet? Eggshot asks. With the barrier we saw earlier, they must have went around. Omoi figures. Hey, you three. Mitsuki speaks directly to the Haze triplets in getting their attention. You just said that this, Asaka, person has taken the shortest route back to your city, isn't that right? He asks, recalling what they said. If the two that Mr. Omoi and Mr. Eggshot fought, are heading straight to the last Haze guy, then Sumair trails. It's highly possible that they'll run into each other at some point. Izuku finishes and theorizes. Hearing this, the triplets start to panic a little, if this is true. Yorga trails. Then Asaka's in danger. Haruga widens. Looks like this situation's changed, ribbit. Suyu gets their attention. Hold on, how do we know that they aren't lying just to get the cell? Yuga says otherwise. Seen the site their injuries, you idiot. Tsubaki insults, a little annoyed and getting a glare from the latter. Look, we're fighting each other for no reason at this point. Sarada states out. If you don't believe them, then go and confirm your brother's safety. Izuku adds. Quote. The triplets are a little hesitant. If those two injured Eggshot and Mr. Omoi that badly, then it proves they're on another level. Boruto proposes this, meaning we'll have to work together, even if we don't like it. This offer keeps the Haze siblings silent for a few seconds. In their minds, they really don't have any other choice but to probably accept this team up. Their older brother, Asaka's in danger and the brothers have to go and back him up quickly. It's somewhat of a hard choice, but they whisper amongst themselves a little. So, what should we do? Yuga asks his brothers. At this point, the Hashirama cell hardly matters at this point. Yorga whispers. Quote. Haruga concludes to this, yeah. He nods, making sure our brother is safe is more important. The brothers turn to the heroes interns around, with Haruga speaking in advance, we'll call a temporary truce for now. He adds, only until we bring down the enemies going after Asaka. Very well then. Genist steps up with a nod, we'll discuss what to do with the Hashirama cell after that. Fair enough. Yorga goes with it. HMPH. Yuga scoffs, directly at Katsuki, who gets a tick mark and does the same. Phew, sure am glad that this part is settled at least, right Shinki? Pony turns to her 1B classmate. Indeed. He definitely agrees. Alright, now that we're all on the same page, let's go and find this last brother of theirs already. Mirko said, tired of waiting around. I agree. Mujino nods. It looks like we'll only hold you back. Omoi tells them, referring to Eggshot and himself in their weakened conditions. Don't worry about us, just go after them. The ninja hero advises. I'll take you two back to Yubina so she can treat your wounds. Chojuro offers, before telling the group, the rest of you can go ahead and deal with those enemies. Right, leave it to us. Konohamaru nods, everyone, let's move out. He says, which everyone nods, including the three Haze brothers before they move out, while Chojuro escorts the two injured heroes. After they all left, the League of Villains watched from afar up on a branch in seeing the last part of the convo between the heroes and Haze brothers. It seems that they formed a temporary alliance to go after what we think are the cloaked figures. Kurogiri states. And the Hashirama cell. Teen Shin adds. Well, Shigaraki. Adult Shin turns to him, but sees that he's scratching his neck in annoyance to two people. Those brats again. Tamura sneers, not pleased at all to see that Midoriya and Uzumaki were down there as well. He scratches his neck harder as he hates those two completely. Quote. His colleagues simply glance at him for several seconds before Kurogiri speaks, should we go ahead and go after them? He asks. Seizing on scratching his neck and keeps his composure, obviously. He continues, since those cloaked guys will most likely fight the heroes. This will be the opportunity to see what the two are capable of. He said, referring to Deepa and Zorvis, as for the cell, we'll think about that. He finishes before Shin's small creature opens a portal and teleports out the area. Meanwhile, on a high peak, as the wind blows through their hairs while looking straight ahead, Zorvis gazed around in search, while on one knee until he found him. He smirks as he sees Asaka at a very far distance, walking ahead. Hearing this, Deepa grins, chuckles as the cell is about to be in their hands. At this point, the heroes, interns, and Haze siblings are in for a dangerous match as the villain duo, which won't end well in the slightest. In addition, the League of Villains being on their trail. Ending 6, Central, by Amy Sakaguchi. Opens up with a couple flashbacks from the sports festival, Momo losing to Mitsuki that caused her to lose confidence in herself. Sumair losing her fight to Bakugo, but in a close match. Pony losing to Boruto without landing even a punch, caused her to tear up. Tsubaki losing to Izuku, but smiled a tad bit in admitting defeat. With the song playing, it switches to the girls in their civilian clothes, Sumair gazing at her phone while crouched down, Momo looking depressed as her gaze is lowered, Pony gazing at the sky as her eyes shine, and Tsubaki standing in the breeze as it blows off her hair. Next shows Sarada and Tsuyu, the two who saw their results at the sports festival as ways to improve, encouraging the four to join them in an art setting, which they do before all 6 UA girls indulge in the activity of painting. Having paint cans and paint brushes to draw designs on the walls and having a great time. After their time of entertainment, Momo, Tsubaki, Sumair, and Pony appreciated that fun is a way of keeping themselves positives and using their fights at the sports festival to become better heroes. As the song is halfway, the 6 of them are in their hero costumes, jumping high in the air in slow motion and having grins, while Tsubaki smiles slightly. When they reach the ground, they dash forward in a long run before they use their quirks. Sarada punching the air via chakra fist, Tsubaki doing a chakra-coated slash, Pony firing 2 horns from her head, Momo forming a staff and shield, Tsuyu jumping and latching out her tongue, and Sumair launching off a massive shot of water with Nu on her shoulder. The last panel shows the girls all standing together on a building, standing firmly and happily as they gaze into the sunset before smiling to each other while the breeze blows through their hairs. As students in training, they vow to improve themselves in many areas without giving up, as the song closes. There goes that. The next chapter features the death match against Deepa and the first exclusive OC Zorvas. This chapter was also a little teaser of what his quirk will be. As for the Hayes brothers, in the scenario, they're all alive and didn't commit suicide, hence, their full quirk's next chapter will be non-suicidal, just like here. With the temporary alliance between the heroes, Hayes quadruplets, expect some different quirk attack combinations in the next fight. That's all for now and until next time. 805 Chapter 62, Death Match. Opening 6 inches Golden Time, by Fujifabric. Opens up at the City of Silence before we cut to a few UA students in hero costumes. Sarada, one neon tree with a knife, Katsuki, on a building with a grimace, Mitsuki, on a hill with a book in his hand, Shinki, on a branch with his arms crossed, Izuku, in front of a white flag with a closed fist, and Boruto, on a moving train with a reached fist out before the title appears full on. We go into Izuku training with Gran Torino while training to get better control of One for All. When he uses a smash that causes wind to blow around, Torino grins at his progress. Next shows Boruto sparring with Sasuke with aid from Sarada, the two working with attack coordinations that Phantom sees through and bests them, causing them to sigh, grin. Next shows Boruto reaching a hand out to the back-turned Naruto while Izuku does the same to All Might, only for both boys to grab blue crystal fragments before they blow out. As the song continues, panels of more UA interns are shown. Shinki with iron sand spread around him and arms crossed over chest, Tsubaki, in a widespread battle position and a hand on her sheathed sword, Sumair, riding on the jungle cat form of Nu, Pony, on all fours with her horns ready, Tsuyu, doing a frog hope with her frog tongue out, and Momo forming a staff from her left hand via creation quirk. Next shows R's MCs standing back to back, turning to the other with a firm smile as they prepare to fight. They're joined by Sarada, who smirks, Mitsuki, who smiles with eyes closed, Katsuki, who scoffs irritably, and the other 6 interns, Shinki, Sumair, Momo, Pony, Tsuyu, and Tsubaki, and pro-heroes Konohamaru, Genist, Miriko, and Mujino in addition. The next scene shows them in battle positions and glaring straight up at the appearance of Victor, who chuckles evilly as 2 arms sprout from his body. Deepa, who grins psychopathically with hands raised, and Zorvas, who smirks deeply with arms crossed. This is when we see the fight in the setting of Valley City. Konohamaru, Mirko, and Mujino fighting Victor, who easily repels them with his sprouted arms. Zorvas slicing through multiple horns and fibers launched by Pony and Genist before repelling a cannonball by Momo and duels Tsubaki with his quirk, finding their interlock entertaining before backing away from her and dodging multiple purple blasts from the jungle cat form of Nu as Sumair rides on the beast. Then switches over to Deepa dodging a fireball from Sarada and multiple shadow snakes from Mitsuki before using his quirk on Shinki, who blocks it with iron sand as Tsuyu tries to grab the villain via her tongue, only for Deepa to avoid it as Bakugo blasts him from behind, only for the villain to come out unfazed, all while grinning. Last shows the MCs using their signature attacks to finish things off, Izuku using full cowling to zigzag and deliver a Detroit smash while Boruto comes from above with a Rasengan in hand. Both do a battle cry as their attacks crash down on the battlefield, sending off dust and shockwaves into that of a whirlwind. Next shows shots of various individuals. The rest of Class 1A with Shoto and Iida in front, Class 1B, the UA teacher's staff, Orochimaru along with Suigetsu, Karen, and Jugo, the League of Villains Tamura, the Shins, Kurogiri, and 4 new recruits Arashiki, who smirks Kara the Husk, shadowed appearance, the Cage Heroes with Naruto leading, and the top pros with All Might in front. Last panel shows the MC duo standing tall, along with everyone else who was present during the battle as the breeze blows through them before the song ends. Chapter 62, Death Match. While the heroes and Hayes brothers dashing through the forest as a group. Yorga only gazes and in thought as they move, really hoping that they hurry and get to Asaka in time to warn him about Deepa and Zorvas on his trail. Pony notices his expression as she runs on all fours beside him and assures, "We'll reach him for sure, don't worry." She gets his attention, which surprises him a little. "If your brother were to run right now then the Hashirama cells would be unstable and go out of control, right?" Shinki figures, "At the pace we're going, catching up isn't a problem." "Right, now let's go plus ultra and speed up," Pony exclaims enthusiastically. Yorga blushes a bit at her smile, finding it cute, "You bet." He agrees, smiling himself. "I still can't believe Mr. Omoi or Edgeshot were no match against them. Izuku voices. Yeah, Momo mutters. Even their injuries were horrible. Sumair adds. Whoever those guys are, that's after the Hashirama cell, must be ridiculously strong, huh? Sarada figures. You're stating the obvious. Tsubaki tells her, running beside, but even if they are, we still have the advantage in numbers and skill. I still wouldn't underestimate them. Suyu said, frog hopping. Agreed. It was 4 against 2 and they still killed off Omoi's subordinates. Genist states, so Uchiha's also right in that regard, meaning we can't rush in aimlessly. He then eyes his mentee, right, Bakugo. He asks, knowing how the hothead is when it comes to fighting. Huh, why are you asking me? Katsuki exclaims in confusion. Because you're the type of fool who'll rush in without any type of game plan. Yuga taunts in a grin, I mean, your looks and personally says it all. He adds. While dashing and turn his head back to him, Katsuki is furious at hearing this, exclaiming back, if it wasn't for this stupid alliance, you'd be kissing the ground about now. Say what? You needed help to take me on and your attacks were easy to dodge. Yuga argues, if anything, you'd be the one losing, one-on-one that is. Coming to a stop as well as him, you wanna be bet. Katsuki growls, cackling mini explosives. Bring it, chump change. Yuga challenges in his own stance. The others stop midway and see the flaring rivalry, and the ones to quickly separate them are Yorga and Genist. Would you two stop it? Genist exclaims, annoyed. This isn't the time to be provoking one another. Yorga adds, telling this brother specifically, we need to get to Osaka before the enemies do, right? Hearing this gets Yuga's attention on the objective back and he replies in knowing that his bro is correct, right? I get it. He nods a bit, as he and Katsuki calm down some. They continue moving again after that pause, hopefully we make it in time to warn your big brother. Izuku mentions to Haruga. Quote. The latter only gazes forward as they move, indeed hoping they reach him in time. Don't worry. Boruto chimes in, getting the latter's attention, even if they attack, we can't lose if we all fight together. Quote. Haruga gazes before smiling a little, normally I'd say don't be foolish, but in this case, you're right. There he is. Mujino spots the last Hei's brother way up ahead. Thank goodness. Yuga sighs happily. Let's hurry and let him know. Boruto suggests. Right, but to make it easier, let us do the explaining. Haruga advises. Okay, that makes sense. Izuku nods. Understood, you do that. Konohamaru allows. At this time, they appear and catch up to the last Hei's brother's location, Osaka. Yorga calls as the group comes to a stop. Hearing his name called and turning around to see his 3 brothers, Haruga, Yuga, and Yorga. Asaka's surprised to see them, good to see you 3 are okay. He said, but he's more so surprised to see the hero intern group with them, what are they doing here? Better yet, why are you 3 with them? He asks his brothers, confused. We're in an emergency situation right now. Haruga warns. 2 frightening enemies who wants the Hashirama cell are closing in. Yuga adds. Also, it seems these guys aren't actually trying to get the cell for themselves. Yorga nods. Hence, we've formed a temporary truce to bring those guys down. Haruga turns to the others, isn't that right? He asks in confirmation. Indeed. Genist nods, cracking her fists in rabbit gloves. Okay, now let's get to kicking there, Mirko was gonna say until. Quote. Genist is suddenly alerted and exclaims, watch out. He quickly uses his fiber quirk to pull the quadruplets by their clothing and over to where they are overing a barrage of mini cubes that connect to the group upon missing their marks. After the 4 recovered upon getting yanked back, the hell? Mirko exclaims in surprise. What was that? Mujino questions aloud. They're here. Konohamaru trails. As the 4 pros there are in battle stances, everyone stay alert. Quote. The interns and Hei's brothers are alerted and look around while some are in battle stances. Oh, dear. They all gaze up to see Deepa, who has his arms crossed over chest, gazing down at them with a smirk. Looks like I interrupted you all at just the right time. He taunts. Then again, you reacted to that in quick fashion, I'll say, Mr. Number 8 hero. He states directly at Genist, who scoffs. At this moment and without hesitation, both Boruto and Katsuki leap right at him, the former hand signs using Gale Palm with his left and the latter doing a right palm exploding blast. The attacks strike Deepa at the same time, causing an explosion upon impact as the 2 leap back down to the ground. I said I don't need your help. Katsuki exclaims to the blonde. Shut up. I said I don't care. Boruto exclaims back at the stubborn hothead. You 2 are an argumentative bunch, aren't you? Quote. The 2 stop bickering to gaze up and sees that Deepa comes out unscathed as the smoke cleared, having the top half of his body covered in what appears to be black like skin armor. Boruto and Kachan's direct attacks didn't work. Izuku widens. It isn't just that, it didn't make a single scratch on him at all. Sarada adds, in ready position. Mr. Omoi was right. Sumair trails. Noticing the black coating on him, there's something covering his body. Mitsuki notes out. Hehehe, my stones and body are the most beautiful in the entire world. Deepa brags, showing off his quirk, I use the carbon that I absorb into my body and create super dense molecular bonds, which I then polish up. He reveal, with his arms covered in carbon, into this beautiful, durable body and stones. A quirk like that, Momo widens. It almost similar to Kirishima. Suyu compares. And Tetsu as well, Shinki adds. Noticing something off. Hold on, where's the other one? Genist thought, noticing Zorvas isn't seen. So you're not dead, huh? I'll blast that carbon shit off with this next hit. Katsuki rushes to attack again. Bakugo, don't. Genist calls out to stop him, but is ignored. Quote! Tsubaki quickly gives her sheathed blade. As Katsuki rushes in to attack Deepa a second time, Zorvas comes out into the open with his wired blade and goes for the blitz right away. Huh, the hothead spots him. What the? Izuku widens. Where did he come from? Boruto too. This shall teach you to think before rushing in. Zorvas was close to blitzing Katsuki with a slash, but at the last moment and with a fast reaction of her own, Tsubaki swoops in and blocks the strike, interlocking her blade with his wired blade. Hurricane! Pony exclaims. Oh, you saw that coming, did you? Not bad. Zorvas is impressed with the teen swordsman, looking her in the eye as she grimaces seriously as she holds him back. Comparing the two, Tsubaki has both hands on her blade while Zorvas only has one hand on his, revealing the difference in strength. With a swing, he forced her to jump back and get some distance. Strong. Hurricane admits, in position. You came in late on purpose, didn't you? Deepa notes down to Zorvas. Why not? I wanted to see some of their abilities first, and we both know with that quirk of yours, you'd be fine regardless. He replies up to the carbon user, however. Zorvas gazes back at the group. They don't look all that much of a big deal so far, especially the kids here. He smirks. This statement aggravates Katsuki, Boruto, and even Tsubaki. The fact that the two villains are casually underestimating their abilities as fighters is something they won't let slide. This is when Genist uses his fiber to bring the three back before Konohamaru attacks their foes immediately, flame bombs. He blows from his mouth, directly hitting the two villains as the impact causes a huge explosion in the forest. Did that get them? Mujino wonders, in battle position regardless. As everyone looks on and when the smoke clears after a few seconds, the two villains are revealed to be unscathed, with Deepa having coated his whole body in carbon, and Zorvas, now using his wired blade in a whip form, swinging it over his head in blowing the flame attack away. Quote! The group is stunned at them standing without a scratch. That attack was meaningless, you know. Zorvas smirks, retracting his blade back to normal. You're going to have to get more desperate than that. Deepa chuckles, retracting his carbon in body. At this rate, you'll all be killed off quickly and we'll take the Hashirama cell. Like hell you will. Asaka replies, not backing down as he still has the container of the cell in the bag. We won't hand it over to villains like you. Mujino declares. What is your purpose for the Hashirama cell? Konohamaru asks. Better yet, what will you do once you get it? Genist adds. Explaining to you will only waste our time. Deepa refuses to answer. Then we'll just beat the answers out of both of you. Mirko's raring to go. You can try. Zorvas challenges. Before they begin to fight, fools, causing all this unnecessary commotion. An old voice gets their attention and they all turn to see Victor several feet away from Deepa and Zorvas. I'm more so surprised that you chose to follow him up instead of stopping him, Zorvas. Who is he? Momo asks. Is he with them? Shinki also wonders. First off, old man Victor, that stuff at the diner was all on him. Zorvas replies to the old man, and two, we barely did anything here yet, seeing these guys are just being a difficult bunch. I don't care what the excuse is, I still made myself clear. Victor grimaces. Besides that, what took you so long, old timer? Deepa asks, in a taunt. Don't talk down to me, Deepa. He remarks as he stared them down for a few seconds. So you guessed it right, Shinki. Suyu mutters. He's in league with the other two. Mitsuki nods. Great, now a third party joins us. Genist scoffs. Victor turns to the heroes interns, Hayes group, we were the first to discover the Hashirama cell. He advises, just return it to us nice and calmly. We have no intention of giving it to you. Konohamaru refuses, whatever you plan on doing with it won't happen. That's too bad, Victor said, if that's the case. He suddenly moves at quick speed and appears in front of the four pro heroes. Quote! The interns and Hayes brothers widen in surprise. The hell, Mirko curses inwardly, he's fast, Konohamaru too. We'll end our discussion here. Victor then hand signs, we'll move to a different location. He uses his wind quirk to engulf the four in a big tornado. Gwa, the four pros exclaim as they flow into it. Komogo, Boruto exclaims. Mirko, Sumair, Pony, and Momo exclaim as well, all stunned. I'll handle the troublesome pro heroes. Victor tells his two colleagues, Deepa, Zorvas, get rid of the ones from UA and the four from the Haze. He orders. You're kidding, right? Deepa narrows a brow, so we get the brats and a fodder of four. You could do better. Zorvas too, not all that enthused. Enough idle talk. Victor turns around, annoyed, for the sake of the plan, we can't waste any more time. He reminds them before setting off after the pros, leaving the two villains alone with the UA interns and Hayes quadruplets. Everyone, stay on guard. Sarada whispers as they're prepared. I know. Boruto nods. Agreed. Asaka nods. Yeah. Izuku trails. Ribbit. Suyu croaks, going to all fours. TCH. Don't tell me something I know, damn it. Katsuki scoffs, but ready. The others are in position as well. Shinki with his iron sand, Tsubaki having both hands on her sword, Pony kneeling with her horns ready, Sumire summoning Nu on her shoulder, Momo with a staff and shield ready, and the Hayes brothers in their own stances too. Guess it can't be helped. Zorvis sighs, you're stuck with us and we're stuck with you. He prepares his wired blade, saying this to the group in revealing, we've watched the sports festival and seen all your quirks in action. He reveals to the UA interns specifically, aside from the Hayes fodder, this places you all at a disadvantage. Exactly as he said, so we'll let you choose while we have this juncture together. Deepa smirks at the group, do you want to die slowly? This is when he uses his carbon quirk to make carbon-like bullets arise and fly beside him on each side, before firing them off. Quote exclamation mark quote. The interns and Hayes brothers gasp before moving quickly to dodge all of them, hence, scattering everyone around the battlefield. The smoke clears as Deepa smirks evilly in finishing, or do you want to die right this instant? Meanwhile, the four pros land on the ground after getting out of Victor's tornado, but in another area of the forest away from the interns. Damn this guy. Mirko grimaces in recovery. He separated us from the kids. Genist said, not liking that. Which isn't good because now they're dealing with those monsters back there. Konohamaru trails. Yeah, and this old man isn't ordinary either, Mugino adds, but isn't finished as Victor blows another gust of wind that pushes them back farther, but they hold their ground. The one with the glasses is first. Victor throws his cane up and blitzes behind Mugino, who turns around, but is forced to block 2 punches from the old man, who turns around afterward as Mugino tries to strike back via battle knife, but the cane comes down in time for Victor to catch and block off Mugino's attack, getting them in an interlock. Hey, we got you now. Mugino grins instead before leaping back, which confuses his foe as this was revealed to be a trap, and Genist then uses his fiber quirk to bind Victor in one spot, making him drop his cane. Quote exclamation mark quote. The short man is surprised at this. Let's see you dodge this. Genist challenges. Coming from the air are Konohamaru and Mirko as they dive down to attack, we'll get the details out of him in Musudafu. Komago declares. And when he comes to he'll be lying in a hospital bed. The rabbit hero exclaims in addition. Before they could strike down, Victor uses his quirk that weaves 2 hand signals. They're stunned. Hey, Victor grins as the overclouded sky brings down a large bolt of thunder upon them, causing a huge explosion upon impact. When the dust clears, the pros are revealed to be fine. Are you guys okay? Mugino asks. Somehow. Mirko nods. For now. Genist too. Yeah, but ease. Konohamaru trails. When the smoke clears on Victor's part, they see his quirk, which shows 2 extra arm limbs grown out of his back. What kind of quirk is that? Genist questions, finding it rare and unsettling. You are but only for pros. Victor challenges, do you really think you're enough to take me on? Victor. Chakra quirk. Wind, lightning, and limb regeneration. He can produce a strong twister with wind and bolts of lightning, while instantly growing arms around his body that can also wield hand signs and aid him in battle. We'll need a plan. Konohamaru suggests to the 3, he's not someone we can easily take down in a head-on collision. Right, our attacks need to be coordinated on this one. Mugino nods. As much as I'm the type of gal who works alone, I'll make an exception here. Mirko goes along with it. Alright, let's take him down. Genist said as they go for another attack at their confident foe. Back to the fight between the interns, Hayes brothers against Deepa and Zorvis. Their battle is already underway with several dodging carbon bullets from Deepa while the other half find it hard to get near Zorvis due to his whip-wired blade as he swings it around. Deepa launches a barrage of bullets that either dodged or outran. Boruto dashes around, Izuku uses full cowling to dodge, Katsuki propels himself through the air via explosives, Yuga uses his golem arms as shields, Haruga uses his slug tentacles to block, Suyu frog hops around, Shinki using his sand to block, Mitsuki jumps around in avoiding, and Sarada activates her Sharingan and backflips a lot of them. After coming to a halt, this isn't working. Sarada inwardly notes, I can't focus my Sharingan while dodging his attacks. After blocking some petals, Haruga commands his slug tentacles to strike back at the carbon user, only for him to move fast and dodge every tentacle that tries to restrain him, tch. Then how about this? Haruga uses water to form aqua blades and coats them in chakra before launching several of them at fast speed. Haruga, chakra quirk, slug and water. With his slug quirk, he can create tan-like tendrils to catch and restrain his enemies while using water to make aqua weapons coated in chakra. You'll need to be faster than that. Deepa taunts in smirking fashion as he continues firing bullets at the Hayes fighter, who tries using his slug tentacles to protect him, but unfortunately, there were too many. Goo. Haruga grunts out in pain as he's getting bombarded with carbon bullets to his body and falls to the ground, bleeding a lot. Haruga. Yuga exclaims in shock, bastard. He charges at the grinning villain and tries to connect a heavy golem blow, you think you're tough. Try tanking this. Yuga. Chakra quirk. Golem. He can encase his limbs with golem armor to attack and defend. Before it lands, Deepa coats and carbonates his right hand and catches the large golem fist with ease. What? He caught it with just one hand. Yuga exclaims inwardly in disbelief, before Deepa staggers him off balance and connects an ace punch to his gut, arg. Yuga spits out in pain and is the second person to go down. At that moment, Katsuki flies down at Deepa and stops midair to attack, stun grenade. Quote exclamation mark quote. The carbon villain covers his eyes at the flash of light. Without that carbon, you're nothing. Bakugo proceeds to blast him in the face, which sets an explosion and smoke. However, through it, Deepa's hand emerges and grabs the hothead. Quote exclamation mark quote. Katsuki grunts as he's grabbed by the throat. Says the weakling who attacks without using his head. Deepa slams him immediately. Goo. The hothead crashes hard to the ground, but the villain isn't finished and kicks him on the side of the waist, sending him flying to a tree. Kachin. Izuku exclaims in shock. Mitsuki dashes in on their foe and extends his snake arms to wrap around Deepa, restraining him. However, are you a fool? The latter isn't fazed and smirks before firing bullets at him as well. The snake teen begins enduring a barrage of carbon petals while not letting go of Deepa, but is soon forced to have his arms retracted back to him as he begins grunting in pain as he's hit everywhere, even bleeding from his mouth. Gah. He hits the ground violently. Mitsuki. Suyu exclaims and widens. Worry about your friend. Such confidence. Deepa taunts. Damn you. Boruto sneers in anger and summons a clone to skyrocket him into the air, dodging more carbon bullets as it takes the clone out. Now in midair, Rasengan. Boruto forms in his gloved right palm and strikes it down at Deepa's chest, triggering an explosion. By the time Boruto lands at a distance and the smoke clearing, Deepa is undamaged once again and grins in amusement at the futile effort. This is when Shinki tries to catch him with iron sand, but Deepa uses his speed to dodge all of the binds headed his way, all while grinning and having fun. He's fast, Shinki thought in frustration, before being forced to retract his sand quickly to block incoming carbon bullets by the villain. Damn it, I couldn't make even a scratch. Boruto exclaims. Not only that, he has the mobility to dodge all of our attacks. Izuku adds, still in full cowling. I have no blind spots with my rain of bullets and body. Deepa reveals to the Uzumaki, Midoriya, Asui, Uchiha, and Shinki. Deepa, chakra quirk, carbon. By rearranging it inside his body, he can change any or all parts of his body to carbon, in turn, becoming immune to all attacks headed his way. You'll either die or every bone in your body will shatter. Whichever comes first, he threatens. We gotta do something, Suyu mutters, on all fours. Yes, but a strategy is what we need to turn the tables on this guy. Sarada agrees, finding this difficult. Meanwhile, Zorbus takes on Tsubaki, Asaka, Yorga, Sumair, Pony, and Momo. The squad attacks with all they've got from various angles, but the villain continues to use his whip-wired blade to counter and guard with ease. Is that all you've got? He taunts them as he dodges a combination of water bullets and multiple horns from Sumair and Pony. Even cannonballs from Momo's creativity quirk doesn't add much as Zorbus continues avoiding and blocking every attack. His maneuverability is insane. Momo grits her teeth. They continue. Tsubaki uses her speed to come up behind the villain to deliver a slash to his face, but that's easily intercepted as he blocks her blade with his barbed wire blade without so much as looking back, and by the time he does, predictable. He pivots around after backing her off and proceeds to deliver fast and strong strikes that Tsubaki has strong reacting and blocking too. TCH. She widens in surprise at this. What the hell is this strength? Gotcha. Zorbus delivers a kick to her gut after opening her defenses. She spits out, topping on the go run. Her again. Momo comes over to her. Hang on. That it? Zorbus asks in a comfortable position stance. On the contrary, there's more where that came from. Yorga uses his quirk to summon 3 haze monsters from Haze Gate. Yorga, chakra quirk. Haze Gate summons. With the summon of Haze Gate, he unleashes monsters to attack his enemies without having to lift a finger himself. Get him boys. He snaps a finger, commanding them to charge at Zorbus to attack. One monster goes for a massive right hook, only for the villain to above and step off his back. Once on the ground, he proceeds to smack the second beast away with the whip of his wired blade and counteracts the third one with an axe kick, sending him flying. Growl at this, you mutts. Zorbus smirks and flashes his eyes wide before extending his barbed wire to impale right through all of them. Gru. The 3 haze beats roar in pain before disintegrating off. And you're wide open. Zorbus appears up to Yorga in a blitz, shocking the latter. Oh crap. The latter exclaims, trying to get away, but he ends up getting slashed in the shoulder. Ag. He grunts in pain, staggering as he holds his wound. Weak. Zorbus lands a heavy axe kick to his gut, sending him flying back. Yorga. Asaka exclaims. He was close to hitting a tree until he was saved by the flat part of Pony's 2 horns just in time. Are you okay? The horn girl asks in worry. I think so. Yorga replies in a small grunt of his shoulder pain as the horns set him down. Nu, in jungle cat form, charges around while blasting multiple dark energy shots via mouth. Not so fast you alley cat. Zorbus swings his wired blade at the beast, who dodges a full-on swing, but ends up getting struck from the gut when it pivots back. Gar. Nu roars in pain after that slash and stumbles down. No, Nu, Sumair exclaims, but doesn't have time to be that way as she does the whip blade from their foe. Zero time to worry about your pet. Zorbus taunts. Upon hearing this, she glares. He's not a pet. She changes from water to dark purple energy in her gun-fingered position. He's a friend. She exclaims fiercely and launches it off, sending off an explosion from the blast. But after the smoke clears, Zorbus's spinning whipped blade covered him from that. Whatever you call him doesn't make a difference to me either way. He shrugs as blade retracts. The group stand and grimace at him from their positions around him, in battle stances to decide their next move. Looking around at his foes, Zorvas taunts out, "None of you are giving me so much as a challenge." He sighs, "I swear, this is too easy. Your performances at the sports festival looked better compared to the awful display of skill you all are showing now." He shakes his head, "I rather fight actual pro heroes who'll at least put up a fight than being stuck here with children and two haze fodders, cause this is just terrible display, but then again, I already know your powers via the tournament and I have, what you call, experience." He brags, with his wired blade in hand and everything. This endless taunting is starting to strike a nerve in both Tsubaki and Asaka. "Why you?" Tsubaki tightens her hand to her blade. "Who the hell are you calling fodder?" Asaka sneers as well. "He's doing this on purpose, don't let him get in your heads, guys." Yorga warns them. "He's right, we should focus on how to counter his quirk." Sumire tells Asaka. "It's clear that he's underestimating us, but I agree." Momo nods, "We can use that arrogance of his against him and come up with a counteract." She tells Tsubaki, but she and Asaka still glare at their foe. "Honestly, I'm pretty jealous of Deepa and Old Man Victor." Zorvas continues, "Not all pleased with this, they fighting the strong ones while I'm fighting the weak." He then begins identity, starting with the one in the horns. He gazes at Pony, "You may be able to do some tricks with those horns. But overall, they're easy to counter and dodge, hence, it's not hard to take you out." He adds, "To the nerve of the horn girl, as for the one with the pet." He gazes to Sumire next, "By the time the thing on a leash gets taken out, you're not that strong and also easy to take out." He gazes to Momo next, "As for the pony-tailed one, you're not too bright when it comes to thinking fast, so no worries there." Hearing this makes Momo gaze down, recalling her performance against Mitsuki at the sports festival and lost due to not being given enough time to think. "Last but not least, you, the samurai girl." He points at Tsubaki, "Even though you made it to the second round, your skills with a sword is dull from what I've seen." He shrugs, "A far cry from high-tier swordsmen like myself." He adds, "You haze guys are just fodders, so no comments there." Now pissed, Tsubaki whispers seriously to Momo while still glaring at Zorvas, "Yaoyarozu, this guy has completely pissed me off." She sneers, gripping her sword tightly, "I refuse to let him disrespect us like this." "Kurigane," Momo utters, "Think of whatever plan you like, but I'm taking him down now." Tsubaki rushes at Zorvas immediately. "Oh, he's dead meat, now." Asaka gets mad as well and rushes too. "Asaka." Yorga calls for him to halt but fails. "Bring it." Zorvas gets into a stance with his wired blade. Asaka starts off with a red energy blast from his left palm and fires multiple. Asaka, Chakra Quirk. Red Lily. He can produce red blasts of explosions that destroys his enemies upon contact. Zorvas backflips all of them before Tsubaki comes from his side and tries to strike at his head, but the villain blocks it with his wired blade and they clash blade to blade, with Tsubaki attacking more aggressive, still angered at the remarks she received. Such aggression. Zorvas blocks another, and ferocious swordplay. He adds in taunt, "It's making you predictable. Yet, I have you on the ropes." Tsubaki continues somewhat pressuring him back. Hardly. Zorvas uses high physical strength to sweep his blade into hers. Goo. Tsubaki grunts as she swatted back and topples on the ground. Not wasting time, Asaka comes from above with an energy red blast that launches like a ball, while Zorvas spins his wire's blade and blocks the attack. That's not all. Asaka lands and punches his right fist in the ground. Quote exclamation mark quote. Before long, Zorvas barely jumps back as the haze fighter's blast shoots from the ground, multiple times that causes Zorvas to jump back even more and keeping him on his toes. Seeing him in midair, Tsubaki quickly shoots out a snowfall air slash that Zorvas blocks off at the last second. By the time the villain lands, now this is getting a little interesting. He smirks and uses his wired blade to extend and retaliate, causing both Tsubaki and Asaka to dash around and dodge quickly. Asaka would take out his katana to block, while Kurigane uses her blade to swat it back with all her might. His defense and offense are off the charts. Asaka inwardly exclaimed as they defend. "What type of quirk is this?" Tsubaki scoffs inwardly. "Neither of you can get through my barbed wire quirk." Zorvas reveals, "It has more than just defense." He grins, "It has attack power that's capable of slicing through steel." Zorvas. Quirk. Barbed wire. He uses it to form a blade for both defense and offense. Along with high speed and physical strength, it makes him a difficult adversary. Slicing through steel, he said. Yorga widens. And he has attack power capable of that. Sumire widens. Quote. Momo shakes a little, wonder what she should do, we're not making any progress against this guy. She tells herself, sweating with no confidence, come on Momo, think. Other than the fact it can extend, there's nothing special about that quirk if it hasn't landed a single blow on us yet. Asaka said. All it takes is to blitz you up close while your extended blade is far from reach to protect you. Tsubaki claims, one strike and you're not so tough. Hey, Zorvas chuckles and challenges, try and put that theory of yours to the test then. Wah, he's not worried about his secret being revealed. Yorga narrows a brow. Something isn't right. Pony trails inwardly. With pleasure. Tsubaki dashes fast at the villain. If you think the tough guy act is going to work, think again. Asaka dashes as well from the opposite side. Noticing the pose that Zorvas is about to do, Sumire exclaims, it's a trap, get away Kurigane. Snowfall slash. Tsubaki attacks and is close to deliver a high strike. Red spider horn. Asaka goes for a right axe punch coated with red energy. But before she could, two barbed wares pops out the left sides, front and back, of Zorba's body and impales the samurai girl and the older Hayes brother through the side of their waist simultaneously. They're in midair. Gaha. Tsubaki spits out blood. Guh. So does Asaka as they're both dangling in the air. How? As I've said, you are welcome to test that theory. Zorvas grins menacingly at them. Quote exclamation mark quote. This shocks the others in horror at seeing the two hovering in midair, impaled through the side of their guts. Asaka. Hurricane. None of you had a chance of winning this from the start. Zorvas reveals and recedes his wired blades from the injured fighters' bodies, making both Tsubaki and Asaka cough up blood and drop to the ground, very badly and painfully. Now then, the villain turns to the last four, who are horrified, hand over the Hashirama cell. Meanwhile, the other group is struggling to fight Deepa as the villain states this, hey, did you know? As more carbon cubes form around him, when the flesh of an animal tastes the best. Izuku stammers. It's just before it dies. Deepa sadistically grins, fear and despair make meat delicious. What is with this guy? Sarada mutters. I know, he's crazy. Tsuyu's unsettled about this. Boruto glares at their foe. I wonder how it's gonna be with the rest of you. Deepa wonders, viciously before commencing his attack, let the cooking begin. He waves his arm and launches a barrage of bullets upon the 5 interns, causing them to scatter, except Shinki, who blocks via iron sand and dodge the carbon bullets, but the 4 couldn't do that forever and start to get hit. Izuku gets struck on the side. Boruto gets struck on the shoulder. It's impossible to dodge this many. Sarada exclaims and tries reading them with her Sharingan but fails and struck in the back. Guys no. Tsuyu gets struck in the stomach. When the smoke clears, the teens are revealed to still be conscious, but taken some damage from those bullets. Shinki lets his sand shield down and sees the state of his peers. Those bullets are strong. Shinki trails inwardly. Even with 5% of full cowling, I couldn't dodge all of them. Izuku too while they all pant from the attacks. So you're all still standing. You have grit. Deepa admits, around the time your willpower wanes, your flesh will probably turn into the finest meat. Damn it. Boruto gets annoyed, if only there was a way to get one hit in on this guy. One hit. Tsuyu narrows, standing up. But that Rasengan you used directly at him earlier didn't put a scratch on him. Sarada recalls. Which means one of us will have to take the next shot at him with our strongest attack. Shinki said. How about I try landing another smash? Izuku suggests to them. Won't that break your whole arm this time? Tsuyu asks. I've got some control over my quirk now, so it won't be a problem as long as I'm careful. He replies. Got it. Sarada understands. Right, we'll do a unison attack, Izuku. Boruto said, your smash and my Rasengan. Landing those powerful attacks on him at the same time should seal the deal. Okay. The one for all user nods, let's do it. Is this a strategy meeting? Deepa states out, I wish you'd go all out and make this more enjoyable for me. He adds, or else, the finished dish is gonna taste horrible. Stun grenade. Katsuki swoops in out of nowhere in front of Deepa and blinds him with a flash strike before bombing the villain with an explosion before jumping back. Golem impact. Yuga strikes the villain back with his golem-coated fist. Snake lightning. Mitsuki adds his own attack to strike Deepa directly as well. The others are surprised to see Katsuki, Mitsuki, and Yuga back into action, despite the 3 being injured and having blood dripping from their heads as well. We'll lend a helping hand too. Haruga stands with them, in the same condition. This guy clearly isn't someone we can deal with under normal means. He refers to Deepa. Agreed. Boruto grins. Yes, thank you. Izuku too. Out of the smoke, Deepa once again, is revealed to be unscathed by their attacks. You 3 are still moving around. Of course I am, you idiot. Katsuki insults. Losing this fight over the cell isn't an option. Mitsuki states. The real fight starts now. Yuga declares. Fine, then you'll be the first. Deepa throws his right fist forward and launches a barrage of bullets. Shinki quickly gets in front of the group and raises an iron sand wall to block off the bullets. Interesting quirk. Not bad, however. Deepa amps the speed and power of his carbon bullets by launching them from his knuckles this time, like a machine gun. This goes on for a while as it's a clash between the iron sand wall and carbon bullets until the latter gets the upper hand and begins breaking down Shinki's defenses as Deepa grins evilly. Knowing this, the wall isn't going to stay up much longer. Shinki warns the rest, we can't just rely on defense. This is when Deepa strengthens his cubes in size, enlarging them and fires again into the iron shield, this time, breaking through completely. 2 of the large projectiles land into Tsuyu and Haruga, sending them both flying back into a tree, hitting hard. Asui, Haruga, The 2 struggle to get up as they're on the ground, injured after the impacts and bleed leaking from their heads. 2 down already, how disappointing. Deepa taunts. How dare you? Izuku glares at the villain through the sand hole. He can enlarge his bullets too. It's always another thing with this guy. Yuga gets annoyed. What's up? I thought your quirk was impenetrable. Katsuki narrows to Shinki, so much for that statement. Speak for yourself. Even your so-called explosions did nothing to him. Shinki remarks. Before Katsuki could argue back, enough. This isn't the time to bicker, you two. Sarada chimes in. Whatever. I don't need the help of you extras, so. Katsuki propels over the shield and flies straight down at Deepa. I'll deal with this clown-ass villain myself. Kacchan wait. Izuku calls out, but is ignored. Forget it, that idiot's never a team player. Boruto scoffs. It won't be surprising at all if he gets himself killed. Yuga too, not even caring. I'll go in there and aid Bakugo, you guys focus on breaking through the villain's defense. Mitsuki hops off, which they understand. Okay, while those two are buying us some time, this is our chance. Sarada states to the others about their strategy meeting on how to defeat their foe. Katsuki blasts the carbon user multiple times but to no effect and quickly propels through the air and dodges the carbon bullet barrage, which Deepa starts to get a little annoyed at. Stand still, will you? The villain continues firing. Slowly starting to get struck by some of those bullets, even while in midair, these projectiles are so damn annoying. Katsuki gets fed up and puts his palms together and delivers a huge explosion to blow away all the carbon bullets. Oh my, such power. Deepa covers from it, but still isn't phased. This is when the snake teen attacks, multiple striking shadow snakes. Mitsuki sends multiple snakes Deepa's way, only for the villain to spin around and dodge them. While that happens, Sarada jumps from behind the iron sand wall and begins to use her Sharingan to scan an opening through Deepa's defenses. I have to see through his attack quickly. She continues moving her Sharingan as they glow bright. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Guha. Mitsuki gets hit by a barrage of bullets. Third one, down. Deepa gazes at Katsuki next, now for the second one. He grins, time to die. That's my line. Katsuki charges with popping explosion palms. In return, Deepa also charges to intercept him. They both used a strong attack on the other. Katsuki uses his right palm to deliver a strong explosion while Deepa coats his right fist in carbon. Bakugo's attack lands a direct hit right in the villain's face, and just when the hothead thought he got him, Deepa laughs up close after the smoke clears, revealing to have carbonized his face to protect himself from the attack. Katsuki widens in shock. You just don't get it, so you. Deepa grins evilly, your explosions had zero effect on me from the get-go. He readies his fist, see ya. He connects his carbonized fist to Katsuki's cheek, sending him flying back into a tree, crashing hard. Guho. The hothead spits out blood, I won't let it end, like this. He trails and utters, but passed out, defeated. Fourth one down. Deepa turns to Sarada and launches off carbon bullets. Quote exclamation mark quote. The young Uchiha's eyes glow as they're bleeding and this time, she rushes in and manages to deflect a few bullets with her battle knife. Oh, looks like you have an interesting toy. Deepa notices in amusement. My Sharingan is about to wear off. She notices inwardly as she bleeds from her mouth as well. Is that your limit? Deepa catches on just before her. She slows down in her tracks with her eye quirk deactivated, having reached time limit. You were so close. He carbonizes his left fist. Fifth one, down. Commence the plan. Sarada smiles before exclaiming out, now everyone. She then receives an uppercut to the chin. Sent flying and topples on the ground, being the next one to fall unconscious. With that, Yuga is the first to jump above out of the sand wall with his golem fists out. This time we'll wipe that smirk off your face. He exclaims as he dives down. Hey, Deepa launches another barrage of carbon bullets, which forces Yuga to block with his huge golem hands, but those were just distractions as by the time he lands, Deepa blitzes with a carbonized punch. Gotchik. Yuga spits out blood as he felt that greatly and sent flying away into a tree, knocked out as well. Black Iron Fist. Shinki attacks from afar. The sand-formed fist makes direct contact at Deepa, but he smiles as the next thing that happens is the attack breaking off into pieces upon contact of his body, via carbonized skin. What? Shinki widens as his attack did nothing. Deepa puts his fists together and launches one powerful cube that comes at Shinki high speed. Quote exclamation mark quote. The Iron Sand teen tries putting up a sand wall, but that does nothing as the wall shatters and the impact strikes Shinki, causing him to fall to his knees and then the ground, going unconscious. Two more. Before Deepa could finish, Izuku and Boruto appear on one side of him. You're wide open. Boruto exclaims. What? Deepa exclaims, looking shocked this time. This ends. Now. Deku powers up his right fist with red lines while Boruto forms his spiraling blue ball. Detroit SMAASSHHH. Rasengan. The unison attacks strike Deepa to his gut and back. Gwa. The villain yells in pain. The boys battle cry as they persevere. Deepa continues yelling in pain, until he grins, just kidding. He reveals and plays them. Quote exclamation mark quote. The two gasp as they see that he coated his gut and backside in carbon from their attacks, rendering them useless and ineffective. The carbon villain laughs in high amusement. You think something like that would take me down? Izuku widens. Not possible. Boruto too. Scared. Hopeless. Your expressions look quite delicious. Deepa evilly grins as the two's eyes shake. This was never a battle from the start. He then carbonizes his leg and fist. This was just a fun hunting trip. With that said, he axe punches Boruto in the gut and knees Izuku in the gut as well, sending them flying back, and crashing to the ground. Haruga looks up slowly from his position and sees Deepa stand tall, unscathed from any of their attacks. Hence, they lost the fight. Meanwhile, Zorvas gazes at the shocked, horrified group in front of him, asking again, well. Hand over the Hashirama cell, like right now. He demands. Quote. The group could say nothing as Yorga inwardly trails. He defeated two of our strongest fighters in this group. We're doomed, he sweats. Okay, let's try this then. Zorvas uses his barbed-wired quirk from his body to wrap around the injured Tsubaki and Asaka, making them grunt in pain as the spikes from his quirk dig into their skins. Give me the cell this instant or these two will die. He threatens, further shocking them. You got 10 seconds. He'll kill them. Pony shakes inwardly. No. Momo too. Is there anything we can do? Sumair as well. As Zorvas squeezes them tighter. 7 seconds. Don't hand over anything to this shithead. Asaka utters out but gets squeezed harder and the spikes going into him. TCH. Yorga tightens his fist in frustration. He doesn't want to hand over the cell, but most importantly, he can't allow his older brother to die over something like this. Now he knows what he needs to do. 3, 2, 1. Before Zorvas could kill Kurigane and Asaka. No, stop, Yorga exclaims. They all turn to him and Asaka utters, Yorga. You can have it. His brother allows, just them down, please. No, Asaka utters at his bro saying this. Wise decision. Zorvas sets the older Hei's brother and the samurai girl down. No, hand it over. Yorga gets the cells that was behind a tree, where Asaka hide it, and raises it forward. Take it and go. Zorvas smirks as he walks over to get, until he was suddenly grabbed from behind by Asaka, surprising everyone. Huh. What gives? The villain turns back in confusion. Asaka. Yorga is confused as well. We're not handing over the cell. The older Hei's fighter declares, but spits out cum blood from the impaled wound earlier, but refuses to let go. Quote. Zorvas grimaces and states this, I was gonna let you live as soon as I got the cell from your brother over there, but if you want to die that badly, then I'll help you. This is when 3 wires come from the villain's backside and impale Asaka's body violently. Gwunk. Asaka widens and coughs out blood. Quote. This again horrifies the others, especially Yorga as he screams, Asaka. Raising him in the air, all you had to do was hand over the cell in the first place, and this death wouldn't have been gruesome. Zorvas grimaces at him. Asaka. Yorga almost runs to him until, stay where you are, Yorga. He utters as blood drips, causing his little brother to stop in confusion. Don't forget about our mission. He reminds, making Yorga gasp in knowing, you can't let this guy get the cell, no matter the costs. With a cough of blood, Asaka slowly moves his hands up and begins to do some hand signals. Zorvas raises a brow. What's he doing? Momo utters. That sign. Yorga widens and knows what his brother's about to do. Asaka, you can't. It's okay, Yorga, this will buy you all some time. Asaka utters and coughs, finishing the hand signals. Take the cell back to Hei's city, to save the orphanage. He adds slowly, I entrust the rest of this mission to you. Haruga. And Yuga. He smiles for the final time before unleashing Red Spider Lily. His body glows at a high level and flashes bright. Quote. Zorvas quickly knows what this is and tries to counter it, but is too late as Asaka's body explodes close to him, engulfing them both in a red blast. With his eyes tearing up in fright at what his older brother did, Asaka, no. Yorga cries out, as the others cover themselves from the explosion. As the suicide bomb is done and smoke arise, no. Asaka. Tears stream down Yorga's cheeks. You didn't have to die together, with a guy like that. He sobs. That was too close. They gasp in shock to see that Zorvas survived the explosion after the smoke clears, but received tons of damage from that blast and isn't pleased with it. That fool. If I hadn't moved him away when I did or used my quirk, it would have been worst. He adds, also having used his spinning wired blade to protecting himself. This is a nightmare. Pony shakes. We can't win. Sumair widens. Not even that could take this guy out. Momo too. It was fun, but I'm taking the cell. Zorvas extends his blade to get the bag cell over to him. Taking it out to find it in a sealed container. We finally have it. He smirks at a job well done before walking off. Yorga gazed at Zorvas with an angry look, with tears still streaming down his face. I'll kill you for this. He takes out his small katana and charges in blind rage. Ha! However, he gets kicked in the gut, guha, and sent topping on the ground after his blade flies out of his hand. You're too weak to back those words up. Zorvas turns his back and continues onward. Tsubaki regains consciousness, but still in bad shape due to the wound in her bleeding gut side. You'll pay for this. I'd like to see you try and make me, but we're done here. Zorvas spares her a glance. If I were you, I'd stay done, unless you guys want to die a gruesome death like that Hei's father did. He walks off and leaves this battered and defeated. Damn it. Tsubaki glares angrily as she punches her fist against the ground as she lays there. At the same time, Deepa walks over to finish Boruto first. Leave him alone. Izuku exclaims from afar. Don't worry, I'll kill you next after him. Deepa promises that as he appears in front of the downed whispered teen. Boruto glares up at him. You won't get away with this, ever. Didn't I tell you already? This is a hunt. Deepa carbonizes his right fist, and the expedition's almost over. He then punches down to finish off the blonde, but ends up missing and hits the ground, strong enough to make a small crater. Huh. When the smoke clears, Deepa turns to see that Mitsuki has saved Boruto in time, but his body looks completely different. His body is now bright green, along with a horn on his head and snakes around his body. He stares Deepa down as the villain smirks. Mitsuki. Izuku widens in surprise, so does Boruto. You killjoy. Deepa comments at Mitsuki's form, but notices, you're not afraid of me. He asks. My parent told me never to use this power. Mitsuki reveals, he said my body wouldn't be able to take it, because the energy I release is much too great. Spreading his legs in position for an attack, I don't know what will happen if I use my full strength. But it seems this is my only option. He powers up some more and release a gust of wind that surprises Deepa. Sage Art. Great Snake Lightning. Mitsuki attacks with the energy-coated snakes and lands a direct hit on Deepa, forcing the villain to move back a far distance and setting off an explosion. Meanwhile, the pro-heroes continue battling Victor and finds it hard to put him down as his limb quirk enables him to grow extra arms. Victor grabs Konohamaru by the throat, but is kicked away by Mirko. Gaha. Konohamaru pants out after getting released from that chokehold. Are you okay? Genist asks. Yeah, thanks. He nods. Don't mention it. Mirko slides back, this guy's quirk is annoying and disgusting. I know, this is just like fighting a mob. Mujino agrees. This is taxing if anything. Konohamaru adds. They soon see an explosion, courtesy of Mitsuki's Sage Lightning. Hey, that's. Mujino alerts them. It where the kids are. Genist exclaims. That damn Deepa and Zorvas. Victor scoffs in annoyance, why is it taking them so long to deal with a bunch of brats? He adds, retrieving the Hashirama cell should take precedence. He scoffs again, I have no choice. He vanishes off, leaving the pros behind. Wait, Konohamaru exclaims, but kneels in exhaustion after taking damage. We need to get back there fast. Genist suggests, I hate to think something might have happened. I agree, now let's go. Mirko runs ahead, with them following her. Meanwhile, the smoke clears from Mitsuki's snake lightning strike, and Deepa is revealed to be unscathed yet again, but this time, steam filled his body from the impact. The villain stands up straight, that attack was different from the rest, but all the same, it didn't work. He grimaces. Quote. Mitsuki is unmoved and is simply ready for him to attack. We'll leave it at that, Deepa. His colleague appears beside him. Zorvas. He turns to him. Got the cell right here. The wired quirk user presence. Quote. Uzumaki and Midoriya gasp to see the him have it. Let's go and meet up with old man Victor before he throws a tantrum. Zorvas suggests. Well, I suppose. Deepa shrugs, the cell is the top priority right now anyway. He turns back to Mitsuki, who's still in sage mode, be thankful that we're in a hurry, otherwise, the hunt would have ended with your deaths. Quote. Mitsuki merely grimaces at them. With that said, the villains jump off into the trees and leave the area. Not too long after, Mitsuki drops on one knee and pants a little, now out of sage mode. I can't believe this, we lost. Izuku lost his head. Grr. Boruto slams his fist to the ground, as they all laid in the area, battered and defeated. Meanwhile, so what did you think of the outcome, Shigaraki? Kurogiri asks. The best one that I've seen all day. Tamura grins from under his mask. The fights he saw just now was the heroes losing to the villains and that made him too delighted, especially seeing Midoriya and Uzumaki get messed up badly by Deepa. From what we've seen of their quirks, it's certainly ones that aren't normal. Adult Shin states. Yes, carbon and barbed wire. Who knew quirks like that are strong? Teen Shin adds. Including the old geezer, I'm curious as to who they work for. Kurogiri wonders, and why the Hashirama cell is so important to them. Who knows really? Tamura shrugs, but if they work alone, then we could try recruiting them, since they could help in defeating All Might, but only after seeing what their purpose for that cell is. He adds, before signaling Kurogiri to teleport them from the area in following the cloaked villains that just won. Ending 6, Central, by Amy Sakaguchi. Opens up with a couple flashbacks from the sports festival, Momo losing to Mitsuki that caused her to lose confidence in herself. Sumair losing her fight to Bakugo, but in a close match. Pony losing to Boruto without landing even a punch, caused her to tear up. Tsubaki losing to Izuku, but smiled a tad bit in admitting defeat. With the song playing, it switches to the girls in their civilian clothes, Sumair gazing at her phone while crouched down, Momo looking depressed as her gaze is lowered, Pony gazing at the sky as her eyes shine, and Tsubaki standing in the breeze as it blows trough her hair. Next shows Sarada and Suyu, the two who saw their results at the sports festival as ways to improve, encouraging the four to join them in an art setting, which they do before all 6 UA girls indulge in the activity of painting. Having paint cans and paint brushes to draw designs on the walls and having a great time. After their time of entertainment, Momo, Tsubaki, Sumair, and Pony appreciated that fun is a way of keeping themselves positives and using their fights at the sports festival to become better heroes. As the song is halfway, the 6 of them are in their hero costumes, jumping high in the air in slow motion and having grins, while Tsubaki smiles slightly. When they reach the ground, they dash forward in a long run before they use their quirks. Sarada punching the air via chakra fist, Tsubaki doing a chakra-coded slash, Pony firing 2 horns from her head, Momo forming a staff and shield, Suyu jumping and latching out her tongue, and Sumair launching off a massive shot of water with Nu on her shoulder. The last panel shows the girls all standing together on a building, standing firmly and happily as they gaze into the sunset before smiling to each other while the breeze blows through their hairs. As students in training, they vow to improve themselves in many areas without giving up, as the song closes. That settles the battle. The interns took an L and lost the Hashirama cell, along with a casualty. Zorvis's quirk has been revealed and it's a certainly dangerous one. And now that the semester is over and I'm back to uploading normally, sometimes bi-weekly. Until next time. 805 Chapter 63, Secrets from Underground. Appearing in another part of the forest, Victor gazed up on the tree to find Deepa and Zorvis standing there in waiting. And what took you so long, old man Victor? Zorvis asks in a taunting manner. Just can't win against the advancement of old age. Deepa adds to that. What happened to the Hashirama cell? The old man asks. Zorvis reveals it in his hand as Deepa mentions, we defeated the Brats, but failed to finish them off. However, the experiments come first, right? Zorvis reminds. Quote. Victor understands what he means and nods, yeah. We'll return to the lab immediately. With that said, they make their way out the forest area. Opening 6 inches Golden Time, by Fujifabric. Opens up at the City of Silence before we cut to a few UA students in hero costumes. Sarada, one neon tree with a knife, Katsuki, on a building with a grimace, Mitsuki, on a hill with a book in his hand, Shinki, on a branch with his arms crossed, Izuku, in front of a white flag with a closed fist, and Boruto, on a moving train with a reached fist out before the title appears full on. We go into Izuku training with Gran Torino while training to get better control of One for All. When he uses a smash that causes wind to blow around, Torino grins at his progress. Next shows Boruto sparring with Sasuke with aid from Sarada, the two working with attack coordinations that Phantom sees through and bests them, causing them to sigh, grin. Next shows Boruto reaching a hand out to the back-turned Naruto while Izuku does the same to All Might, only for both boys to grab blue crystal fragments before they blow out. As the song continues, panels of more UA interns are shown. Shinki with iron sand spread around him and arms crossed over chest, Tsubaki, in a widespread battle position and a hand on her sheathed sword, Sumair, riding on the jungle cat form of new pony, on all fours with her horns ready, Tsuyu, doing a frog hope with her frog tongue out, and Momo forming a staff from her left hand via creation quirk. Next shows R's MCs standing back to back, turning to the other with a firm smile as they prepare to fight. They're joined by Sarada, who smirks, Mitsuki, who smiles with eyes closed, Katsuki, who scoffs irritably, and the other 6 interns, Shinki, Sumair, Momo, Pony, Tsuyu, and Tsubaki, and pro-heroes Konohamaru, Genist, Miriko, and Mujino in addition. The next scene shows them in battle positions and glaring straight up at the appearance of Victor, who chuckles evilly as 2 arms sprout from his body. Deepa, who grins psychopathically with hands raised, and Zorvis, who smirks deeply with arms crossed. This is when we see the fight in the setting of Valley City. Konohamaru, Mirko, and Mujino fighting Victor, who easily repels them with his sprouted arms. Zorvis slicing through multiple horns and fibers launched by Pony and Genist before repelling a cannonball by Momo and duels Tsubaki with his quirk, finding their interlock entertaining before backing away from her and dodging multiple purple blasts from the jungle cat form of Nu as Sumair rides on the beast. Then switches over to Deepa dodging a fireball from Sarada and multiple shadow snakes from Mitsuki before using his quirk on Shinki, who blocks it with iron sand as Tsuyu tries to grab the villain via her tongue, only for Deepa to avoid it as Bakugo blasts him from behind, only for the villain to come out unfazed, all while grinning. Last shows the MCs using their signature attacks to finish things off, Izuku using full cowling to zigzag and deliver a Detroit smash while Boruto comes from above with a Rasengan in hand. Both do a battle cry as their attacks crash down on the battlefield, sending off dust and shockwaves into that of a whirlwind. Next shows shots of various individuals. The rest of Class 1A with Shoto and Iida in front, Class 1B, the UA teacher's staff, Orochimaru along with Suigetsu, Karen, and Jugo, the League of Villains Tamura, the Shins, Kurogiri, and 4 new recruits Arashiki, who smirks Kara the Husk, shadowed appearance, the Cage Heroes with Naruto leading, and the top pros with All Might in front. Last panel shows the MC duo standing tall, along with everyone else who was present during the battle as the breeze blows through them before the song ends. Chapter 63, Secrets from Underground. After their defeat against Deepa and Zorvis, the interns and the remaining Hayes brothers have their wounds attended to immediately by Yubina and the medic team in the area. Let's speed it up. Yubina orders her medic troops. These wounds are serious and will likely get worse if we delay. Yes ma'am. The medic squad complies. You 4 should have your injuries treated as well. Yubina suggests to the 4 pros, who battled Victor. Konohamaru and Mujino nod while the fiber hero states, I barely sustained anything, actually. Genist replies. Same here. Mere scratches are nothing to me. Mirko adds, but, that old man back there doesn't have an ordinary quirk. I agree, almost none of our attacks worked on him. Konohamaru adds, on top of that, we need to find out what they want with the cell. That won't be a problem. Mujino chimes in, revealing a device. A tracker. Genist narrows a brow. That's right. Mujino nods. When we fought the old man back there, I believe they called him Victor, I planted a tracking device on the side of his hat during the first exchange. He adds, revealing to have done so when Victor attacked him first. He checks it and adds, so far, they're moving back to their destination, but it's not here in the outskirts of Silent City. Meaning their hideout is located in another city. Way to go, 4 Eyes. Mirko gives him a hard pat on the back. Hey. Mujino stammers in annoyance. It's settled then. After our injuries are healed, the 4 of us are moving out to get the Hashirama cell back. Konohamaru said, with the 3 agreeing. On the other hand, Sarada, Katsuki, Tsubaki, Shinki, Tsuyu, Yuga, and Haruga are on stretchers being tended to, while Sumair, Pony, Momo, and Yorga watch on. Quote. They're silent with a gaze of defeat as Pony mutters inwardly, Shinki. Kuragain. Quote. Yorga sees that his brothers are being treated while also thinking about the eldest Gay's brother that died, Asaka. He begins grieving inwardly. Seeing him tearing up, Pony puts a hand up on his shoulder to comfort him, while he gazes down to her and eventually, smiles a little. Quote. Momo and Sumair feel ashamed of themselves, thinking they did little to nothing during the fight. On the other hand, Midoriya and Uzumaki are done having their injuries tended, with a few bandages on them, but nothing too serious, while Mitsuki is still recovering, especially after using Sage Mode. This sucks. Boruto grits his teeth. I know, we couldn't stop them from getting the Hashirama cell. Izuku trails, tightening his fist a bit, even our attacks didn't work. I should have used more than 5% of my smash. Same here. Boruto agrees, I also should have put everything I had into that Rasengan. He adds, before they look over to the pros aiming to track down their enemies to their location. This gives the young Uzumaki an idea, telling his best friend this, Izuku, I refuse to let this end with us getting our butts kicked. He adds, we'll go with the pros and pay him back, big time. He refers to Deepa. I agree, we must also make sure to get the cell back, more importantly. Izuku adds, which the blonde hadn't forgotten. After the pros get their wounds healed. Alright, let's move out. Konohamaru said, with Genist, Mujino, and Mirko ready to go. Mr. Komago, wait. Izuku halts as he and Boruto approach, we're coming with you. Absolutely not. Konohamaru shakes his head, this time, it'll be more dangerous. This mission was already dangerous the moment we were tasked with retrieving the Hashirama cell. Boruto argues, having more people means we stand a better chance. What can you two do in your conditions? You'd only slow us down if anything. Mujino said, which offends Boruto. No offense, but he's right. Mirko adds with arms crossed, acting tough at a time like this one won't cut it. We're not acting that way at all, these injuries won't stop us from fighting. Izuku stammers and tries to assure. You literally gave us permission to fight on this mission. Besides, that Deepa guy we fought earlier, we know his quirk and how it works. Boruto adds, all it takes is to come up with a plan and we can beat them. No, Genist interrupts them, you're still just interns and your safety is our responsibility. He adds, surprising them, don't overestimate your abilities. You may have helped in taking down the Otsutsuki, but that doesn't mean you can just recklessly run a situation that's beyond your level. He states this one in final, now for your own good, you all are staying here till we return with the Hashirama cell. But, before Izuku could finish, this isn't up for discussion. Konohamaru interrupts with a frown, Aquanari is already headed to where the enemies are and we need to get going to meet him there. He asks, stay here, are we clear? Quote. The two gaze down in a bit of frustration, and knowing them couldn't win this debate, they comply. Good, now let's get out of here already. Mirko said before the pros then dash out the area in heading towards the location of Victor, Deepa, and Zorvas to recover the Hashirama cell. Uzumaki, Midoriya, the boys turn to see Sumair, Pony, Momo, and Yorga approach. Quote. Gazing forward, Boruto simply starts in a little frustration, overestimate our own abilities, huh? HMPH, we're not overestimating anything. He turns to walk off, while Izuku looks downward in feeling the same way, but with an unsettled expression. Meanwhile, a portal from Kurogiri opens, putting the villain on a cliff to sightsee the view of Valley City, so this is the city they reside in. Looks to be called Valley City. Teen Shin notices one of the signs. So how will we play this out, Shigaraki? Adult Shin asks. Well, we can't just teleport into their base carelessly. Tamura thinks it out and then gets an idea. Shin, send that midget creature of yours inside to spy around and find a place where no one can see us. Even though he finds the midget term not even necessary, he does it anyway and signals his one-eye creature to teleport inside the building of Victor's company. In Victor's laboratory, with the Hashirama cell secured, Victor begins doing some scanning on the cell in order to use it for his grand plan. While he does that, what's taking so long? Deepa asks, with a smirk, seated across the room with his fist leaned against his cheek, as well as right leg over left. Be quiet, Victor shouts annoyingly, turning back at him, if we lose the Hashirama cell, we may never get another chance like this again. He continues typing on the keypads. It's been 5 years, no, more. Deepa sighs, if that guy had only proceeded with the plan. He voices this in a sarcastic way, we wouldn't have had to go through this much hardship. What hardship? Victor sneers, all you and Zorvas did was cause chaos wherever you felt like it. He adds, they might have noticed, you know. The carbon user chuckles at that statement and remarks, why should that concern us? Neither of us are trusted within the organization. With a step of annoyance, don't lump me in with yourself. He argues, you don't know me. He exclaims. You don't know me either, old timer. Deepa smirks in remark, and you're one to talk, considering the rumor about you being a member is thanks to a huge investment made by this company. Angered even more, do you want to die, you bastard? Victor sneers. Oh, I'm shaken in my boots. Deepa sarcastically laughs, not threatened at all, you're free to give it your best shot, that is if you can. As the argument further intensifies, that's enough, both of you. Zorvis walks in, getting their attentions, especially you, old man, Victor. What? The geezer exclaims. If you have time to start and argue, then stop wasting time and get to work on that cell even faster. Zorvis berates, like you said, if we lose the Hashirama cell now, then there is no second chance, am I wrong? He adds, causing Deepa to chuckle as well. Grr, you have some nerve talking to me like that. Victor glares, but knows that he's right and turns back around to scan the cell. Be grateful we're low on time with this thing, otherwise I'd blow both of your heads off. Whatever, Gramps. Zorvis shakes his head, as if you could to begin with. Deepa shrugs and Victor grits his teeth that he's forced to ignore both of them and their insults. Meanwhile, in his laboratory, Orochimaru does some research on the item that he's aiming to recover, until the door opens to reveal three people coming in, one with white hair, purple eyes, and shark teeth. Second, with red hair, red eyes, and glasses. Third, with orange hair and a purple cloak. Anything to report? Orochimaru asks. Well, about the Hashirama cell. Suigetsu starts, there's a high possibility that it's one that was taken from your collection that you kept at your old research lab. That was such a long time ago. He replies. We understand that quite a few were stolen at that time. Jugo said, and they were hard to get back. Yes, I was able to find and retrieve most them. Orochimaru smiles otherwise, but a few, I could not. He admits, well, it can't be helped since it's not something anyone can handle easily. Who do you think could have stole it? Karen asks. Who knows? He shrugs. Do you have any ideas? Suigetsu asks. With a supposed theory as to who he might have taken it, Orochimaru gets up from his seat, the answer has just clicked in. He grabs his black cloak. Where are you going? Jugo asks. To handle some business. Alone. The scientist clears up. Something tells me I might run into something interesting. He states in final before walking out the door, leaving the three confused. At Victor's company, we dealt with the heroes that tried to take the cell. Victor speaks with his female secretary in the hallway, a young woman with dark skin, red and black hair and purple eyes. She wears a purple business attire and has a ruby necklace around her neck. That's great news, sir. She bows. Seeing the two walk away in the deep area of the hallway, Shojiro comes from the corner of the hallway. Quietly, the old man must be Victor, the one that Komago and the others fought. He adds, there's no turning back now. I'll use this moment to uncover Victor's true identity and his objective with the cell. He declared inwardly before quiet moving along. Unbeknownst to them, Shin's one-eye creature also comes from the corner and sees around. From outside, adult Shin see through the eye of his creature and informs Tamura, cost is clear. Good, Kurogiri. He signals. Understood. The warp villain teleports them inside Victor's base, in the hallway of where the red-eyed creature is and with no one around. Now, Tamura begins, let's see what they're hiding for the use of that cell. He said before they walk onward. A couple hours later, in the second half of the afternoon and in the infirmary tent, you want permission from me to head to the city where Komago, Aquanari, and the others are going. Yubina narrows a brow with arms crossed while seated, gazing at Uzumaki and Midoriya, afraid I can't do that. Why not? I'm tired of waiting here impatiently. Boruto replies, annoyed with this, interns are not, we're part of this mission too, and we intend to complete it to the end. I feel the same way, we don't want to feel helpless just sitting here. Izuku adds. You're not fooling me. Yubina sees through them, both of you just want to go in order confront and get back at the villain who gave you those injuries, am I wrong? Quote. The two gaze down a little, not really having a reply to that. Being obsessed with defeating a villain because you hate him is not the hero way. She explains, it's the same as using your quirks to cause injury out of spite, which is also not the way of a hero. She's right, you know. Edgeshot approaches, having some bandages on his wounds. Doing this means being reckless and playing with fire, and there's no way we can let you guys go. Hearing these statements, the boys do get what they're saying since doing this would be no different from what Iida tried to do against Stain back at Hosu, which was getting revenge. They're right, we would be doing something unheroic if we tag along just to be the villain. Izuku trails inwardly. On the other hand, Boruto reveals this, it's not like that, Dr. Yubina, Edgeshot. He clears up, confusing them and Izuku, I can't really put it into words, but this is more about our positions than Deepa. He adds, he's kinda like the catalyst and losing that fight means we're still inexperienced and have lots of training to do. Boruto. Izuku utters. Quote. Edgeshot and Yubina continue listening. It also makes me think that unless I become strong enough to surpass him, then progressing onward is not possible. He finishes, firmly, that's why we have to go. It was a big mistake not putting everything I had into my last blow, but this time, there won't be any mistakes. Hearing this, Midoriya agrees with his best friend, yes. We can't call ourselves heroes if we don't see things all the way through, so please let us go and aid the others. Seeing the determination in their eyes, well, Edgeshot. Yubina gazes to him. Quote. The ninja hero thinks about this. We'll be going as well. Yorga walks in the tent, getting their attentions, along with Pony, Sumair, and Momo. You guys too? Izuku asks. Pony nods, firmly. We won't leave our classmates alone to carry this out. Sumair adds as well. Also, I felt useless back there. Momo's a bit frustrated with herself, but firmly stated this time, I'll help out in any way I can. Asaka's sacrifice won't be in vain either. Yorga grimaces, with Zorvis in his mind, I'll avenge his death. That statement didn't sit too well with Edgeshot, but he sees the determination in interns and can tell they won't back down from this. So he decides, very well. He takes out his phone and taps the location. I've sent you their location. Just follow the movements of Komago and the other three, and tell them that I sent you guys. Yes sir. Izuku nods. We'll be off then, Boruto said before they leave the tent and be on their way to the other pros. Afterward, you sure that was the best idea? Yubina asks with a gaze. It's fine, he assures. Those kids have unwavering and firm resolve, which is part of being a hero. He explains, besides, they look back to see someone recovered come out of their room, they'll be needing backup to retrieve that cell from wherever it went. Meanwhile, Konohamaru, Genist, Mirko, and Mujino have just arrived in the city of Valley. In front of the hideout do their enemies. Mirko sees, so this is Valley City. And this must be Victor's base of operations. Mujino comments at the building in front of them. Aquanari is inside as we speak, meaning we'll have to move without getting spotted. Exactly. Konohamaru nods. Let's go. They proceed to enter. Inside the company base, the experiments are now in their final stages. Victor walks around with his secretary, Zorvis, and Deepa. That's good news. Zorvis comments, a couple hours of waiting and it's finally done. And you're right on time too, because I was gonna go back to sleep otherwise. Deepa adds. After the door closes, Chojuro heard from nearby and mentions, experiments in the final stages he said. Their plan can't go on any further. He adds, Komago and the others need to get here fast or I'll have to stop this myself. He proceeds on with stealth through the automatic door. After it closes, Shigaraki and his colleagues come out of hiding after several seconds. So they already have a plan that's in progression. Kurogiri states quietly, after listening to Victor's statement. That tells us they're already using the cell for something rather extreme it seems. Adult Shin says. I wonder how extreme. Teen Shin wonders. We'll keep our presence low like what we've been doing so far and find out what's so special about this little project of theirs. Tamura comments before they move on ahead. Ending 6, Central, by Amy Sakaguchi. Opens up with a couple flashbacks from the sports festival. Momo losing to Mitsuki that caused her to lose confidence in herself. Sumair losing her fight to Bakugo, but in a close match. Pony losing to Boruto without landing even a punch, caused her to tear up. Tsubaki losing to Izuku, but smiled a tad bit in admitting defeat. With the song playing, it switches to the girls in their civilian clothes. Sumair gazing at her phone while crouched down, Momo looking depressed as her gaze is lowered, Pony gazing at the sky as her eyes shine, and Tsubaki standing in the breeze as it blows trough her hair. Next shows Sarada and Tsuyu, the two who saw their results at the sports festival as ways to improve, encouraging the four to join them in an art setting, which they do before all 6 UA girls indulge in the activity of painting. Having paint cans and paint brushes to draw designs on the walls and having a great time. After their time of entertainment, Momo, Tsubaki, Sumair, and Pony appreciated that fun is a way of keeping themselves positives and using their fights at the sports festival to become better heroes. As the song is halfway, the 6 of them are in their hero costumes, jumping high in the air in slow motion and having grins, while Tsubaki smiles slightly. When they reach the ground, they dash forward in a long run before they use their quirks. Sarada punching the air via chakra fist, Tsubaki doing a chakra-coated slash, Pony firing 2 horns from her head, Momo forming a staff and shield, Tsuyu jumping and latching out her tongue, and Sumair launching off a massive shot of water with Nu on her shoulder. The last panel shows the girls all standing together on a building, standing firmly and happily as they gaze into the sunset before smiling to each other while the breeze blows through their hairs. As students in training, they vow to improve themselves in many areas without giving up, as the song closes. Another chapter done. With almost everyone individual appearing in Valley City, things are about to get intense yet again. With Victor's plan with the Hashirama cell almost in fruition. Thanks for reading and until next time. 805 Chapter 64, Revival of the Divine Tree. Opening 6 inches Golden Time, by Fujifabric. Opens up at the City of Silence before we cut to a few UA students in hero costumes. Sarada, one neon tree with a knife, Katsuki, on a building with a grimace, Mitsuki, on a hill with a book in his hand, Shinki, on a branch with his arms crossed, Izuku, in front of a white flag with a closed fist, and Boruto, on a moving train with a reached fist out before the title appears full on. We go into Izuku training with Gran Torino while training to get better control of One for All. When he uses a smash that causes wind to blow around, Torino grins at his progress. Next shows Boruto sparring with Sasuke with aid from Sarada, the two working with attack coordinations that Phantom sees through and bests them, causing them to sigh, grin. Next shows Boruto reaching a hand out to the back turned Naruto while Izuku does the same to All Might, only for both boys to grab blue crystal fragments before they blow out. As the song continues, panels of more UA interns are shown. Shinki with iron sand spread around him and arms crossed over chest, Tsubaki, in a widespread battle position and a hand on her sheathed sword, Sumair, riding on the jungle cat form of Nu, Pony, on all fours with her horns ready, Tsuyu, doing a frog hope with her frog tongue out, and Momo forming a staff from her left hand via creation quirk. Next shows R's MCs standing back to back, turning to the other with a firm smile as they prepare to fight. They're joined by Sarada, who smirks, Mitsuki, who smiles with eyes closed, Katsuki, who scoffs irritably, and the other 6 interns, Shinki, Sumair, Momo, Pony, Tsuyu, and Tsubaki, and pro heroes Konohamaru, Genist, Miriko, and Mujino in addition. The next scene shows them in battle positions and glaring straight up at the appearance of Victor, who chuckles evilly as two arms sprout from his body. Deepa, who grins psychopathically with hands raised, and Zorvas, who smirks deeply with arms crossed. This is when we see the fight in the setting of Valley City, Konohamaru, Mirko, and Mujino fighting Victor, who easily repels them with his sprouted arms. Zorvas slicing through multiple horns and fibers launched by Pony and Genist before repelling a cannonball by Momo and duels Tsubaki with his Quirk, finding their interlock entertaining before backing away from her and dodging multiple purple blasts from the jungle cat form of Nu as Sumair rides on the beast. Then switches over to Deepa dodging a fireball from Sarada and multiple shadow snakes from Mitsuki before using his Quirk on Shinki, who blocks it with iron sand as Suyu tries to grab the villain via her tongue, only for Deepa to avoid it as Bakugo blasts him from behind, only for the villain to come out unfazed, all while grinning. Last shows the MCs using their signature attacks to finish things off, Izuku using full cowling to zigzag and deliver a Detroit smash while Boruto comes from above with a Rasengan in hand. Both do a battle cry as their attacks crash down on the battlefield, sending off dust and shockwaves into that of a whirlwind. Next shows shots of various individuals. The rest of Class 1A with Shoto and Iida in front, Class 1B, the UA teacher's staff, Orochimaru along with Suigetsu, Karen, and Jugo, the League of Villains Tamura, the Shins, Kurogiri, and 4 new recruits Arashiki, who smirks Kara the Husk, shadowed appearance, the Cage Heroes with Naruto leading, and the top pros with All Might in front. Last panel shows the MC duo standing tall, along with everyone else who was present during the battle as the breeze blows through them before the song ends. Chapter 64. Divine Tree Revival. At company base, we're honored to have you come and observe our facilities. Victor walks around with a welcomed guest, which is an elder man, Hiroshi. I've been wanting to see what kind of research is being conducted here. Hiroshi replies, 2 bodyguards beside him. And I personally, am eager to show you the fruits of our research. Victor replies, with his secret with him, and which Hiroshi is looking forward to. By the time they reach the main door, this is the heart of my company's research. Victor states with an evil grin. The door opens and a bright flash surfaces. What is this? Hiroshi widens as the flash ends and sees what is in front of him. The main room is then shown, revealing multiple bodies in test tubes, surrounding a large tube straight ahead, which horrifies the valley president. It's quite an honor to have you visit us. The doctor of the company greets them. We carefully analyzed the Hashirama cell that we obtained not too long ago. Victor reveals, and it's now being put to good use to treat incurable illnesses. Noticing, what is that? Hiroshi points upward, but shocked at this and steps back. He sees bodies contained in tubes at the main cornerstone as well. That is the cornerstone of our research. Victor reveals, we are verging on the cusp of its completion. He adds, once we get a successful result, not only will we be able to treat incurable diseases, but aging itself might become a thing of the past. Why you're a monster, Victor. Hiroshi sweats in panic. Sacrifices for the greater good. Victor evilly grins with no remorse, you'll either comply or, he reveals, you die. Why you're insane. This is inhumane. Hiroshi steps back, so does his bodyguards. It sure is. Their attentions are gained at the arrival of Chojuro, Konohamaru, Genist, Mirko, and Mujino. The jig is up, Victor. Mirko grimaces. The heroes. The old man widens in shock. How did you find this place? Nobody outside this city should have found this facility. During our fight in the outskirts of Silent City, I planted a tracking device on the side of your hat during the first exchange. Mujino reveals. So at that time, Victor recalls when he tried to blitz Mujino, and the latter grabbed his hat to hold him in place, hence, was when he put the tracker on. That's right. We met up with Aquanari a few minutes ago, and here we are. Genist said. So this is what you've been up to, huh? Victor. Konohamaru grimaces. Why you damn hero scums. Victor starts to sweat and exclaims, before the company doctor runs off in fright, well, since you've seen all this. As he points his cane and babbles at them, Gene JST retrains him immediately via fiber, shocking Victor. Seeing this opening, Mujino goes to blitz the old man immediately and uses his battle knife to slash Victor's right arm clean off, sending it and his cane in the air. Arrah! Victor screams in pain as blood spills out his severed arm, gotch. He sweats and huffs in agony and kneels. President Victor. His secretary comes to his aid. Stop his bleeding and don't try anything stupid. Mujino advises, firmly. This guy is sick. Chojuro gazed around with the tubes, especially the ones up top. He's already used the Hashirama cell to implant the victims in the tubes. Yeah, Genist nods, it will probably become clearer when we investigate deeper. Victor wanted that cell to conduct unethical human experiments right here in his lab. Konohamaru adds. Is that true, Victor? Hiroshi questions, but the latter is too in pain to move. I've been such a fool. He's ashamed of himself. I was blinded by the rosy picture that Victor painted, and I was completely deceived by him. We've come to retrieve to the Hashirama cell. Komago tells him, if we can get it back, we can resolve this amicably and confidently. I have no need of such a thing. Hiroshi replies, I don't care. Just take it and go. That's exactly what we plan to do anyway. Mirko states. As Victor grunts in pain, are you done treating him? Mujino asks the secretary. Grr. Victor sneers, but it then turns to a smirk, hey. Quote exclamation mark quote. Mujino and Genist look to their right to see his severed arm gone on the ground. It's gone. Where did it go? Genist looks around. Victor laughs as his severed arm crawls to the control slowly on its own. There it is. Chojuro points. Ha 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 ha. Victor laughs evilly. You fools. One must never reveal one's secret weapon until the very last moment. Why you? Mujino glares. The arm then presses the button, activating the countermeasures before returning to Victor. Crap. Damn it. Mujino and Mirko go to attack Victor, who weaves hand signs quickly. Great wind spiral. He repels and blows them both back. Gwa. They're sent flying across the room. Mujino hits the wall hard, while Mirko recovers. In just a little while, my goal will be accomplished. Victor preaches aloud and begins to leave with his secretary. Where do you think you're going? Chojuro was about to give chase, but Victor's controlled employees surround him and Konohamaru, and begin to attack. The two of them, plus Genist, Mujino, and Mirko, fight back, but see that their attacks around doing much. There. Komago trails. Tough. We know. Jean JST finishes. The plan has been hastened, due to unnecessary interference. Victor tells his secretary, but no matter. It's finally time, she said before following him to the elevator. Hold it, Genist exclaims, but they're blocked off by the employees. A god tree sapling begins to grow and spread around the lab, shocking the others. Watching from afar without being noticed, so this was what that old geezer wanted with the cell all along. Teen Shin comments. The main objective of his plan was the revival of the divine tree and have his lab rat test subjects be the nourishments to fuel the process. Adult Shin adds. According to what Master told us about the divine tree, and what the Otsutsuki stated after the sports festival, it drains all life on Earth. Kurogiri comments and recalls. And these guys are trying to make a cheap replica of the tree to try and pull something similar. Pathetic. Tamura voices, if that was their goal this entire time, then we don't need them as recruitments to our league. He adds, we're out of here. Victor and the heroes can destroy each other while that goes on. He turns and walks the other way, followed by the three. Meanwhile, what? Hiroshi frightens and then runs as the tree roots go to wrap him. Chojuro quickly comes to his aid and slashes the roots apart with his dual blades. Flame bombs. Konohamaru blows and burns some roots out, but one root grabs his arm and starts to drain some of his energy. This is not good. Komago. Genist exclaims as he uses his fiber to pull him back to where he is, hence, freeing him. Are you alright? Yes, somehow. He replies, but holds his drained arm. What the hell is going on now? He gazes up at the growing divine tree. As it grows in size, oh, it's already budding. Let's observe closer. Victor exclaims in delight, which his secretary complied by flipping the elevator switch. Victor. Wait. The doctor runs and exclaims upward, please let me in it too. He exclaims, but ends up, getting wrapped by a tree root, not here. Please help me, President Victor. His cries go on deaf ears as he's engulfed in the tree roots to serve as nourishment. Seems there's not enough nourishment for it to keep growing. Victor notices. I've gathered more nourishment in one location. His secretary reveals. Perfect. He grins as the tree bears a fruit and grows even more. Meanwhile, Tamura, Kurogiri, and the Shins enter the main conference room to find a large number of employees standing there, so this is where Victor keeps the rest of his experiments. Kurogiri states. What a pity, they stand there, dumbfounded, without knowing that they'll serve as nourishments for that fake divine tree. Adult Shin shakes his head. If that's the role they're serving, then we might as well put them out of their misery to pass the time. Tamura said, and before the tree makes its way down here. Hey, you guys over there. Two employees run over to the villains. Do you know how long we're supposed to wait here? The president told us to do this, but before they could finish, Tamura grabs the first employee by the face and turns him to dust with all 5 fingers, while Teen Shin slices the second one's throat via battle knife, making him bleed out on the floor. After seeing 2 of them killed cold-bloodedly, the other employees are shocked and horrified at the villains. What are those guys? We gotta get out of here. That grabbed their attentions, it seems. Adult Shin comments. Let's make this a fun bloodbath to remember. Tamura grins evilly under his mask as he likes to destroy things for the sake of it. Before the villains could kill off the rest, they hear a shaky loud noise to the point that the lights begin to flicker. Hey, something doesn't feel right. Is this an earthquake? When they look down, the floor's cracking. That's our K to leave. Teen Shin said upon them noticing as well. You live to destroy another time, Shigaraki. Adult Shin says, a little sarcastically. That sucks. Tamura grumbles. Kurogiri, get us out of here before we become nourishments too. Understood. He complies and teleports the 4 of them out of the conference area, before the tree roots crash underneath and wrap up every employee in the room to become nourished to the tree as they scream all around in terror. Meanwhile, the pros continue fighting off Victor's controlled employees and the tree roots, but they just keep coming. Please get me out of here. Hiroshi begs of them. Relax, we will, Mirko exclaims as she continues fighting. Komago, what happened to your arm? Mujino comes over to him and Genist. I got a little careless. He replied, be careful. If these things touch you, they'll drain your energy. Thanks for the warning. Chojuro slashes some down. I figured that would be the case. Genist used his fiber to cut some apart and restrain some employees that try to attack. I kind of prefer this than sneaking around and investigating. Mujino smirks and admits. No shit, you completely read my mind. Mirko grins as she joins in. Mirko, Mujino, take the rear. Konohamaru advises, with battle knife in hand, I'll back up Genist and Aquanari. He adds, which they nod before they continue on. Meanwhile, the 5 interns and Yorga arrive to their destination, we're here. Izuku comments, Valley City. According to what Edgeshot sent us, Miss Mirko and the others are in that building. Momo points all the way to the building of Victor's company. That could be the enemy's hideout. Yorga said, let's move. By the time they get closer, the ground begins to rubble, making them stop in their tracks. What's that sound? Pony gazes around. It's coming from enemy base. Boruto catches on. They see that the elevators are starting to go up and down in opposite directions before coming to a stop. The earthquake has stopped for now. Sumair trails. Yes, but something isn't right here. Izuku mutters, what do you think, Boruto? Well, I'm worried about the pros, so let's go check it out. He replies. Right, because I feel like something terrible is happening. Momo voices, unsettled as well. No time to be nervous now, Yaoyarozu. We're picking up where we left off back on this mission. Boruto states firmly. Yes, we have unfinished business and we tend to complete it this time. Izuku too before the 2 MCs dash and lead the way, with the other 4 following. As they run toward the enemy building, I still can't help but have a bad feeling about this. The freckled teen admits, worryingly. Same here, Izuku. Boruto nods, there's no guarantee that luck will be on our side this, everyone. Yeah, but we knew that would be the case while coming over here. Yorga said. We won't let the resolve we made to Mr. Edgeshot go to waste. Pony said. Right, Momo nods. Agreed, Sumair too. With that said, they make it to Victor's company before entering inside, dashing through the entrance and into the hallways. Meanwhile, the heroes are still having their hands full in dealing with the incoming tree roots, even after knocking the facility's employees. A root latches around Hiroshi and drains some of his energy, but Mirko saves the elder as he goes unconscious. Damn it, these things are getting annoying. Mirko exclaims. Tell me about it, there's no end to it. Konohamaru adds as he keeps slashing the roots. The best we can do is keep fighting until we find a weak point. Genist continues countering via fiber. He's right. Chojuro agrees. Easy for you to say. Mujino continues slashing them as well, but notices an employee trying to sneak attack Konohamaru from his blind spot. They can still move. He immediately appears in front of Konohamaru and takes a knife to his right shoulder, protecting him. Mujino. He exclaims as he was just saved, and Mujino's wound leaking out blood. Be good and just stay down. He kicks the controlled enemy into a wall, knocking him out. Mujino tries to stand tall but starts to collapse from his wound. Mujino, hang on. Genist comes to his aid. What do we do? Komogo sees this as getting out of hand, until he sees a large branch upward and decides to take a huge leap and forming a blue sphere around his right palm. Rasengan. He blasts part of the tree before landing. Konohamaru. Hero name. Komogo. Quirk. Wind and fire. Similar to Naruto and Boruto, he uses wind to form a Rasengan that delivers huge damage to his enemies, as well as being strong with fire. Is it under control? Genist asks. No, its main body's still intact. He replies, once that tree revives it'll probably come after us again. Then it's best that we retreat for now. Mujino suggests, holding his shoulder wound. Indeed. Mirko, we're moving out. Chojuro alerts. Coming. She rushes over. Hey, Mujino. Thanks for saving me. Konohamaru smiles. Hey, no problem. Mujino smirk a little. They feel another earthquake from the divine tree. What's going on now? Genist widens as they gaze up. From the elevator. Oh. It's finally reaching completion. Victor grins, and I shall have the fruit that I've sought. He laughs evilly. That thing is going to turn into a fruit. Chojuro widens. That's not good. Mirko trails. Then it's just like the Konohamaru trails, recalling something similar to this during the Society War. As the god tree continues to grow, yes, consume everyone. Victor exclaims, just a little more and it shall bear fruit. He laughs aloud. Meanwhile, the pros make it in another room with Konohamaru asking, Mujino, can you take the elder to a safe place, while the rest of us deal with this on our own? I'll do it, but what about you guys? Mujino asks. What else? We're going to stay and fight. Mirko said. Are you crazy? He widens, still holding his wound. We can't ignore the thing. Chojuro said. But it's too dangerous. Mujino argues. That's the point and it's all the more reason for us to stay. Genist replies, the elder here is our witness and if he dies, then this incident will be covered up. You're the only one who can do this, Mujino. Please. Chojuro urges. Quote. After a few seconds of thinking, he complies, all right. After he picks up the elder on his back, thank you, Mujino. All of you, just don't die. He says. We won't. Mirko replies before he leaves them to it. At the elevator, we're done here. Victor decides as the fruit grows, go after them. Understood. His secretary complies. Listen, don't let a single one of them get away alive. Victor advises. Yes. She smirks, of course. She vanishes to complete the task. From where they are, the alarm of the building goes off and the pros rush to stumble upon the conference room, opening it, to find the captured employees hanging in tree root. The 4 pros try to slash and take the roots off them, but to no avail as they would regrow. Damn it, Konohamaru trails. With Mujino, he rushes down the hallway to the entrance, but feels the pain from his shoulder wound and slows down. Pant, he huffs, feeling oozy. He puts the unconscious Hiroshi down and leans against the wall to catch his breath. Mr. Mujino, Momo exclaims. He widens to hear and see the 5 interns Yorga coming his way to check on him. You guys. He's stunned to see them. What are you doing here? Edgeshot sent us to help you guys. Izuku reveals, surprising the injured pro. He did, huh? Mujino trails, but winces to his shoulder pain. You're injured. I'll use my quirk to patch it up right away. Momo kneels and forms bandage kit from her right arm. While she does that, how about you give us a rundown about the situation here? Yorga suggests. Quote. Mujino gazes at them in silence, seeing if he should really let them in on this, but sees the determination in their eyes. Plus, the fact that Edgeshot sent them answers the question. He tells them, this is an urgent matter, and I suppose it's better to have more fighting power as things stand. He admits, much to their delight. I'll break down the situation quickly. He begins, explaining that Victor is using the Hashirama cell to conduct inhumane experiments and the revival of the Divine Tree, which is a copy from the one used during the Great Society War. It consumes energy, quirks, and bears a fruit in the end, and that's something Victor wants. If we let this go on, there is a danger that will spread throughout the world and absorb everyone. What the hell? Boruto utters as they're shocked to hear all this. We really gotta do something. Sumair trails. To stop that divine tree. Izuku finishes. Point us to the room, we'll end it here. Yorga said, seriously, which the interns agree. After Momo finishes patching his injured shoulder, thanks for that. Mujino nods to her, which she does to, before he looks to all of them. If you want to know, then listen carefully. He begins. Meanwhile, Deepa and Zorvis hear the commotion going on as they were on standby, with the former commenting, so he went ahead and began. Knew we shouldn't have stood by. We won't be doing that now. The latter said, let's see what the results of his so-called final stage is. They moved to the main area. Meanwhile in the conference room, gazing up at the divine tree with the entrapped employees, let's aim for the actually fruit and destroy it. Mirko suggests. So beautiful. They turn to find Victor standing on a tree root, commenting on the progression of the divine tree. It's absolutely beautiful, he continues. Victor. Chojuro glares. Weaving some signs immediately, great wind spiral. He summons a gust of wind their way. While Chojuro uses his dual blades to shield himself, the other 3 are blown back from the impact but recover. After the attack ends, are you guys okay? Chojuro gazes back to them, which Genist confirms they are. Victor smirks before looking up at the growing tree. Don't you feel its beauty when you gaze upon it? Watching the fruit mature is such joy. How were you able to create the divine tree? Konohamaru questions immediately. Better yet, is this really the divine tree? Genist asks. The splinter of wood in the biopod is a fragment of the divine tree that I retrieved from the battlefield of the Great Society War. Victor reveals. Quote. Moving the gasp. And finally, it budded. He continues, gazing back to him and smirks, in just one step. He delights, in just one more step, I'll have the fruit of the divine tree in my hands. You jerk. Mirko scoffs. Look. He looks back at the tree. The divine tree will start seeking all the energy and quirks from the townspeople and make its way outside. He exclaims as the roots begin to bust outside the factory. Sorry to break it to ya, but we won't let that happen. Chojuro readies his dual blade as they stare Victor down, who does the same. Making it to another facility room, the interns Yorga stumble in after getting the full explanation of the situation from Mujino and are shocked to find part of the divine tree in the area and gaze up to find people in tubes as test subjects. Mujino wasn't kidding. Yorga trails. This is horrible, Sumair utters. Victor really does intend on doing the same thing to the townspeople. Momo mutters. Then we need to find him, and help the others end this. Boruto suggests, which they agree to. Before they could do that, a combination of carbon bullets and an extended barbed wire blade flies from above. The group is forced to move back from the incoming attacks. What the hell was that? Yorga exclaims. It was carbon projectiles, and a wired blade. Momo widens. That could only mean. Boruto trails as they know the 2 people who fired those. After the smoke cleared, they gaze head to see Deepa and Zorvis enter the area from the opposite entrance. Seeing them here gets a mix of nervous and seriousness from the group, remembering what happened upon the last time they fought in the outskirts of Silent City, and where the interns got defeated, but this time, it's different as they all still get into battle positions and stare the 2 down. Zorvis. Yorga glares, recalling Asaka's failed sacrifice to bring him down. And Deepa. Izuku glares too. Seriously, it's you kids again. Zorvis narrows a brow, amused, thought it was gonna be someone better. Some familiar faces I definitely recognize. Deepa smirks, the little heroes we beat up on back there. He recalls, you coming here means you came all the way back just to get cooked into an entree. Talk about fools who never learn their lesson. You know that's not the reason. Izuku exclaims. Guys, change of plans. Boruto voices, let's send them both flying. I was just gonna say that. Yorga agrees, this is for Asaka too, you guys are going down here and now. He declares. Going down, they say. Deepa, are you hearing this? Zorvis amuses himself. Loud and clear, especially the part about sending us flying, ha 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 ha. Deepa begins to laugh uncontrollably, with Zorvis doing the same, while the rest gaze seriously. Meanwhile, Mujino makes it outside the facility, with the unconscious Hiroshi on his back. I hope those kids know what they're doing. Mujino hopes. As he makes it further, a battle knife is thrown at the ground in front of him, stopping him in his tracks. He gazes ahead to see Victor's secretary standing there, with a hand on hip and a smirk. It's you, he recognizes. Where do you think you're going, Even with that patched up wound, you're not getting very far. She speaks. Now, let's go back. Don't make me laugh. He refuses, setting the elder down to fight her. She chuckles and brings out another knife. Well then, the both of you can just die right here. She licks her lips. Sorry, but that's not gonna happen, he declares. With her knife ready, this is gonna be easy. I'll make it quick so it won't hurt. She lunges at Mujino to attack. Before she could land a blow, a cloaked figure appears in between them and repels the secretary's knife in the air with ease. This appearance shocks them both, with Mujino questioning, who are you? Damn it. She leaps back. Don't interfere. She demands of the cloaked figure, move, or I'll kill you too. The clocked figure smirks and in a slice second, multiple silent slashes are inflicted on the secretary. What? Before she could finish, she suddenly turns to dust, hence, killing her. How can that be? Mujino widens at seeing that. The cloaked figure turns around and lets down his hood, revealed to be Orochimaru. Mujino's surprised. What are you doing here? The man simply keeps a straight smile before signaling with a turn of his head, the six of you can come out now. By the time he says that, 6 individuals come into the open, which Mujino is stunned to recognize, you guys, too. As the ground shakes, Orochimaru walks to the edge and sees the divine tree roots rise from Victor Company. Oh my, looks like something very interesting is happening. Orochimaru smiles calmly while gazing down. Meanwhile, after Zorvis and Deepa sees their laughs at the interns, hey, a majority of you haven't come here. Zorvis notices that half of the interns and Hei's brother aren't with them, was the defeat that crushing to the point they couldn't come. The 6 of us is more than enough for the 2 of you. Boruto declares. As that's so, this is just fine. Deepa glares with smirk, after we beat the confidence out of you weaklings, your faces will be distorted with fear. He adds, I wonder how delicious your sweat, blood, and flesh will be. I'm sure I'll be way better this time. He licks his lips. What a joke, Izuku exclaims. Aren't you guys trying to eat the fruit of the divine tree to gain more power? Boruto asks, disgusted. Not really. Zorvis shrugs. We could care less about power. Deepa adds to that. Then what exactly are your motives? Izuku asks, not getting it. The motive is lending a hand to old man Victor with his divine tree plan. Zorvis reveals, smirking, it's just that simple, wouldn't you say? So that's it. Boruto tightens a fist angrily. Did we stutter or say something strange? Of course, that's all. Deepa reveals, with a straight face. What other reason is there? Zorvis asks. You're willing to kill others just for a ridiculous reason like that. Izuku glares. Our friends. Sumair trails. We're badly injured too, Pony adds. Just for one goal. Momo too, the girl's also mad with this. Even Asaka. Died just for that. Yorga exclaims. You guys wanted to play heroes, got in order way, and those are the casualties you get for it. Zorvis smirks, actions have consequence. You kids best remember that. Unless they survive this time around. Deepa grins. Immediately going into battle positions and determined to end this once and for all, this time for sure. Izuku trails. Yeah, this time for sure. Boruto follows up. Hey, haha, the villains are ready for them. We're taking you guys down. The whole group declares together, ready for round 2. Ending 6, Central, by Amy Sakaguchi. Opens up with a couple flashbacks from the sports festival. Momo losing to Mitsuki that caused her to lose confidence in herself. Sumair losing her fight to Bakugo, but in a close match. Pony losing to Boruto without landing even a punch, caused her to tear up. Tsubaki losing to Izuku, but smiled a tad bit in admitting defeat. With the song playing, it switches to the girls in their civilian clothes. Sumair gazing at her phone while crouched down, Momo looking depressed as her gaze is lowered, Pony gazing at the sky as her eyes shine, and Tsubaki standing in the breeze as it blows trough her hair. Next shows Sarada and Suyu, the 2 who saw their results at the sports festival as ways to improve, encouraging the 4 to join them in an art setting, which they do before all 6 UA girls indulge in the activity of painting. Having paint cans and paint brushes to draw designs on the walls and having a great time. After their time of entertainment, Momo, Tsubaki, Sumair, and Pony appreciated that fun is a way of keeping themselves positives and using their fights at the sports festival to become better heroes. As the song is halfway, the 6 of them are in their hero costumes, jumping high in the air in slow motion and having grins, while Tsubaki smiles slightly. When they reach the ground, they dash forward in a long run before they use their quirks. Sarada punching the air via chakra fist, Tsubaki doing a chakra-coated slash, Pony firing 2 horns from her head, Momo forming a staff and shield, Suyu jumping and latching out her tongue, and Sumair launching off a massive shot of water with Nu on her shoulder. The last panel shows the girls all standing together on a building, standing firmly and happily as they gaze into the sunset before smiling to each other while the breeze blows through their hairs. As students in training, they vow to improve themselves in many areas without giving up, as the song closes. The battle at Valley City starts. With the interns getting their rematch against the villain duo, will they prevail this time? Thanks for reading as always and adios. 805 Chapter 65, Battle of Valley. As the standoff continues, this ends, now. Izuku exclaims. We're not gonna let you guys have your way. Boruto points at the villain straight, which the only grin and chuckle. Sumair summons Nu to his jungle cat form and with a combined attack, fire a huge dark energy blast that the villains avoid, but this was part of the plan to separate them at different spots. Yorga, Sumair, Pony, and Momo take on Zorbus while Boruto and Izuku handle Deepa. Opening 6 inches Golden Time, by Fujifabric. Opens up at the City of Silence before we cut to a few UA students in hero costumes. Sarada, one neon tree with a knife, Katsuki, on a building with a grimace, Mitsuki, on a hill with a book in his hand, Shinki, on a branch with his arms crossed, Izuku, in front of a white flag with a closed fist, and Boruto, on a moving train with a reached fist out before the title appears full on. We go into Izuku training with Gran Torino while training to get better control of One for All. When he uses a smash that causes wind to blow around, Torino grins at his progress. Next shows Boruto sparring with Sasuke with aid from Sarada, the two working with attack coordinations that Phantom sees through and bests them, causing them to sigh, grin. Next shows Boruto reaching a hand out to the back-turned Naruto while Izuku does the same to All Might, only for both boys to grab blue crystal fragments before they blow out. As the song continues, panels of more UA interns are shown. Shinki with iron sand spread around him and arms crossed over chest, Tsubaki, in a widespread battle position and a hand on her sheathed sword, Sumair, riding on the jungle cat form of Nu, Pony, on all fours with her horns ready, Tsuyu, doing a frog hope with her frog tongue out, and Momo forming a staff from her left hand via creation Quirk. Next shows R's MCs standing back to back, turning to the other with a firm smile as they prepare to fight. They're joined by Sarada, who smirks, Mitsuki, who smiles with eyes closed, Katsuki, who scoffs irritably, and the other 6 interns, Shinki, Sumair, Momo, Pony, Tsuyu, and Tsubaki, and pro-heroes Konohamaru, Genist, Miriko, and Mujino in addition. The next scene shows them in battle positions and glaring straight up at the appearance of Victor, who chuckles evilly as 2 arms sprout from his body. Deepa, who grins psychopathically with hands raised, and Zorbus, who smirks deeply with arms crossed. This is when we see the fight in the setting of Valley City. Konohamaru, Mirko, and Mujino fighting Victor, who easily repels them with his sprouted arms. Zorbus slicing through multiple horns and fibers launched by Pony and Genist before repelling a cannonball by Momo and duels Tsubaki with his quirk, finding their interlock entertaining before backing away from her and dodging multiple purple blasts from the jungle cat form of Nu as Sumair rides on the beast. Then switches over to Deepa dodging a fireball from Sarada and multiple shadow snakes from Mitsuki before using his quirk on Shinki, who blocks it with iron sand as Tsuyu tries to grab the villain via her tongue, only for Deepa to avoid it as Bakugo blasts him from behind, only for the villain to come out unfazed, all while grinning. Last shows the MCs using their signature attacks to finish things off, Izuku using full cowling to zigzag and deliver a Detroit smash while Boruto comes from above with a Rasengan in hand. Both do a battle cry as their attacks crash down on the battlefield, sending off dust and shockwaves into that of a whirlwind. Next shows shots of various individuals. The rest of Class 1A, with Shoto and Ida in front, Class 1B, the UA teacher's staff, Orochimaru along with Suigetsu, Karen, and Jugo, the League of Villains Tamura, the Shins, Kurogiri, and 4 new recruits Arashiki, who smirks Kara the Husk, shadowed appearance, the Cage Heroes with Naruto leading, and the top pros with All Might in front. Last panel shows the MC duo standing tall, along with everyone else who was present during the battle as the breeze blows through them before the song ends. Chapter 65. The Battle in Valley. Without wasting time, Boruto summons 3 clones to close in on the carbon user, who summons carbon bullets with the rays of his right arm and fires. The bullets begin hitting the clones, who withstand them for a couple seconds before puffing out. Having seen him occupied with the clones, Izuku uses full cowling to dash on top of the large tree root. He then jumps and dives down at Deepa, shoots a wicked grin up at him before firing bullets at the One for All user. With his index finger ready, SMAAASSH. He flicks a huge wind blast that blows all the carbon bullets away. Quote exclamation mark quote. Deepa is forced to cover himself from the gust. As soon as Boruto finds the opening to dash at him, Deepa recovers and summons more carbon bullets that the whiskered teen is forced to dodge. After regrouping, damn it. Boruto gets irritated with this. Looks like that guy's quirk is capable of long-distance attacks, as well as defense. Izuku notices. What an annoying quirk. Boruto scoffs, while spinning a cube above his right finger. Now, it's time for the hunt. Deepa declares. Meanwhile, Kake rides on Nu as the beast dashes on the roots, while they both shoot out energy blasts simultaneously, only for Zorbus to flip around and avoid every shot, all while gripping his barbed wire blade. At that moment, Momo throws a few grenades at the villain's direction and they flash in his face upon activation. TCH. He scoffs as he covers his eyes with one arm. Now, Momo signals. Yeah, on it. Pony and Yorga attack next. With a combination move, Yorga summons a haze portal for Pony to fire her horns in before opening another upon Zorbus. By the time the villain gazes at the portal above his head, Thunder Horn. Pony launches a barrage of horn projectiles into the haze portal in front of her, which connects to the haze gate above Zorvis, and from there, the horns rain down on the barbed wire Quirk user and the impacts cause dust to rise. Did that get him? Sumair asks after her new jump off the route. After a few seconds, the smoke clears to reveal a spinning wired blade, hence, the thunder horns didn't work as Zorvis protected himself at the last second. Haha. The villain re-extends his blade to normal with a swing. Not bad, I'll admit, but still not good enough to penetrate my wire. What a deadly quirk, Momo mutters. And a huge pain in the ass. Yorga scoffs. Glad you guys think so. It's a compliment if anything. Zorvis smirks, and readies his barbed blade. Let's continue. He goes on the offensive. Meanwhile, the pros engage Victor in battle, attacking at the same time and simultaneously, but thanks to his limb extension, regeneration quirk, he's holding his own and dodging every attack that comes his way. He dodges a few fibers from Genist, blocks a few kicks from Mirko, and dodges a couple blade strikes from Chojuro before jumping in midair. Konohamaru uses that chance to throw a battle a knife, but Victor repels that with his own before landing. Release everyone immediately, Konohamaru exclaims. They each offered themselves up for the sake of research. Victor grins, arms spread in delight. I will not let their deaths be in vain. Offered. I doubt that, Genist exclaims. You're a sick bastard, Victor. Mirko exclaims, pissed as well. What are you planning to do with the power of the divine tree? Chojuro exclaims for answers. In order for superior humans to prosper, other humans must become their nourishment. Victor babbles on. Wasting no time to attack, Luna rush. Mirko rushes and delivers a series of kicks, but Victor uses his multiple arms to block off every strike before going to retaliate. In turn, Mirko also dodges the strikes of his large arms and after leaping away from the last blow, now Komago. With a couple hand-weaved signs, fire dragon bombs. He blows from mouth. In a swift counter, Victor counters, water barrier. He hand signs and summons a wall of water that cancels out the fire. Then how about this? Chojuro hand signs, water dragon bomb. He launches a stream of water in the form AA dragon. Earth wall. Victor slams his hands on the ground and is shielded from the attack. Damn, Chojuro exclaims. This isn't good. Genist too. Meanwhile, Deepa continues fighting off the combined attacks of Izuku and Boruto. The duo attack simultaneously from every direction to try and damage the carbon user. After Izuku uses his index finger to blow away incoming bullets, Boruto throws a lightning-coated battle knife. It ends up getting smacked away by Deepa's right-coated arm in carbon. It's no good. Izuku voices, even if we get close, he hardens his defense, and our attacks won't get through. I guess the only thing that'll crush his defense is if we do a full-on combined attack. Boruto states. Don't you guys get it? Everything you do is useless against me. Deepa then launches a rapid fire of bullets that makes the two scatter in dodge. One for all. Full cowling. He zigzags from route to route in avoiding the carbon bullets before doing another index flick, SMAAASSH. Another powerful wind blast blows the projectiles out and toward Deepa, which hits the villain, but after the dust clears to reveal he's unscathed. Ha. Deepa laughs as he summons more projectiles midair that Midoriya resumes to avoid. Behind a debris, Boruto charges up a Rasengan, but the villain knows what he's up to and forms his carbon projectiles into that of a spinning disc and grins wickedly as he tosses it in his direction. Uzumaki jumps out the way as the carbon disc connects with the debris. With both of them taking cover behind a root, it's no good. We can't seem to find an opening. Boruto grows irritated. After deactivating full cowling, even if I can get close with my full cowling, it's hard to land a direction smash. Izuku agrees, also finding this difficult. A two-man team has its limits. He adds. Isn't my fighting delicious? Deepa questions aloud in taunt. You won't be able to break these unbelievably beautiful and solid stones that I've made. He grins with his fists tightened. It's hopeless, I tell you. Grr. The two grit their teeth at hearing that statement. Meanwhile, Zorvis swings his extended wired blade around at his foes, making them run and dodge at every angle, while Pony floated on her horns to avoid. Haze summon. Triple Mon. Yorga summons 3 haze creatures, kill Zorvis. He claps his hands in commanding them to attack. The beasts do so in charge. Unbothered, Zorvis flips around in dodging their assaults and countering in return, slashes the first one across the chest, impales the second one, and wraps his blade around the last one, squeezing it completely. These counters force the haze creatures to disappear and Zorvis turns his attention to Yorga and swings his extended barbed wire blade in his direction. The haze brother takes out his small katana and blocks the incoming wire blade's edge, but the difference in strength is too great. He grunts and starts getting pushed back. Yorga, hang on. Pony quickly comes to his aid with rapid-fire thunder horns, and in response, 2 barbed wires come from Zorvis's hips and smacks away the horns one by one. This also directs his attention from Yorga, who uses this chance to move away from the wire sword, letting it connect to a debris. By the time the two regroup, I got your back. Pony smiles. Great. Hey, Yorga smirks a bit, that's assuring. He adds before they focus back on Zorvis, who dodges a cannon shot from Momo. His quirk, strength, and mobility are in sync. Momo mutters as she's with Sumair and Nu. Even with the 4 of us, we're still not finding an opening. Kake voices. Adding the power of my barbed wire quirk, it makes my skills with a blade second to none. Zorvis brags, with a swing of his weapon. What you have or how you got it doesn't matter. Sumair grimaces, on news back, your quirk doesn't make you invincible. Exactly as she said. As soon as we find that opening, defeating you won't be a problem. Yorga declares too. Hearing these statements, Zorbus points his blade at the four, you know. He begins, you guys claimed such things but failed to do so the last time I thrashed you. He states, also making them perk up at him mentioning that girl with the sword and that dead Haze guy were your two strongest, correct? If they couldn't get through my quirk, then what chance do you all have? Quote. The four have no answer to that, but Yorga starts glaring a bit deeply at the mention of his older brother. By the way, whatever happened to Sword Girl? I assume she's either dead, or I messed her up so bad to the point she couldn't come. Zorbus guesses, sarcastically. While the rest glare at him from this mockery, Momo reliantly replies, it's the latter. I thought so. Zorbus figures, and smirks as he says this, she's tough for surviving my quirk, unlike. He looks at Yorga, you're good for nothing dead brother. Quote. The Haze fighter gets angry, you shut your mouth. Yorga, no, Pony holds him back, he's doing this to provoke us. To get us to play right into his hands. Sumair adds. Grr. Yorga sneers. Oh no, don't stop on my account. Zorbus enjoys his anger, I enjoy striking a nerve every now and then. Why Yorga? Pony glances up at him. Don't worry, I won't rush at him recklessly like before, but still. Yorga calms down, but keeps his angry glare at the villain, I won't allow him to make fun of Asaka's sacrifice. If you want me to stop then do something about it. Zorbus challenges, with his wired blade in hand, it's all the more worth it to rip you all to shreds. He grins evilly, while the group prepares for a counterattack. Meanwhile, Dust Storm, Victor summons upon a clap to the ground, making the pros avoid a wave of sand. After that, he hops on a tree root and hand signs, Flame Flower. He blows out large fireballs. Water Wall, Chojuro hand signs and summons Wall of Water to cancel the flames out, he's persistent. Victor has one chakra quirk after another. Genist said, annoyed with this as they can't get close. I know, last time, we fought, he used wind and lightning quirks. Konohamaru adds, stunned. But this time is different, because he's using water, earth, and even fire. Mirko said. I don't blame you for being shocked. Victor states down at them, I can handle every fundamental change in quirk nature. Damn it, Gramps is the only one I've ever seen do that. Konohamaru recalls to the late Cage Hero. You all will become nourishment too. Victor coats his right hand in lightning, and appears in front of Konohamaru at fast speed, starting with you. Komago. The three pros exclaims out. Before the old villain could strike him, multiple snakes dive into the fray, causing all of them to be alerted and making Victor jump back in time. Who's there? Chojuro exclaims. They gaze up to another tree root to find the snakes being retracted back into the arm of an arrived individual. Genist widens. Impossible, so does Victor. The individual lets down his hood to reveal himself, and smiles calmly. Orochimaru. Konohamaru identifies, stunned. That guy, what's one of the former legendary Sannin heroes doing here? Mirko surprised herself. Don't misunderstand. Orochimaru replies to the pros, I didn't come here to save any of you. So just stay there and don't get in my way. He makes clear. In the way, you say. Isn't it the opposite, you bastard? Mirko gets a tick mark from that remark. If that's what you think, I could care less. The snake man replies before setting his sights to Victor, the Hashirama cell was stolen from my research laboratory. And I want it back. He reveals. Grr. Victor glares, you may be Orochimaru of the legendary Sannin, but I won't let you interfere with my plans. He refuses to back down and attacks with Flame Flower. The attack appears to hit the snake man up on the root, but the smoke clears to reveal that he used a giant snake to block the attack, making Victor sneer in frustration, hey. Orochimaru chuckles before commanding the snake to attack the old villain. In return, Victor begins dodging the snake crashing down at him and does it a couple more times, but is up getting caught by the head and smashed into the ground. The snake lifts Victor's body up in the air and throws him aside, also biting his head off in the process. He got him, Konohamaru exclaims. But did it work? Genist wonders. Victor's body begins to twitch rapidly and as soon as he stands up, his whole head regenerates to normal, stunning the pros. Self-regeneration. Chojuro exclaims. Vile bastard. Mirko scoffs. Victor grins after this and retaliates, Tenjin lightning bolt. He unleashes a wave of thunder from his fist and upward to travel along the ceiling that electrocutes the giant snake and then Orochimaru, who sidesteps the attack, but gets his right arm blown off, however, keeps his calm smile. Ha 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 ha. Now let's see you try and use a quirk now. Victor taunts, but ceases immediately upon seeing that Orochimaru's arm regenerates completely as well, you have a regeneration quirk too. Victor's stunned. Orochimaru doesn't answer and simply weaves a couple signs, blowing a strong gust of wind from his hand. Orochimaru. Chakra quirks. Snakes, wind, and regeneration. Like his son, Mitsuki, he can produce snakes to attack and defend. He also creates powerful gusts of gale thanks to his wind quirk, as well as having regeneration to recover from any damage. This causes Victor to cover himself but receive cuts to his face, body, and peg leg. After this attack, Orochimaru leaps off the root and down at the villain, using that opportunity to chop off both of Victor's limbs, making the latter grunt in pain and stumble back. Wounding me is useless. Victor exclaims as he regenerates his arms, but can't do the same with his peg leg as it breaks apart, GCK. He falls backwards. Granted, your body is interesting. Orochimaru admits about his quirk, but it seems your regeneration quirk is not perfect. He reveals and smirks, perhaps that's why you want the fruit of the divine tree so badly. He taunts. How dare you? Victor gets infuriated and using his limb quirk to grow extra arms that stands him up. Don't take me lightly, Orochimaru. He doesn't back down and continues to fight. Meanwhile, on a tree root, Deepa continues launching carbon projectiles at Midoriya, who dashes around on a tree root and notices inwardly, even after all this fighting, the intensity of his quirk doesn't weaken. Izuku adds while in full cowling mode, human can't do that. After dodging a carbon disc throw by the villain, Izuku gets in closer and appears above his head, 10% Detroit. He then connects to the head, SMAASSHH. He gets a blow in, but Deepa grins it off as his head is covered with carbon armor, stunning Izuku, no good. Pathetic. Deepa voices before delivering a carbon-coated punch. Gawk. Izuku gets struck in the face and plummets to the ground, but barely lands on time. Deepa hops off the root himself and taunts at the freckled teen, my abilities are on a completely different dimension from yours. He brags on. Wasting no time, Boruto summons 13 clones to charge at the carbon villain. Who sees them coming his way and coats his right arm in carbon, and begins to strike down the clones while smirking. Blocks a knife strike from the first clone and punches him down, slams the second into the third, does a spin kick into the fourth, smacks away the fifth, sixth, blocks a couple kicks from the seventh and punches it with the eighth, sidesteps a strike from the eighth and chops it in the head before tossing the ninth clone into the 10th midair. As the last 3 clones attack at the same time, so weak. Deepa voices, unfazed and forms spinning projectiles around himself that takes out the rest of the clones. At the same time, Zorvus maneuvers around the projectiles of thunderhorns and energy blasts by Pony, Sumair, and Nu, try harder. The villain voices, unfazed before blitzing behind Pony and before she could react, he elbows her on the side of the gut. Gawk. She's grunts as she's sent flying. Tsunatori. Momo exclaims. I got her. Yorga quickly goes over to catch her midair, you good? I think so. She utters, recovering. This next shot will be for the kill. Zorvus appears in front of Momo next and raises his wire blade. Yaoyaorozu. Sumair exclaims out. No, no. Momo widens in fright as the villain prepares to strike her down. At that time, Uzumaki dodges a carbon disc throw just in time as it hits a debris and as he slides to a halt, Deepa appears behind him and raises his right finger informing a huge attack. Boruto behind you, Izuku exclaims loudly. Quote exclamation mark quote. The whiskered teen looks back quickly to see a grinning Deepa forming a powerful cube, this is really bad. After a couple seconds of slow motion on both sides, Zorvus swings his barbed-wired blade down at Momo while Deepa fires the cube and does a twirl spin afterward, but before the attacks do damage on Boruto and Momo, a figure dashes in and saves the young Uzumaki at the last moment, allowing the cube to strike the ground, while an iron sand wall swoops in and protects Momo before attacking Zorvus and forcing the barbed-wire quirk user to dodge back. Quote exclamation mark quote. Everyone, including the villains, are surprised by this arrival. As the smoke clears, it's revealed to be Mitsuki and Shinki, looks like we made it in time. The snake teen smiles after saving the Uzumaki. Barely. The sand teen adds. Mitsuki. Shinki. They aren't the only ones. Yuga exclaims as he and Haruga come from above to try and strike Zorvus with their small katanas, only to be repelled back. The backup ain't over as Suyu whips out her frog tongue to try and grab Deepa, only for the carbon user to jump back. After he lands, Sarada blitzes in and lands a flying punch to Deepa's gut, but the villain is unfazed due to his carbon skin. As he grins it off, she smirks herself and jumps back, confusing him, but this was a setup for the hothead to propel in, ha! Katsuki yells out and lands a powerful blast to Deepa's face, making the villain get sent back. Let's see if that so-called carbon skin dealt with that. He exclaims seriously. When the smoke clears, Deepa is still unfazed as his carbon armor is impenetrable, making Katsuki glare frustratingly. The explosive idiot is back. What a surprise. The villains comments. A whole bunch of them showed up this time I see. Zorvus comments, not phased either as they regroup, except their sword girl. With the interns, Hayes group reunited. Sorry we're late. Sarada smiles to Izuku and Boruto. It's great to see you guys. Pony says, especially to Shinki. Yuga, Haruga, Yorga's glad to see them. I'm glad you're alright. Same here, bro. Yuga replies, with Haruga agreeing. Are you guys okay to fight right now? Izuku asks, knowing they also got a couple bandages on them. Recovery was near impossible, but we managed to heal up enough to come as backup. Sarada said. Then, Boruto knows what this means. Yeah, Mitsuki nods, we're going to fight with you. Ribbit, Suyu croaks. Damn straight. Yuga pounds his fists together. Hey, Katsuki states otherwise, it's not like I came to save you or anything. I just need to get back at that clown of a psycho over there. He glares to Deepa. Either way, all of us are assembled. Izuku's glad nevertheless. With this, we have a fighting chance. Momo adds. Yes, Sumair nods, still on Nu. Right on. Boruto agrees completely, it's time to counterattack, ya know. He and everyone gets into battle position as they stare down the villain duo, who smirk grin back. Compared to last time, Zorvus readies his barbed wire blade and smirks confidently. This is starting to get fun. I'd lie if I said I didn't find it this way. Deepa grins, almost wickedly, this time. He declares to their foes, neither of you will escape. Ending 6, Central, by Amy Sakaguchi. Opens up with a couple flashbacks from the sports festival. Momo losing to Mitsuki that caused her to lose confidence in herself. Sumair losing her fight to Bakugo, but in a close match. Pony losing to Boruto without landing even a punch, caused her to tear up. Tsubaki losing to Izuku, but smiled a tad bit in admitting defeat. With the song playing, it switches to the girls in their civilian clothes. Sumair gazing at her phone while crouched down, Momo looking depressed as her gaze is lowered, Pony gazing at the sky as her eyes shine, and Tsubaki standing in the breeze as it blows trough her hair. Next shows Sarada and Suyu, the two who saw their results at the sports festival as ways to improve, encouraging the four to join them in an art setting, which they do before all 6 UA girls indulge in the activity of painting. Having paint cans and paint brushes to draw designs on the walls and having a great time. After their time of entertainment, Momo, Tsubaki, Sumair, and Pony appreciated that fun is a way of keeping themselves positives and using their fights at the sports festival to become better heroes. As the song is halfway, the 6 of them are in their hero costumes, jumping high in the air in slow motion and having grins, while Tsubaki smiles slightly. When they reach the ground, they dash forward in a long run before they use their quirks. Sarada punching the air via chakra fist, Tsubaki doing a chakra-coated slash, Pony firing 2 horns from her head, Momo forming a staff and shield, Suyu jumping and latching out her tongue, and Sumair launching off a massive shot of water with Nu on her shoulder. The last panel shows the girls all standing together on a building, standing firmly and happily as they gaze into the sunset before smiling to each other while the breeze blows through their hairs. As students in training, they vow to improve themselves in many areas without giving up, as the song closes. The battle intensifies as backup against the villains have arrived. Find out what happens as we resume in the next chapter.